following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One.
Watson under center from his own Cleveland 20. It's the snap, four-man rush, second down, 9 from behind. Ball knocked away, Highsmith. It's picked up by Watt from the 15 to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown! Pittsburgh touchdown! T.J. Watt!
Mahomes looking, right side, throws, end zone, touchdown! Travis Kelce! Patrick Mahomes with a strike, and he delivers. 14-yard score, the Chiefs add to their lead.
Shotgun snap, Brock Purdy airing it out, deep for Debo in the end zone, makes the catch on the right side of the end zone for the touchdown. 27 yards to Debo Samuel, and San Francisco may have just put it away.
Tagovailoa in the gun, takes the snap, back to pass, looking, going deep down the right side for Hill, makes the catch, loses the defense, and he is gone down the right sideline. Touchdown Miami. Second big play tonight for Hill.
Long pass that lands at the 20. No one is there. Zeros on the clock. It's over. The Chiefs have won. The Chiefs have won Super Bowl 57.
Every primetime game.
However, whatever it takes.
All season long.
The only thing matters is a win. That's it.
The road to Super Bowl 58 is on Westwood One.
Let's go, man.
Now, it's time for Sunday Night Football. Let's head to the stadium and join Ryan Radke and Ryan Harris.
We welcome you to historic Lambeau Field for Week 13 of Sunday Night Football as the 5-6 Green Bay Packers host the 8-3 Kansas City Chiefs. Tonight's broadcast of the National Football League on Westwood One is sponsored by AutoZone, by Wrangler, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by BetMGM, and by NFL.com. Hi, everybody. I'm Ryan Radke, along with former NFL offensive lineman and Super Bowl 50 champion Ryan Harris. Scott Graham will join us shortly from our Westwood One studios. Now, the final month of the NFL season is upon us, and the race for the playoffs and playoff positioning is in full swing. Chiefs come in tonight 8-3. A win in this game would put them atop the AFC as the number 1 seed. The Packers are 5-6. They need to win to join Minnesota, Seattle, and the Rams in the race for the final 2 spots in the NFC. Ryan Harris, the Packers have won 3 of 4. They're coming off probably their best performance of the season on Thanksgiving in Detroit. A win tonight, I think, would firmly announce their playoff intentions for 2023.
It absolutely would, and it would also announce that their receiving core and Jordan Love are here to stay. Phenomenal performances from Jaden Reed and Christian Watson outside on the edge, and really Jordan Love has put it together, keeping the football in his possession, not giving it to the defense, but he does make some gutsy throws that will give you a chance defensively to pick him off.
Yeah, last 3 games, 7 touchdowns, just 2 picks for Jordan Love as he continues to mature into that starting role. Now, he's going to see a Chiefs defense tonight that has been really good. And frankly, Ryan, the Chiefs defense has been good for a long time, but they've always taken that back seat to Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and the offense. I'll tell you what, this year the Chiefs defense, they are firmly in the spotlight.
And a lot of their stats are skewed because Chris Jones didn't play to start the season. But now with Chris Jones in this lineup, they've gotten fantastic play out of the entire defense. Willie Gay, Notre Dame graduate, Drew Tranquill, and then George Karlaftis has really impressed me. Watching the film, not only rushing the passer, he also drops in coverage. So they've got a full defense that will blitz a lot and blitz often. And so it's going to be up to Jordan Love to diagnose the blitz and deliver the football in a timely manner with accuracy.
When you talk about Jordan Love finding a rhythm with Jaden Reed, Patrick Mahomes maybe starting to find a rhythm with Rashee Rice. 8 catches for 107 yards last week. They're looking to continue that development here tonight.
And that development is right on the cusp. I think this is the expectation now. You have to work into your expectation as a young player in the NFL, and Rashee Rice has done that. And interestingly enough, these two threw together in May, way back before the draft even. So Rashee Rice made an impression on Patrick Mahomes, who said he's one of the best listeners on the team, and he gets that. He said, Rice said, from his grandmother, former Army veteran and Gulf War member as well in terms of service.
15th all-time meeting between these two teams. This dates all the way back to Super Bowl I when the Packers came out on top by a score of 35-10. 31 degrees here in Green Bay tonight. The snow flurries have stopped. We'll see how the conditions hold up as we go on throughout the course of the night. Much more to come from Lambeau as we approach kickoff between the Packers and the Chiefs. But when we return, Scott Graham joins us from our studios. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football. This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. Visit the BetMGM GameSense website at mgmresorts.com/GameSense for information on setting limits, guidance on odds and probability, and resources for problem gambling support. Plus, you can learn strategies and get tips on how to gamble more responsibly, discover the symptoms of problem gambling, and find out whom to call if you need help anytime, anywhere. Stay safe and have fun with BetMGM and GameSense. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome to the Sunday Night Football pregame show on Westwood One, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, here's your host, Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios, getting you ready for Sunday Night Football, and a good one tonight. The Kansas City Chiefs at Lambeau Field against the Green Bay Packers. Before we get any further, let's get you caught up on what happened earlier today in the National Football League. It's supposed to be the game of the year in the NFC, maybe in the NFL, but didn't look that way by the time we got to the final score. San Francisco and Philadelphia in the rematch of the 2022 NFC Championship game. Philly ran out to a 6-0 lead, and then San Francisco scored the next 6 times they had the ball. Touchdowns all. San Francisco blows out Philly today in Philly, 42-19. They're now 9-3. Philly is 10-2, and the race is on for that top overall spot in the NFC. One team that's still in that mix is the Detroit Lions. They're now 9-3. They win today in New Orleans over the Saints, 33-28. A couple of touchdown passes from Jared Goff in this ball game. LA is still in the playoff picture right now. They win at home today over Cleveland, 36-19, 279 yards and 3 scores out of Matthew Stafford. Cleveland falls to 7-5 on the year. By the way, Joe Flacco is their starting quarterback today. Atlanta still leads the NFC South. They win at New York today in the Meadowlands, beating the Jets by a score of 13-8 in the rain. Jets fall to 4-8 on the year. Tampa Bay halts their slide. They're now 5-7, trying to get back into the race. They end up getting a big day for Mike Evans, beating Carolina at Raymond James Stadium today by a final of 21-18. Miami went to Washington today, and they laid it on the Commanders. 45-15 was the final in this one. Just 2 touchdown passes for Tua Tagovailoa, but both of them were to Tyreek Hill, and they were both big. Hill ends up with 157 yards on the day as Miami improves to 9-3. Washington falls to 4-9 on the season. Big game in the AFC today. Houston holds off Denver 22-17. So the Texans keep their playoff hopes alive at 7-5. Denver falls to 6-6. How about the shocker in Pittsburgh today? Arizona goes in, and with 2 big weather delays, they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers at Acrisure Stadium 24-10, the final. Last time the Cardinals won a game in Pittsburgh, well, they were the St. Louis Cardinals. It was 1969. Pittsburgh falls to 7-5. Arizona's 3-10. Indianapolis wins in overtime today over Tennessee, 31-28. The final score in that one. Indy now 7-5 on the year. And the Chargers win today in Foxborough over the New England Patriots. 6-0 was the final. Chargers stay alive with their playoff dream at 5-7. New England falls to 2-10 on the year. More of those games coming up at halftime, but as we work our way toward kickoff of Sunday Night Football, time now to hear from Nick Costos of BetQL Network with some of the numbers our listeners might be interested in for tonight's matchup between the Chiefs and the Packers. Nick?
Thanks, Scott. The spread for Sunday Night Football sees Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, a 5.5-point favorite at Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers. The total's 43.5. Let's start with the total and the weather. Temperatures in the low 30 with potential snow, but the wind not expected to be a factor. Do not let the fear of snow dictate a bet for you on the total. As for the side, the Packers come into this game with momentum, winners of 2 straight, and bettors believe they can keep it close. The spread's been bet down from KC minus 6.5 to 5.5, making for a fascinating betting market because if you like the Chiefs, 5.5, a discounted number to bet them at. Also worth noting, Packers star running back Aaron Jones will not play tonight. As for props, Green Bay receiver Christian Watson broke out last week with 5 catches for 94 yards and a touchdown. If you think he continues to perform, his yardage prop tonight only 40.5. I'm Nick Costos from the BetQL Network, sponsored by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks. Please gamble responsibly. Scott, back to you.
All right, thank you, Nick. As we continue with the pregame show, we'll get a closer look at tonight's matchup from both sides. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Sirius XM has the NFL covered from every angle. Hear all pro analysis on Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88.
This team is not built to succeed.
Join the passionate debate on Mad Dog Sports Radio Channel 82.
You gotta be kidding me!
And get expert fantasy football advice on Fantasy Sports Radio Channel 87.
Joe in Florida, let's fix your fantasy lineup.
It's an all-out blitz of football talk on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
Hey, it's Fantasy Football Happy Hour with me, Matthew Barrett, and we're your go-to source for fantasy news, analysis, and advice. Looking for waiver wire insight? Unsure about line decisions? Your search ends here. Not only are we going to have Roto-World player news every single weekday, but you also find out about my weekly love-hate list, my rankings, and much more. So tune in noon at Peacock, listen on SiriusXM, NBC Sports Audio Channel 85, or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio.
Oh my goodness, what a play!
From lineup decisions to daily fantasy to dynasty leagues, SiriusXM Channel 87 helps you win your league with expert advice from the guru John Hansen.
Every player, you take a look at the pros and the cons for every player and every factor.
Jeff Ratcliffe.
The best reactions in fantasy football are the most reasonable reactions. They're not the most aggressive reactions.
Michael Fabiano.
That's a fantasy bonanza right there.
Touchdown Tyreek Hill! Touchdown Miami!
Howard Bender.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Jeff Mans.
Making the most moves doesn't result in the most wins.
And so much more.
You've done wonders for me through the years.
Winning strategies from the best analysts in the business are on Fantasy Sports Radio, SiriusXM 87, and the SiriusXM app.
Back in the Sunday Night Football pregame show, getting you ready for the Chiefs and the Packers tonight. You know, if you gave up on Jordan Love and the Packers, you might have given up too soon. Comes into this game with 8 passing touchdowns since Week 9, third most in the National Football League, and 300 yards and 2 or more touchdowns in 3 straight games. His head coach, Matt LaFleur, has noticed, but he also realizes that tonight is a different story.
I think we're improving, and I'll leave it at that. We got a great challenge in front of us, and we're going to have to play our best ball to give ourselves a chance. I mean, this was one of the premier teams in the National Football League, and they've been one of the most consistent teams over the last few years. So I just want our guys to continue to stay focused on what we need to do to continue to improve on a daily basis in order for us to go out there and play our best ball.
Packers survived tonight, and the playoffs are not a dream anymore. They have the 3rd easiest remaining strength of schedule in the NFL the rest of the way. On the other side, Kansas City, as you know, is 8-3, and this is the first season in the Patrick Mahomes era in which their scoring defense is actually ranked higher than the scoring offense. They're allowing 16.5 points per game. That's the lowest for an Andy Reid team since he was with the Eagles back in 2004. Trent McDuffie is putting together a potential Pro Bowl year in just his 2nd season out of the University of Washington. He's moved to the inside now, no longer an outside corner, but playing kind of a hybrid role. And I asked him when we talked this week how much pride he takes in what this defense is doing right now.
As a defensive player and someone where last year, even though we won the Super Bowl, we felt that we didn't fully show what this defense was about. Coach Spags has done amazing at keeping us focused, steering us in the right direction, and everything we do, he's very detailed. So I feel like that has allowed us to really start trusting each other and understanding where each other play. And I feel like that's been our biggest key, is that no one's out there thinking anymore. It's just like, let's just go.
How quickly were you keyed into the idea after raising the Lombardi Trophy that you had a lot of work left to do?
It kind of felt that once we came back to OTAs, you kind of felt like this sense of urgency. Communication was there immediately. Guys were talking, guys were going through things. You can kind of just feel this energy that was like, okay, something's a little different this year. Like, I feel like that Super Bowl year, since our team was so new, that a lot of guys were thinking a lot, trying to figure out the defense. Oh, where's my role in this? And this year, I feel like everybody kind of unselfishly was just like, you know what? It don't matter what I do. I'm going to go out here and do the best so that this defense can become the best. And I feel like that's kind of the general consensus, is like, we want to be known as the top defense, not as the top player at your position.
As you get ready for this opponent, their quarterback has made some strides over recent weeks. You take a look at what they're able to do. What are you seeing on film?
I said they got 3 young but explosive and really good receivers. All 3 of those guys have really good routes. You can tell the coaches trust them. The quarterback gets them the ball really well, and they're able to block, which not a lot of receivers like to do, but they'll definitely stick their nose in there. So that's always a challenge as DBs. But as far as the quarterback, I mean, this guy is kind of showing a little bit of some Aaron Rodgers type throws, like certain reads. You kind of like, okay, I can see how this guy backed him up. Like, he definitely took some things from him because he can make all the throws. He's a strong arm. He boots both right and left, which you don't usually see a lot. And he's one of those guys that just make plays. I mean, he can make it with his feet. He can make it in the air. So he's definitely a dynamic challenge. And I know as a defense, we're definitely going to try to pre-snap wise, kind of mess him up, not knowing what we're in. But this is going to have to be another just relentless and disciplined game for the defense.
Chiefs cornerback Trent McDuffie, an impressive young man. If you want to hear more of my conversation with him, go to westwood1sports.com and search for NFL Insider in Week 13. Really interesting stuff. Opening kickoff is coming up. We're going to rejoin Ryan Radke and Ryan Harris at Lambeau Field when we return. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
There are good gifts, and then there are great gifts. I just shopped at Kohl's, and let me tell you, I found some really great gifts. And all for less, like 50% off Cuddle Duds bedding, a Ninja Blast portable blender for under $60, and 30% off toys. Then I got 20% off some of my finds, and I earned Kohl's Cash. Don't just take it from me. Hurry to Kohl's to get the best gifts for everyone on your list. Select styles, toys, coupons do not apply. Some exclusions apply. Offers end December 6th. 20% off valid through December 10th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey, this is Travis Kelce, NFL tight end and proud member of the Lowe's home team. Lowe's knows when you've got the best price, you've already won. That's why we offer the lowest price guarantee. If you find a better price online or in store, we'll match it. Now you can score on the top brands from the Lowe's home team picks, like Scotts, LG, and DeWalt. So take on your projects with confidence. Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retail partner of the NFL.
Price match applies to same item, current price of qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. It's time for another memorable moment in football history. Sponsored by Kohl's.
The Chiefs have it now at their own 49 and another chance to win it. 34-34 tie. 8:50 left to go in overtime. They fake the draw. Green to throw. Long right sideline. Kennison stretches out for the football. 10, 5, touchdown! Kansas City! Touchdown, Eddie Kennison. The Chiefs win it in overtime.
Mitch Altus on 101 The Fox of the Chiefs radio network from 20 years ago. And KC quarterback Trent Green hooked with Eddie Kennison on a 51-yard walk-off touchdown in overtime to beat Green Bay 40-34. That big road win at historic Lambeau Field capped an astonishing Chiefs comeback, which saw them rally from a 17-point deficit at the start of the fourth quarter. Winning score capped off a bizarre 3-play sequence to end the game. Hall of Famer Morton Anderson had a potential game-winning field goal blocked by the Packers 2 snaps earlier, giving Green Bay the ball, but Amon Green fumbled it right back to Kansas City on the ensuing play, giving Green and the Chiefs the opportunity to go deep and win it. KC improved to 6-0 with the win on the way to a 9-0 start. They finished 13-3 that year, but lost to the Colts in the divisional playoffs. That's tonight's memorable moment in football history, sponsored by Kohl's. Celebrate the season with gifts, deals, and holiday feels. Find perfect presents for everybody and every budget. Shop Kohl's and Kohls.com today. Got a good one tonight. We're going to find out which way this one's going to go. A chilly Lambeau Field as we rejoin Ryan Radke and Ryan Harris. Guys?
All right, Scott, thanks very much. Sold out, as always, here at Lambeau Field as we get set for the Chiefs and the Packers. And let's talk about Ryan Harris' keys to the game. And let's begin, Ryan, with the visitors from Kansas City. The Chiefs come in at 8-3. A win tonight, they would be the number one seed in the AFC at this point. What are the keys for Andy Reid's team? Trying to get it done on the road.
Number one, catch the football. Been an issue for Travis Kelce and others for the Chiefs offensively. Number two, stop Christian Watson. I would use bracket coverage to do it. He is the go man for this offense. And lastly, find the run game that's within this team. They're currently 17th in the NFL. They need to find that run game to make everything work offensively.
All right, let's talk about the keys for the Packers. They had lost 4 straight, but now have won 3 of 4. They were terrific against the Lions on Thanksgiving in Detroit. What are the keys for Matt LaFleur's team trying to get to 500?
Well, it starts and ends with Jordan Love turnovers. Can he take care of the football, especially at home? Next, defensively, you got to stop Travis Kelce and Noah Gray. They've given up the 3rd most yards to tight ends in the entire NFL coming into this weekend. They got to shut that down. And lastly, limit the penalties. That's been an issue for the Packers. And any time against a good team, penalties are the difference.
Kansas City has won the coin toss, and the Chiefs have deferred their option to the second half. So Jordan Love and the Packers offense will be on the field first tonight. Packers will take the field in their green jerseys with white numbers. They have the gold pants and the gold helmets with that Green Bay G on either side. Meanwhile, for the Chiefs, they are in the white jerseys with red numbers, white pants. They have the red helmets with the KC Arrowhead on either side. It is 30 degrees as we get set for kickoff here tonight. The snow flurries, which have been going for most of the day, have stopped. The wind has picked up a little bit. Wind gusts up to about 16 miles per hour. Ryan, I know you were down on the field before the game, and you thought it was pretty slippery down there.
Slick and slippery, so guys already changed their cleats, as I've seen from pregame. They know it's going to be a tough game. You're going to have to slow it out right out on the field. Tough grass out there, but still, both teams have to deal with it. You can't let that be an issue.
Harrison Butker will kick it away for Kansas City. He will tee it up at the 35-yard line, getting set to kick from our left to our right. And meanwhile, for Green Bay, Keyshawn Nixon, one of the most dangerous return men in the NFL, will go back deep. It's always packed here at Lambeau. There's always a good contingent of visiting fans. It's a bucket list item for so many to make the pilgrimage to what is really the cathedral of the NFL. Patrick Mahomes said it, Ryan. If you love the NFL, you'll love Lambeau Fields.
No atmosphere is like it. And as a player who's played in this stadium, Ron, I can tell you feel like the fans are right on top of you on some kind of overhang screaming at you. It's a wonderful environment, and you love to be one of the players playing in this stadium.
It's such a great place to come, so unique, just kind of driving through a small-town neighborhood, and suddenly this stadium arises that they pack here on Sundays during the fall and into the winter. Butker is ready to kick it away. Nixon stands in between the hash marks about a yard deep. Great to have you along. Week number 13 of Sunday Night Football is underway with a line drive kick from Butker headed to the back of the end zone, and the Packers will start 1st and 10 at the 25. Well, Jordan Love is only completing 60% of his throws this year, down at the bottom of the league, but he has thrown 19 touchdowns, and in his last 3 games, 7 touchdown passes, just 2 picks. A.J. Dillon is the starting running back. No Aaron Jones again tonight, out with a knee injury. Romeo Doubs, Christian Watson, Jaden Reed are the wide receivers. Tucker Kraft is at tight end. Luke Musgrave, the rookie, is on IR with a lacerated kidney. Packers start 1st and 10 at the 25. Love will line up in the gun. He's got 2 receivers split wide left, 2 stacked to the right. A.J. Dillon, the running back, to the left. Kraft in motion from wide left, stops on the end of the line. Love, slight bend forward, looks over the defense, brings Reed in motion, takes the snap, little pop pass to Reed, running left along the numbers to the 30, and Jaden Reed upended out at about the 34. It's a 9-yard pass play, that little toss to Jaden Reed. Brian Cook on the stop, 2nd down and 1. Good start for Green Bay.
And Reed showing off his speed. He was in the slot and took 2 steps before he sprinted across right to left to get upfield. What a play to start for if you're the Packers.
2nd down and a yard, ball on the near side left hash at the 34. Packers go into the huddle. Henry Pearson, undrafted rookie out of Appalachian State, the fullback, checks into the lineup. Love will go under center. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Now Kraft in motion from right to left. Stops on the end of the line. Love barks out the signals. Sends a man in motion. That's Pearson. Here's the snap. Handoff. A.J. Dillon off the left side looking for room. Finds it. And he's across the 35 for a first down. Out to the 37, a 3-yard gain. Justin Reed on the tackle. Packers run 2 plays and move the sticks.
Well, he also changed the cadence, which is key when you're going against this veteran defensive line for the Chiefs. Take a little bit of that aggression out of them by making them aware of the snap count. And then A.J. Dillon perfectly following his right guard to make sure that John Runyon showed him the way to the first down.
First down and 10. Love will line up under center. He's got receivers left and right. Dillon is the single back. Wings on either side of the line of scrimmage. Love looks over the defense. Wade sends a man in motion. That's Pearson from right to left. Here's the snap. Back on a play fake. Love sets his feet. Looking. Fires down the middle. Got a man wide open. That's Watson. Makes the catch across the Kansas City 45. Hit by Brian Cook and dropped right there. They'll mark him right at that 45-yard line. A gain of 19. First down, Green Bay. Watson all by his lonesome, and Love put it on his hands.
He was all alone because of the way Green Bay has run the football the 2 previous plays, forcing the linebackers to come down with the play fake and leave no one underneath for Watson to make the catch.
First down and 10. Ball just inside the 45 of Kansas City. Love will line up in the gun. He'll send Dontavian Wicks in motion from left to right. 2 receivers now to that right side. Love changing something at the line of scrimmage. He's got time on the play clock. It shows 5. Here's the snap. Love hands off A.J. Dillon, sweeping left, looking for a lane. Can't really find one, but puts his shoulder down and powers his way forward down close to the 40. Brian Cook coming up to make the stop. They'll give him the 41. It's a gain of 3. Man, that'll bring up second down and 7. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on CBS next Sunday when the Buffalo Bills meet these Kansas City Chiefs. Check your local listings for more details. Catch the NFL on CBS. Second down, 7 Packers. They've got it at the Kansas City 41. 12:29 to go in the first quarter. It's the opening drive of the game. Love will line up under center. He's got 2 receivers stacked right, single man left. Dillon remains in as the running back. Watson in motion from right to left. Love goes to a hard count. Chiefs don't jump. Love looks over the defense, brings Watson back to the right. Here's the snap. Handoff. Dillon runs left, finds a lane across the 40. He's grabbed, drives his legs forward, still falling forward all the way down to the 36. Boy, it looked like Dillon was going to be stopped after maybe about 2 yards. Instead, he picks up 5. Charles Omenihu came over from San Francisco as a free agent, makes the stop. And now the Packers will have a third down at about 1.5 yards.
The Packers are pulling out all the tricks, Ryan. There on that last play, 3 different cadences with 2 different motions before they snap the football. This Kansas City defense is looking left and right when the ball snaps.
See if the Packers can convert here on third down. They've been pretty good this year, a little over 43%, 7th best in the league. Love lines up under center. Everybody tight to the line. Dillon is the single back. Love again will change something. Play clock down to 3. Now at 2. Here's the snap. Handoff. Dillon straight ahead. I don't think he got there. Let's see. Well, maybe he did. He got low, went surging forward. Going to depend on the spot. I didn't think he had it initially, but it looks like he did. Gain of 2. It is going to be a first down for A.J. Dillon.
Huge block by the right guard, John Runyon. Absolutely created the small hole that Dillon needed to power himself through to the line to gain.
Well, and that is what A.J. Dillon can do for you. He's not a big explosive guy that rips off a lot of long runs, but boy, he's got those powerful legs that he can drive forward. First and 10 Packers at the Chiefs 34. Receivers left and right. Love in the gun. Gets the snap. Little toss play. Dillon running out to the right. Along the numbers across the 30. And he's down to about the 29, maybe the 28-yard line. So A.J. Dillon tackled by Drew Tranquill. Free agent from the Chargers. Leads this team in tackles. A 6-yard gain. And now there's an injured Chief. And it is Drew Tranquill who made the stop. Who was down on his stomach at about the 33-yard line.
You made it happen, Ryan. You called out how he runs over guys, and he ran over Drew Tranquill on that one. But A.J. Dillon with speed on the edge, then putting Tranquill in the ground for the game.
Trainers will take a look at Tranquill, and we'll step aside with 10:41 to go in the first quarter. Packers and Chiefs, 0-0. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Throughout the 2023 season,
throws to the end zone, touchdown!
Each NFL team channel on the SiriusXM app will feature the team's pre- and post-game shows before and after every game. Get instant reaction, live interviews, and press conference audio.
Really fun night for us just to watch those young guys compete.
Your favorite team's broadcast includes their pre- and post-game shows all season long on the SiriusXM app. All 32 team channels are also available in vehicles equipped with SiriusXM 360L radios.
The Premier League is built on hope. The hope of discovering a new star.
It doesn't take long for Darwin Núñez to make
The hope of rewriting history. And the hope of continuing a dynasty.
Unstoppable week after week.
This is the Premier League on NBC, USA and Peacock.
To truly go inside the game of pro football, you need to see things from the player's perspective.
Let's go.
Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, catch the Player's Point.
Let's go. Let's bring energy.
Join NFL tight end Colin Thompson and Miami Dolphins fullback Alec Ingold as they break down the biggest stories in the NFL.
It's an encouraging way to look at football.
The Player's Point. Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Wednesday, December 6th, it's the News Nation Republican primary debate, moderated by SiriusXM's Megyn Kelly.
One of the candidates standing on stage could be our next commander-in-chief.
Along with News Nation's Elizabeth Vargas and the Washington Free Beacon's Ileana Johnson.
After I co-moderate this debate, stick around for my special Megyn Kelly Show episode live. I'll see you there.
Wednesday, December 6th, 8 p.m. Eastern on Triumph Channel 111 and News Nation. To find News Nation, go to joinnn.com.
Ryan Radke, Ryan Harris here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Lambeau Field. Give your team an edge with Grainger. You'll find supplies and solutions for every industry, plus fast delivery and 24/7 support when you call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Drew Tranquill is up. He was helped off the field. They're helping him down towards the blue tents.
I'm watching the replay, and he just got a right knee to the right ear hole of his helmet. That knee, of course, of Dylan as he was making that run.
Packers 2nd down and 5. They've got it at the Chiefs' 29-yard line. Love goes under center. Brings a receiver. That's Wicks in motion from the left. Two receivers stacked to the right side now. Wicks sprinting back to the left. Love takes the snap. He's back on a play fake. Rolling to his left. Flips his hips. Throws short. Caught by Kraft to the 25. Turns it up into the 20. And he's out of bounds. Just inside that 20-yard line. Leo Chanel, the linebacker, with the stop. But Jordan Love off the play action finds his rookie tight end, Tucker Kraft, for 9 on another first down.
A perfect way to start the game if you're the Packers, running the football effectively to the point where everyone on the Chiefs defense is stopping the run first. Kraft sneaks out, gets the catch, turns upfield for some yards after the catch. They call that yak, Ryan.
Just the 8th catch of the year for Tucker Kraft. What was that again?
Yeah.
One more time?
Yeah.
Two receivers right, single man left. 1st and 10. Packers have it at the Kansas City 20. Love is in the gun, takes the snap, little pop pass to Reed again, racing left, trying to turn the corner, breaks one tackle, puts a shoulder down, and is stacked up right at the line of scrimmage. Jack Cochran led the way. No gain for Jaden Reed, who lost his helmet. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Boy, great job that time by Kansas City. Gave Reed just nowhere to go.
And play caller Matt LaFleur, head coach for the Packers, just the first head-scratching play call. You usually run that play to the field where there's much more space. There, the Packers running it to the boundary. So it might have been something that was on the first 15 that they talked about last night, and they just didn't change it for the positioning on the field.
Jaden Reed questionable all week with a chest injury, but is up tonight, has had a couple of catches already. 2nd down 10 from the 20. Love in the gun. Kraft in motion from the left. Here's the snap. Handoff. Dylan straight ahead. Got a crease across the 15. Turns his back and dives his way down to about the 14-yard line. 6-yard pickup for A.J. Dillon, who was running hard. Cochran again on the tackle. It'll leave the Packers with a 3rd and 4, and they're up on the ball quickly. Love goes under center. Two receivers left, two right. Now he'll fall back into the gun. He's got Dillon off to his right side.
Just brilliant because the Chiefs were running on Chris Jones, so the Packers attacked the line of scrimmage, didn't change their personnel to keep Chris Jones off the field for this 3rd down. Brilliant.
Now the Packers are going to huddle up. Only the center, Josh Myers, is over the football. Everybody else goes back into the huddle and now races back to the line with 6 on the play clock. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Love in the gun, play clock at 2, and Matt LaFleur is going to take a timeout. No, Ryan, you can tell me if I'm wrong. I don't think that was managed very well by Green Bay, rushing to the line, then going back into the huddle, and by the time they got back to the line of scrimmage, they didn't have enough time. They called the timeout. Now Chris Jones comes back in.
And that's 100% on the coaches. They know they're calling it to, hey, get to the line of scrimmage, and usually there's a word like snake or cobra to let people know, quickly get to the line of scrimmage. But as play callers, you got to have the play ready to get in there to your team. So that's 100% on the coaches.
Stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by AutoZone. Make AutoZone your end zone. Check engine light on. Get a check with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Restrictions apply. So a 3rd and 4 now for the Packers. Patrick Taylor checks in as the running back. He'll line up to the left of Love, who's in the gun. 3 receivers right, single man left. It's 3rd and 4. Green Bay needs the 10 for a first down. Love goes to a hard count. Chiefs don't jump. Play clock down to 2. Here's the snap. Love back to pass. Looking right. Throws right. Got a man caught inside the 10. And that'll be a first down. Dontavian Wicks made the catch at the 7. Justin Reed on the coverage with the tackle. It's a gain of 7. It'll be first and goal.
Excellent protection by the offensive line and perfect diagnosis of the defense by Jordan Love. He looks to his right, finds Wicks coming inside right about the right hash, dots him with the football perfectly for a first down.
12th play of the drive coming up for Green Bay. First and goal. It's from the Kansas City 7. Ball is on the far side right hash. Love will line up in the shotgun with Dillon to his left. 2 receivers stack right. Romeo Dobbs single man left. Love slight bend forward. Left foot in front of right. Brings Watson in motion from the right. Takes the snap. Handoff Dillon. Runs right outside the hash. Spinning his way down to the 1. Trent McDuffie with a touchdown saving tackle. 6-yard gain for Dillon. Second down and goal. And another Chiefs defender is down on the play.
Excellent use of the motion by Green Bay. They're motioning out wide, and then he motions right to left, and then they hand the ball off to the right for A.J. Dillon to get upfield.
Charles Omenihu is the injured Chiefs defender. Drew Tranquill was just helped back to the locker room where they can attend to him. And so this has been a tough opening drive for Kansas City. We'll step aside with 7:28 to go in the first quarter. There is no score. Packers on the doorstep at the Kansas City 1. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Michael Fabiano here, and if you want even more excitement on game day, it's time to get on Prize Picks, the best way to win big on fantasy sports. Here's how it works. Just pick 2 to 6 players and choose more or less on their stats. If you get them right, you can win up to 25 times your cash. It's quick and easy to make your picks, and with fast and safe deposits and withdrawals, Prize Picks is the place to play this season. Prize Picks has awesome weekly promotions, and they're the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Watch your entry update in real time and continue the fun by making picks on second half and fourth quarter stats. And right now, when you go to prizepicks.com/primetime and use code primetime, Prize Picks is matching your first deposit up to $100. That's prizepicks.com/primetime with code primetime for a 100% deposit match. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Jim Rome here. Dell's Cyber Monday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra sharp monitors and top brand accessories. It's the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. Shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping on everything. Once again, Dell.com/deals.
You can catch the Rich Eisen Show weekdays from 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations. And be sure to look out for 2 new podcasts from Rich Eisen Podcast. All the NFL hot takes you can handle on Overreaction Monday. And each Tuesday, download What the Football with Susie Schuster and former Raiders CEO Amy Trask. Get them wherever you get your podcasts. Well, the Packers have a second down and goal from the Kansas City 1 with 7:28 to go in the first quarter. This has been an impressive opening drive. 12 plays run so far. Packers have taken 7.5 minutes off the clock. Jordan Love is 5 of 5. A.J. Dillon has been running it. So far, so good for Green Bay.
And a ton of confidence gained by everybody on the offense because of the way they've been able to run the football and make key conversions on third down. Of course, the defense loves it because they get a break, and now they get to use more of their pass rush techniques when they eventually get back on the field.
Packers bring Royce Newman in, extra offensive lineman, as they get set for second and goal from the 1. Trying to cap off this opening drive with a touchdown. Love will line up under center, I formation behind him. Dillon is the tailback. Love squats down, takes a look at the defense, takes the snap, back on a play fake, rolling right, tosses to the end zone, caught, touchdown Green Bay. And it's Ben Sims, the rookie out of Baylor, with his third NFL catch, his first NFL touchdown, and the Packers lead 6-0 in the first quarter.
What a fantastic play call for the Packers. They motion and pull the right guard to the left, and all of a sudden Jordan Love escapes out of the right. Everybody thought he'd hand off the football, and wide open Ben Sims at the Y in Green Bay in the end zone. What an opening drive for the Packers.
Anders Carlson on for the extra point. He's 20 out of 23 in PATs this year. Trying to make it a 7-0 lead. Here's the snap, ball down. The kick from Carlson is up, and it is good. So the Green Bay Packers, an impressive opening drive, and with 7:13 to go in the first quarter, it's Green Bay 7, Kansas City 0. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm Personal Price Plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this voicemail from Leah.
Jake from State Farm. Listen, so sometimes I like to nibble on licorice and pretend I'm a teeny mouse, chewing through wires.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm Personal Price Plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
Later on, we'll select the drive of the game sponsored by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there for the help you need, whether it's online, on the phone, or on the State Farm mobile app. And that was a pretty good drive for the Packers. 13 plays, 75 yards, 7:47 off the clock, and Ben Sims with his first NFL touchdown. He had 12 receiving touchdowns in his career at Baylor. He's got his first in the NFL, 7-0 Green Bay.
And one of the many players offensively who gained confidence, but also, Ryan, the team now trusts the coaches because they put him in the right game plan to start the game.
Carlson kicks it away. Richie James from his 2. Straight ahead to the 10, angles right to the 15, over the 20, and he's grabbed and dropped at about the 24 by Isaiah McDuffie. So the linebacker charging down on special teams makes the stop. And Kansas City will start 1st and 10 from their own 24 under the direction of the great Patrick Mahomes. He's just shy of 3,000 yards on the season, 21 touchdowns and 9 picks. Isaiah Pacheco is the running back. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Rashee Rice, Kadarius Toney, the wide receivers, Travis Kelce, the future Hall of Famer at tight end. 1st and 10 for the Chiefs at their own 24. Mahomes will line up in the shotgun. He's got 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. Pacheco is the running back off to Mahomes' left side. Mahomes points out to his right, brings Rice in motion from right to left. Here's the snap, quick throw, left side, caught by Rice, running outside the numbers. He's across the 30, and he's knocked out of bounds, close to a first down. So Rashee Rice, who had 8 catches for 107 yards a week ago, takes that flip from Mahomes and gains 9 up the far sideline. They mark him out at the 33. Jonathan Owens, the safety, on the tackle. It'll be 2nd down and 1.
The large gain happening because Sky Moore and Travis Kelce blocking to the left as Rice came around the corner, really collapsing that left side and opening up the game.
Twin receivers left and right. Kelce in short motion from the left. Shotgun snap, handoff. Pacheco runs outside the left hash, picks up a first down, driving forward all the way out to the 40-yard line and just across the 40. Well, we saw some big-time running from A.J. Dillon. How about Isaiah Pacheco? Hit it about the 38 and just continued driving forward all the way to the 41 for a gain of 8.
Big block by the left guard, Joe Thuney. Absolutely mashing the front of that defensive line for the Packers, creating that game.
2 receivers right, single man left. 1st and 10 Kansas City at its own 41. Shotgun snap, Mahomes back to pass. Looking, dumps it short right, caught by Pacheco, runs along the numbers out to about the 45, takes Quay Walker for a ride for a couple of extra yards, all the way out to about the 48-yard line. So Isaiah Pacheco on the short pass picks up 7. That'll bring up a 2nd down and 3.
A lot of people talk about Isaiah Pacheco and his speed through the hole when he gets to the open field. But there on that last play, he actually chipped Rashawn Gary and then got out wide open. So that speed also helping him do 2 things in the same play.
2 receivers stacked right, 2 receivers wide left. 2nd down and 3, Chiefs at their own 48. Shotgun snap to Mahomes, back to pass, pumps right, looks middle, now throws short left. That's caught by Pacheco, hit immediately and driven backwards. Maybe got a yard to the 49. Mahomes wanted to get rid of that one quickly to his right. There was nothing there, so he went back left. Pacheco with the catch, but Corey Ballantyne made the stop. It'll be 3rd and 2.
And Ballantyne's tackle forcing the 3rd down, and the Chiefs are using a quick count on the road in the shotgun, so they are feeling tremendously confident about what they're able to do as a unit offensively.
Chiefs 4th best in the NFL on 3rd down this year. This is 3rd and 2. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Now Edwards-Helaire sprints out of the backfield to the right. Reverses course, comes back into the backfield, stops off to Mahomes' left. Play clock down to 5. Mahomes in the gun, gets the snap, handoff Edwards-Helaire, running left, and Edwards-Helaire looks like he has the first down and does. He'll push his way forward down close to the Green Bay 46. Rashawn Gary, Quay Walker combined on the stop, but it's a gain of 5. Kansas City keeps possession with a first down run.
And Clyde Edwards-Helaire there just perfectly going upfield and then bouncing to his left slightly and getting upfield immediately. He's a veteran in this offense. He understands what the blocks by the offensive line are going to look like, and they're finding the open space for the first down.
Edwards-Helaire checks out. Pacheco is back in. 1st and 10 Kansas City from the Green Bay 46. Here's the snap. Mahomes back on a play fake. Plants his feet. Looks. Throws down the middle. It's incomplete. Looking for Kelsey at the 35. The throw was low and behind him. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Darnell Savage was in coverage. Savage activated off IR yesterday. Had missed the last 5 games. Packers are happy to have him back in the back end, especially tonight against Kelsey.
Well, and that play was wide open. If Patrick Mahomes had led Travis Kelsey a little bit, threw it to his back left knee, Kelsey twisting down to get it, unable to come up with it. But that play's going to be there if he leads him with the football.
Trips right, single man left. Mahomes in the gun on 2nd down and 10. Mahomes walking toward the line of scrimmage, yells something out, backs up into the gun, play clock at 3. Here's the snap, Mahomes back, looks right, throws right, got Kelsey at the 40-yard line, grab, gets away, then dives forward down to the 35. That'll be good enough for the first down. There is a penalty flag on the field. Brad Allen is our referee tonight.
Pass interference, offense, number 87, 10-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Well, Travis Kelsey, always physical, and that time, Ryan, a little too physical. It wipes out what would have been a gain of 12.
Well, and he extends his elbows when he's pushing off a press coverage on the line. They're going to call that every time. It created the cushion for him to make the catch. And then he robbed Patrick Mahomes of a phenomenal throw. The ball was fired even before Kelsey got into his break.
Pushed off against Keyshawn Nixon. So they'll back it up to the Kansas City 46. It'll be 2nd and 20. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Kelsey is in that right slot. Mahomes in the gun with Pacheco to his right. Play clock down to 5. Here's the snap. Mahomes back to pass, looking under pressure, rolling left, being chased. He's going to run across the 45 to the 50 along that far sideline. And he steps out of bounds back around the original line of scrimmage. We're going to mark him out just short of that. Say he stepped out at about the 48-yard line. It'll be a gain of 8. It'll bring up 3rd and 12 for the Chiefs.
Patrick Mahomes presents such a problem for defenses that they have to choose whether they cover or use a linebacker to spy Patrick Mahomes. And it's tough. You cover everybody downfield. Patrick Mahomes, one of the best running quarterbacks as well. Did it in the Super Bowl, has done it his whole career, but still catches defenses off guard.
Edwards-Helaire back into the ball game. 3 receivers right. Officially, it was a gain of 9, so it's 3rd and 11. Mahomes lines up in the shotgun. 1 receiver to the left. Play clock is at 3. Low snap, handled by Mahomes. Back to pass, looking, rolling to his right. Pulls it down. Hit as he throws down the field and caught by Valdez-Scantling for a first down. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, the former Packer, slipped and fell, but still holds on to it at the Packer 31. Gain of 16 and a first down for the Chiefs.
Patrick Mahomes is so good. If you fall down on the ground, he'll still hit you literally between the numbers, between the 1 and the 1 for Valdez-Scantling. Unbelievable throw by Patrick Mahomes.
1st and 10 Kansas City now from the Green Bay 31. Mahomes under center, 2 receivers right, including Kelsey, who goes in motion to the left. Pacheco is the single back. He'll hand it off to Pacheco. Running left outside the hash. Finds a lane across the 25-20. Breaks wide 15. Down to the 10. Inside the 5 and driven out of bounds. Corey Ballantyne with the tackle. It'll be 1st and goal. They're going to mark him out at the 5. It's a run of 26 for Pacheco, and now the Chiefs knocking on the doorstep of Green Bay.
And they used Travis Kelsey as a decoy. Instead of blocking the defender on the line of scrimmage, he went down into the backside linebacker with 2 pullers coming across right to left for the Chiefs. Wide open hole for Pacheco to turn on the Jets.
10th play of the drive coming up for KC. 1st and goal from the 5. Trips right, single man left. Mahomes in the gun with Pacheco to his right. Now Pacheco goes in motion out to the left. Here's the snap. Mahomes back, looking left, looking middle, chase from behind, and sacked. Back around the 14, it's Lucas Van Ness, the rookie out of Iowa, the 1st-round pick, has his 2nd sack of the year. It's a loss of 9, 2nd and goal.
Who's going against the new left tackle, Wanye Morris, who came in as Donovan Smith had to leave, and on the first play gets beat for a sack.
So move it back to the 14. The ball just got kicked. So the officials are going to have to reset it. Kingsley Enagbari was walking to get lined up and kick the ball. So the officials get it replaced at the 14-yard line. They'll reset the play clock for Mahomes. He's under center. 2nd down and goal. Two receivers left, one right. Sky Moore in motion from right to left. Here's the snap. Handoff to Pacheco. Runs along the left hash. Breaks a tackle and spins his way to the 10. It'll be 3rd and goal from there. Kenny Clark with the stop. Gain of 5 on the play. And now the Chiefs a 3rd and goal from 10 yards out.
I know my old ball coach, Andy Reid. This might be 2-down territory even this early in the game. I anticipate a quick type of screen one way or the other as they're on the left hash. And maybe another play on 4th down.
Mahomes will line up in the shotgun with Edwards-Helaire to his left. Trips right, single man left. That's Kelsey. Mahomes walks toward the line of scrimmage, falls back into the gun. Play clock shows 7. Mahomes lifts his right leg, gets the snap, back to pass, looking to his left. Pocket collapsing, steps up, trying to get away. Can't do it. Crunched and taken down around the 17. Kenny Clark was there again, and the Packers turn the Chiefs away.
Kenny Clark and Rashawn Gary, just a massive part of the reason why the Packers are winning. And on that play, absolutely collapsed the pocket from the left side. Initially, Mahomes was able to escape, but only about 6 inches forward, and eventually brought down by Clark. What a team sack right there by the Packers defense.
Clark and Gary will split the sack. Harrison Butker, who is perfect on the year, 20 out of 20, on for a 34-yard attempt. Here's the snap, ball down. The kick from Butker is on the way, and he drives it through to put Kansas City on the scoreboard on the final play of the first quarter. So the Packers had it once. They go down and score a touchdown. The Chiefs come back. They get a field goal. We finished 15 minutes, and we've got a 7-3 game. A reminder that for every field goal made tonight and throughout the remainder of the season, Barbasol will make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol Shaving Cream, an American original for over 100 years. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. End of 1 here at Lambeau with the score, the Packers 7 and the Chiefs 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey guys, Chris Brockman here. Prize Picks. It's the most fun I've had, winning up to 25 times my money this football season. And now I can play during basketball season too. I can take combo projections across both sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less their projection, and place your entry. You could turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And Prize Picks is the only DFS platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game if one of your players goes down. Join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/primetime and use the code PRIMETIME. That's code PRIMETIME at prizepicks.com/primetime for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Welcome back to Lambeau Field along with Ryan Harris. I'm Ryan Radke. Our score, the Packers 7 and the Chiefs 3. The start of the second quarter is sponsored by Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Use promo code PRIMETIME for a first deposit match up to $100. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Well, each team had the ball once in the first quarter. Packers get a touchdown. Chiefs get a field goal. But Ryan, for Green Bay, that stand, the Packers are 21st in the NFL, 26 sacks all year. The Chiefs have given up the fewest sacks in the NFL all year, just 14, but 2 big sacks there helped keep Kansas City out of the end zone.
Well, in this defensive line, when I watch the film, Ryan, they're the most unsung hero of this winning streak, the short winning streak that Green Bay is on. And the 2 players made a difference that jumped out on screen on me were Rashawn Gary and Kenny Clark there on the last play. Gary forcing Mahomes to step up right into the open arms of Clark. And the other thing, too, Ryan, this is the whole first quarter is gone now. So now, if you're the Chiefs, you're saying we have less time to make up if the game continues to go this way. The pressure's on the Packers to still be effective against the Chiefs defense, who no doubt has made some adjustments, especially down 2 starters on their defense.
Harrison Butker kicks a low line drive. Keyshawn Nixon moving to his right. We'll watch that one bounce into the end zone. And the Packers will start at the 25. Well, it was a 13-play drive for Green Bay, a 13-play drive for Kansas City, and 7-3. As the Packers come out first down and 10. Well, if you can't get to a radio to hear us each week, you can listen online to any and every football game we broadcast this season for free by going to our website, westwood1sports.com. First and 10 for Green Bay. Drew Tranquill, leading tackler for the Chiefs, is in the locker room being looked at by the training staff. James Robinson is in the game for Green Bay, just elevated from the practice squad yesterday. He's in the backfield to the right of Jordan Love. Here's the snap. Love fakes the toss. Back to pass with time. Throws left. Got a man wide open. Kraft turns it up across the 40, and he's knocked out of bounds on the far side about the 45 by Brian Cook. Boy, Tucker Kraft all by his lonesome again. They'll give him progress to the 44. It's a gain of 19 on a Packer first down.
And Kraft wide open because of the offset pitch fake action by Jordan Love. He extended the football all the way out, almost giving the defense the image that he actually passed the ball, and then came back, looked left, and found Kraft wide open to the left side on the numbers.
Well, Jordan Love said that he has been looking forward to this start. Remember, his first career start came against the Chiefs at Arrowhead a couple of years ago. He was not great in that game, and he was really looking forward to getting another shot. Here's the snap. They're going to hand it off to Christian Watson on an end around coming right, and Watson will take it across the 45 to the 46. It'll be a gain of 2. George Karlaftis on the stop. Second down and long. In that game where Love filled in for the immunized Aaron Rodgers, Love went 19 to 34 for a $190, a touchdown and a pick. But the Packers did not score in the first 55 minutes of that game, and it was a rough day for a young Jordan Love. There's another Kansas City defender down. This is Justin Reed now, who's going to be checked out by the Chiefs training staff. But really because of that, Love was saying, hey, I'd like to get another shot at this team. I feel like I'm a much better player now than I was then.
Well, and players understand how much a Sunday night performance can change the narrative, not just about your season, but about your career. And make no mistake, Jordan Love is a far better quarterback than he was his first time against the Chiefs. And especially even in the last 4 weeks, he's really excelled in understanding the offense, understanding the concepts, not wasting movements, and really looking off defenders in the passing game. That's been the difference for the Packers offensively, and it's opened up everything else.
Reed is on his feet and walking off under his own power. Charles Omenihu, who left briefly on the last series, is back in. We're told that Tranquill is being evaluated for a concussion in the locker room. And you mentioned it, Ryan. He took that knee from A.J. Dillon right to his ear hole.
Yeah, A.J. Dillon was coming downhill full speed and right knee to right ear hole. Ouch.
Second down 8 from the 46. Love will go under center. Patrick Taylor is the single back. Dobbs in motion from right to left. Love with the hard count. Chiefs don't jump. Love will stand up now. Play clock at 12. Puts his hands to either side of his helmet. Receivers mimic that. Love back under center. Takes the snap. Back on a play fake. Sets his feet. Surveys the field. Throws left side. Got a man. Caught at the 35. Across the 30 and down to the 26. Dontavian Wicks open in the secondary. Shamari Connor, the fourth rounder, made the stop, but it's a gain of 28. Pitch and catch again. This time it's Love to Wicks.
Starts with the offensive line blocking all day long. Jordan Love had, and he found Wicks on an excellent out route, deep out route, downfield. Phenomenal start to this game for the Packers offensively.
They'll mark him down at the 27, first and 10 there. 13:05 to go in the second quarter, 7-3 Green Bay. 2 receivers right, Love in the gun with Taylor to his right. Kraft goes in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. Love, quick throw, right side, caught by Kraft. Turns it up outside the numbers. He's down to the 20 and bullies his way forward into the red zone. Out of bounds on the near side. Brian Cook, Mike Edwards, the safeties, combined to knock him out. They'll give him progress to the 18. It's a gain of 9. It'll be second down and 1.
Kraft like a bowling ball, just rolling down the right sideline for the big gain. But I cannot overstate how much the use of cadence for the Packers is affecting the Chiefs. When you go on 2, when you go on 3, and then you finally go on 1, you take the defense by surprise as they did on that last play, going on 1. And multiple players for the Chiefs were not ready for the play to begin.
Love will line up in the gun. A.J. Dillon to his left. Receivers left and right on second down and 1 from the Kansas City 18. Love bending forward, gets the snap, holds it out, gives it to Dillon straight ahead. Big hole, first down across the 15 and down to about the 14-yard line. Willie Gay with the tackle, gain of 4 for A.J. Dillon, and a Green Bay first down. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
Get daily football news on the players and teams that matter to you on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Along with Ryan Harris and the rest of our great Westwood One crew, Ryan Radke here at Lambeau Field in Green Bay with 11:42 to go in the second quarter. 7-3 Packers, 1st and 10 from the Kansas City 14. Love under center, 2 receivers right, 1 left. Reed in motion from right to left. Here's a handoff to Dillon, running off the right side. Ankle tackle trips him up as he spins across the 10 to the 9. Jack Cochran got just enough of Dillon. It's a gain of 5, but if not for Cochran, A.J. Dillon may be leaping into the front row right about now.
An excellent blocking by the entire right side of that offensive line, John Runyon and Zach Tom. And one of the things, Ryan, about this Chiefs defense that people miss, they actually are one of the worst teams against the run. So hats off to Matt LaFleur, head coach and play caller for the Packers, for designing and sticking with the run that's got them in the red zone.
2nd down 5 from the 9. Justin Reed back out there for Kansas City. Love in the gun, 2 receivers stack right, single man left is Dobbs. Dillon in the backfield to the right of Love. Play clock at 2, now at 1, and Love's going to have to burn a timeout. Well, Matt LaFleur was running down the sideline, but Jordan Love beat him to it. And the Packers call their second timeout of the first half with 10:48 remaining in the second quarter. And Green Bay leading 7-3. Ryan Radke, Ryan Harris here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Lambeau Field. For the ones who get it done, there's Grainger, offering 1 million industrial-grade products, fast delivery, and free technical support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Well, the Packers' offense is getting it done right now, Ryan. Jordan Love is 9 of 9 for 100 yards and a touchdown. A.J. Dillon, 9 carries, 39 yards. Everything Matt LaFleur is dialing up is working beautifully for Green Bay.
Well, when you use cadence, you force the defense to second-guess everything about themselves. And there on that last play before the timeout, they used cadence and saw the blitz coming, and Jordan Love was changing the play.
3 receivers to the left. 2nd down and 5 from the 9. Love in the gun with Dillon to his left side. Kraft is the tight end on the right end of the line. Play clock is down to 3. Here's the snap. Love back to pass. Looking. Throws right side. Incomplete. And that could have been intercepted. That was well behind Christian Watson. Justin Reed was in coverage. And that was the first blunder of the night for Jordan Love. He is fortunate that one's not going the other way. It'll be 3rd and 5.
And credit Charles Omenihu for putting the pressure on Love, who had to throw it falling backwards on his right foot. Hard to be accurate from that position. If he leads Watson on that pass, it might be a touchdown.
Well, really the first time tonight, Ryan, that he's faced any kind of pressure.
Yep.
2 receivers left, single man right, 3rd and 5. Love in the gun with Dillon to his right. Love goes to that hard count. Chiefs don't jump. Play clock at 6. Love again changing something, down to 4, 3, 2, 1. Here's the snap. Love back, looking left, looking middle, steps up in the pocket, throws to the end zone. Caught, touchdown Green Bay. And it's Christian Watson. He came from left to right, and Jordan Love finds him wide open in the middle of the end zone. A 9-yard touchdown strike. And with 10:39 to go in the second quarter, it's Green Bay 13, Kansas City 3, and the extra point try coming up. The Packers are rolling early at Lambeau.
What a fantastic throw from Jordan Love. Steps up in the pocket, gets tripped up, but still throws a dart to the K and Packers in the end zone to the wide open Watson.
Anders Carlson on for the extra point. Here's the snap, ball down. The kick is on the way, and it is good. So the Green Bay Packers with a 14-3 lead with 10:39 to go in the first half. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hey, this is Clay Harbor.
This is Love the Tupu.
It's Bob Popple along with Super Bowl champion Carl Banks.
Hey, NFL fans. This is Solomon Wilcox, former NFL safety and host of the Believe in Bengals podcast. Catch my show and all 32 Believe NFL podcasts on the SiriusXM app. Search Believe, that's BLEAV, plus your team's name on the SiriusXM app and Apple Podcasts. Believe is included with all SiriusXM trials and SiriusXM plans.
Every week, Sunday Night Football is home to the NFL's biggest stars.
Leave everything out on this field.
It is going to be a show in the biggest games. Touchdown! Wow! On the biggest stage. Here we go. Primetime's #1 show.
That's what I'm talking about.
For a record 12 straight years. It is showtime. Sunday Night Football on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Hey, what's going on? This is your boy Kevin Hart, and guess what? I've got my own channel on Sirius XM, Kevin Hart's Laugh Out Loud Radio, channel 96. We play the best stand-up comedy from some of my favorite comedians, and I got my own show. It's called Straight From the Heart, and I host it with a bunch of unattractive friends of mine. They call the Plastic Cup Boys. Every Tuesday and Thursday, real, raw, authentic conversation. 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Laugh Out Loud Radio right here on Sirius XM, channel 96. Don't miss it.
The MLS Cup playoffs have arrived, and there's no better way to keep up with the postseason than with Sirius XM FC. From the flag bearers to the fresh faces.
It's stolen away by Cloud! And Cloud scored!
Hear every playoff match all the way through the 2023 MLS Cup Final.
Ali Mukhtar, the header! There's the hat trick!
It's the MLS playoffs on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Let's check the drive summary sponsored by Dell Technologies. Cyber Monday is Dell's biggest sale of the year. Save on laptops like the XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform and more. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. 8 plays, 75 yards, 4:21 off the clock. 9-yard touchdown pass to Christian Watson. Jordan Love is now 10 of 11 for 109 yards and 2 touchdowns, and the Packers have a 14-3 lead.
I mean, just an unbelievable play by Jordan Love. I mean, anybody listening, try having somebody trip you while your eyes are up and looking downfield as Jordan Love was. The presence in the pocket, the laser of the throw, everything's working for the Packers offensively.
Richie James back to return the kickoff from Anders Carlson. Anders, the younger brother of Daniel Carlson, the Raiders kicker, who was turned into an All-Pro. Carlson with a low end-over-end kick. James will let this sail over his head, bounce in the end zone, and the Chiefs will start at the 25. Meanwhile, for Christian Watson, his 4th touchdown catch of the year. 3rd straight game, Ryan, he's had a touchdown. This is kind of what Watson did last year. Slow out of the gates, went through injuries, and then suddenly just caught fire. Same thing that he's done this year for Green Bay.
Well, one of the big differences in December that people don't realize is that as a player, you're not getting new plays in December. You're typically running the best plays you've ran as an offense, and Green Bay showcasing that offensively early.
Donovan Smith back in at left tackle for the Chiefs. 1st and 10 from their own 25. Mahomes in the gun, takes the snap, handoff Pacheco, running left, and he runs into a wall of green jerseys. Kenny Clark led the charge. He got help from Enag Bari. It'll be a gain of 1 to the 26, and now some pushing and shoving after the play. That'll bring up 2nd down and 9.
And right away, Donovan Smith coming back in, but missing on the left tackle block to the short side. An excellent play to run if you're the Chiefs, but that missed block caused the no gain.
Well, the Chiefs spent a lot of money with Donovan Smith and Jawan Taylor, but it's been uneven results for those guys so far this year.
Jawan Taylor, one of the most penalized tackles in the NFL as well.
2nd down 9, shotgun snap to Mahomes, quick dump left side to Pacheco, running to the outside, grabbed around the ankles, and is able to dive forward to about the 32-yard line. Jonathan Owens hanging on for dear life. It's a gain of 6. And now 3rd down, about 3 coming up here for Kansas City with 9:45 to go in the second quarter. Packers leading 14-3.
If I'm the Chiefs right now, I'm looking for Travis Kelce in the middle of the field on this play.
Officially 3rd and 4. Chiefs will go with trips right, single man left. Edwards-Helaire is in the backfield off to the left of Mahomes.
Kelce's in man-to-man coverage.
Short motion from the right for Kelce. Here's the snap. Mahomes back, looking right, throws right, got a man. That's caught. 1st down across the 35, out to about the 36. Now, Keyshawn Nixon makes the tackle. It was Sky Moore on the catch for a gain of 5. And a Kansas City 1st down. And since Patrick Mahomes took over as the starting quarterback in 2018, nobody has converted 3rd downs at a higher rate than the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, you can't stop them. I mean, how do you stop the pass and the run? And how about Sky Moore, former running back, going to receiver to help his team out, and they're getting the 1st down.
1st down and 10 from the 36. Mahomes goes under center. He's got receivers left and right. Pacheco is the single back. Mahomes pointing at the Green Bay defense, takes the snap. He's back. He'll hand it off to Pacheco. Runs right along the numbers, and he's able to work his way forward out to about the 38. TJ Slayton on the stop for a gain of 2. It'll be 2nd down and 8. Don't miss all the NFL action Thursday night on Amazon Prime Video when the New England Patriots meet the Pittsburgh Steelers. Of course, you can also hear Thursday Night Football each week right here, beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations, on the NFL app, or online at westwood1sports.com. Thursday Night Football is an Aaron Cummins production.
Nice.
2nd down 8. Football at the 38. Mahomes will go under center with two receivers left, single man to the right. Moore racing in motion now from right to left. Here's the snap. Mahomes back on a play fake, sets his feet, throws over the middle. Kelsey wide open at the 50, runs to the 45, diving down to around the Green Bay 40. Darnell Savage made the tackle. They'll give him progress to the 39. That's a gain of 23, and somehow Kelsey was all alone in the middle of the field.
A total breakdown defensively as Kelsey wisely found the soft spot in the zone, caught the ball, and got upfield for about 15 extra yards. And yes, people listening, Taylor Swift is in attendance.
First down and 10 from the Green Bay 39, ball in between the hash marks. Mahomes under center with two receivers to the right. Pacheco is the single back. Now Mahomes back into the shotgun. Moves Pacheco off to his left hip. Play clock down to 5. Here's the snap. Mahomes is back to pass. Looking, rolling to his left. Mahomes looking to run. He will near side across the 35. And he's ridden out of bounds at about the 32 by Corey Ballantyne. Somebody went down over there.
Patrick Mahomes not only makes the rush, but then keeps up the lineman who's holding the first down marker as he's falling down from getting ran over by Patrick Mahomes. What a nice guy, Ryan.
Well, I'm glad he did it because earlier today we saw a scary injury from one of those guys on the sideline. That was in that game between Detroit and New Orleans. Gain of 8 on the run by Mahomes, second down at 2. Mahomes under center, two receivers right, one left. Edwards-Helaire is the single back. 6:52 to go here in the first half. Here's the snap. Handoff Edwards-Helaire running off the right side. Takes it outside the hash marks, and he's close to the first down. Looks like they've got him marked just short. Devondre Campbell on the stop. Gain of a yard. And now 3rd and 1 coming up for the Kansas City Chiefs, trailing 14-3.
And you're not going to see the vaunted tush push from the Chiefs as Patrick Mahomes got injured a couple of years ago against the Broncos doing the quarterback sneak. So Andy Reid threw it out of the playbook.
Of course, you may see him line up in a snow globe or something like that. You never know with Andy Reid.
A couple people twisting and jumping and shouting.
Chiefs 3 of 4 on 3rd down of the game. This is 3rd and a yard. Here's the snap. Handoff Pacheco off the left side. First down inside the 25 and all the way down to the 22. Preston Smith with the tackle. I'll tell you what. There are not many you can say that run harder in the NFL than Isaiah Pacheco. He picks up 7 on that one.
He actually has worked on, as he said, slowing down before hitting the line of scrimmage. He said he recognized he was going too fast, not letting the play develop, but there the perfect timing behind his stud left guard, Joe Thuney, who, oh, by the way, only answered 39 Wonderlic questions to avoid sounding smart. Guess what, Ryan? He got all 39 correct.
Just like you, right?
Absolutely. We can lie on radio, can't we?
First down at 10 from the 22. Twin receivers left and right. Mahomes in the gun. Here's the snap. Back to pass. Throws over the middle, incomplete. Off the hands of Rashee Rice. Corey Ballantyne was in coverage. And that'll bring up second down at 10. I would think as an offensive lineman, you love a guy like Pacheco that runs with some violence.
Absolutely. It makes the defense show where they're going to fill in the run gaps quicker, but it also hurts if he runs into you on the backside. And there on the errant throw, the Chiefs are one of the few teams in the NFL that run and pass plays at the same time. So Mahomes had to get rid of the ball quickly to try and get to save from getting the penalty.
10th play of the drive, second down and 10 from the Green Bay 22. Shotgun snap, quick throw, left side. Kelsey along the numbers across the 20, breaks outside of the 15, and he's diving close to a first down. Let's see where they mark him out. It looks like they're going to give it to him. They're going to put him down at the 12-yard line. Devondre Campbell with the tackle. That will be a gain of 10. It'll be a Chiefs first down as the clock continues to roll. 5:15 to go first half. Packers 14, Chiefs 3. Both offenses have been rolling so far.
And Andy Reid, one of the best coaches at using motion. Travis Kelce does this kind of walking motion, usually to the slot, but they snap the ball a little early to set up that screen to the left.
Mahomes lines up in the gun, slot right, single man left. Pacheco is the running back off to the left of Mahomes. Here's the snap. Mahomes will give it to Pacheco, running between the hash marks across the 10, and he spins his way down to the 8. 4-yard gain. T.J. Slayton, Carl Brooks combine on the stop. Second down and 6 coming up here for Kansas City. We've had just 4 possessions here in the first half as we roll down to 4.5 minutes remaining at Lambeau.
Unbelievable performance by both offenses and their play callers as well, calling the run, forcing the issue. But a huge opportunity for Green Bay here to get a second stop in the red zone to force a field goal.
This is where the Packers were able to get sacks last time Kansas City had it. Again, the Chiefs have given up the fewest sacks in the NFL. Kelsey will motion from right to left. Second down and 6 from the 8. Mahomes in the gun, waits, gets the snap, back to pass, looking, has time, steps up. Mahomes going to run to the 5, takes a shot, and he's down to about the 2. Penalty flag flies from behind the play. Mahomes is close to the first down. Jonathan Owens on the tackle.
Holding Offense, number 52. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
That'll go against Creed Humphrey, the center, and will knock out what might have been a first down run by Mahomes.
An awesome job by Kenny Clark and Devontae Watt on that play. I mean, a holding call right there is as good as a sack for the Green Bay defense. And for the Chiefs, Mahomes was looking for Kelsey in the middle of the field, but phenomenal coverage by Quay Walker forced him to run the football right into the defense.
Move it back to the 18-yard line, second down, 16. 3 receivers right, single man left, that's Kelsey. Mahomes in the gun with Edwards-Helaire to his left. Now he sprints out to the right. Here's the snap. Mahomes, quick throw, right side, caught by Rice. Got a defender on his back as he carries him down to the 11. That was Darnell Savage. That'll go as a gain of 7. And bring up third down now. Third down at about 9 for Kansas City. That ball got to Rashee Rice in a hurry.
Well, and Savage puts his hands on his helmet because the ball went to right where he moved out of. Had he stayed there, that would have been a pick. Got his hand on it anyways, but Rice with the strong hands bringing it in.
Well, this feels like a big play here for Green Bay. They got the penalty to help them out. Can they get off the field and force a field goal attempt? Mahomes will line up in the gun with Edwards-Helaire to his right. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Third down and 9, shotgun snap. Mahomes back to pass, bouncing in the pocket. Looking, chase, hit and sacked again. Preston Smith got home this time. Brings him down at the 16-yard line.
They call that all the way around the block. Smith going all the way upfield on the right side and bending back almost like a boomerang to get Patrick Mahomes.
Loss of 5, third sack of the night for Green Bay. And Harrison Butker is coming out for another 34-yard field goal attempt.
What a defensive stop by the Packers. The second time the Chiefs had first down in their red zone and only coming away with a field goal opportunity.
Butker has made 22 consecutive field goals. Here's the snap, ball down. The kick is on the way from Butker, and it is good. Harrison Butker has tied his own franchise record, his 23rd consecutive made field goal. And with 2:19 to go in the first half, it's the Packers 14 and the Chiefs 6. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 2:19 to go second quarter. Green Bay 14, Kansas City 6. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your fit. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
There are good gifts, and then there are great gifts. I just shopped at Kohl's, and let me tell you, I found some really great gifts. And all for less, like 50% off Cuddle Duds bedding, a Ninja Blast portable blender for under $60, and 30% off toys. Then I got 20% off some of my finds, and I earned Kohl's Cash. Don't just take it from me. Hurry to Kohl's to get the best gifts for everyone on your list. Select styles, toys, coupons do not apply. Some exclusions apply. Offers end December 6th. 20% off valid through December 10th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Scott Graham from our Westwood 1 studios. Look at the Week 13 scoreboard. San Francisco goes into Philly, wipes the floor with the Philadelphia Eagles, 42-19 the final. Lincoln Financial Field today. Meantime, Detroit gets a win on the road in New Orleans, beating the Saints 33-28. Rams win at home over Cleveland, 36-19. Atlanta, a 13-8 winner at the Meadowlands against the New York Jets. Bucks get a much-needed win at home over Carolina, 21-18. Dolphins blow out Washington today, 45-15 in the nation's capital. Meanwhile, it was Houston holding off Denver 22-17. Cardinals go in and beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh, 24-10 the final. Took overtime for Indy to knock off Tennessee, 31-28, and an inoffensive, is that really the right way to put it, game in New England today as the Chargers beat the Patriots 6-0. Well, all the details coming your way just around the bend at halftime. Right now, though, back to Lambeau, Ryan Radke and Ryan Harris.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. 2:19 to go in the second quarter. It's the Packers 14 and the Chiefs 6. Ryan, both offenses have moved the ball great. The difference in this game right now is Green Bay's ability to get sacks in the red zone and force field goal attempts.
And score touchdowns offensively. I mean, phenomenal performance by the defense for the Packers, especially in the red zone, but still pressure on the Packers offense because no lead is safe with the Kansas City Chiefs in the building.
Harrison Butker ready to kick it away to Keyshawn Nixon. High end over end kick. Nixon waiting. He's got a chance to return. He'll take it a yard deep, and he's coming out across the 5. Now to the 10, 15, 20. Nixon puts his head down, drives to about the 23, and is dropped right there. And that's where the Packers will start first down and 10. COVID-19 can keep you on the sidelines. If you're more likely to get very sick from COVID, ask your doctor if prescription oral treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com, sponsored by Pfizer. Well, let's see if the Packers can put together another drive. I mean, so far, they have been rolling. Jordan Love, 10 of 11, 109 yards, couple of touchdowns. A.J. Dillon, 9 carries, 39 yards. Love spreading it around, getting a lot of guys involved. They'll go under center here, 1st and 10, 2 receivers left, single man right. James Robinson is the single back. Love takes the snap. He's back. He'll hand it off. Robinson running right side, and he's able to get forward to the 25. Willie Gay wraps him up. That'll be a gain of 2. It'll bring up 2nd down and 8. And the Packers and Chiefs are both content to let the clock tick down to 2 minutes, and we have reached the 2-minute warning here at Lambeau. With the score, the Packers 14, the Chiefs 6. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Get ready for holiday feast season with Pepto-Bismol.
Uncle Derek's here with his famous fried turkey. Hey, Aunt Mary brought the mac and cheese. Donna's here with the potato salad.
Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief for unexpected stomach upsets. So enjoy the holidays. Pepto has you covered, no matter who made the potato salad.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, and diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football.
This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM.
Selling online is a lot like football. You need guts. You need stamina. You need conversions. Touchdown! And Shopify is the best converting checkout on the planet. Now, we're not just talking 2-point conversions. Shopify's checkout converts up to 36% better than other leading e-commerce platforms. So whether you're just starting out or scaling up, score more sales with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
Packers 14, Chiefs 6 with 2 minutes to go in the first half. Well, this week, NFL players are wearing customized cleats in honor of the causes they support through My Cause, My Cleats. Visit NFL.com/MyClause, to hear player stories, bid on their custom cleats for charity, and learn more about how they're making a difference in their communities. That's NFL.com/MyCause, My Cleats. And my partner Ryan Harris is wearing his customized shoes here tonight. Tell us about the cause you're supporting.
Yeah, I'm supporting Athletics and Beyond, a great organization in Denver that not only gets kids registered into these 7-on-7 leagues, volleyball, basketball, and boxing, but also gives them tutoring, educational resources, and feeds them after school, as of course we know that's a big issue for kids getting some nutrition. So I love the organization. Visit athleticsandbeyond.org, and thanks for the opportunity, and thanks to the NFL for allowing players and broadcasters to shine light on some of these great organizations nationwide.
Yeah, what a great idea to let players wear these customized cleats, which of course draw a lot of attention. They look really cool, and then give them a chance to talk about some of these causes and bring them some national attention.
Yeah, it's phenomenal, and everybody has a cause they believe in, and a fun aspect of the NFL to be able to showcase it.
Packers 2nd down and 8 from their own 25. Love in the gun, 2 receivers left, single man right. Patrick Taylor is the running back off to the right of Love. Play clock at 7 as Love walks toward the line of scrimmage, now falls back into the gun, points with his right hand, leans forward, left foot in front of right, takes the snap, back to pass, looks left, throws left, caught by Dobbs up at the 30-yard line, and he is thrown down right there by L'Jarius Sneed. Gain of 5, and that'll bring up 3rd down and 3. First catch of the night for Romeo Dobbs, second-year man out of Nevada.
And the clock keeps running. The Packers have one timeout, but they want to score on this drive as the Chiefs get the ball to start the third quarter.
Trips right, single man left. Love in the gun with Taylor to his left. 3rd down and 3 for Green Bay. 1:34 on a churning game clock. Love goes to that hard count again. Hasn't gotten the Chiefs to jump yet.
A hard 3 count. Oftentimes, quarterbacks don't give a play for the first 2 snap counts.
Play clock down to 7. Love back in the gun. Waits, gets the snap. Back to pass. Love looking. Throws right side. Got a man. Watson makes the catch and tumbles out of bounds at the 38. Defender fell down. Joshua Williams was in coverage. He lost his footing. And Christian Watson able to make the catch for a gain of 8.
Excellent adjustment to where the football was by Watson. Watson broke off his route about 4 yards beyond where the ball was thrown, came back to the football, and as you mentioned, Ryan, rolled out of bounds to stop the clock.
Clock stopped, 1:16 to go. Packers have it 1st down and 10. Ball resting in between the 38 and the 39. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Love waits in the gun with Taylor to his left. Kraft in motion from the right. Here's the snap. Handoff Taylor running right outside the numbers. Trying to turn the corner and does. Spins out of a tackle. And he dives forward to about the 45-yard line. Willie Gay and Jack Cochran combine on the stop after a gain of 6. 2nd down and 4. Clock continues to move. Packers will hustle to the line. As Ryan mentioned, they have 1 timeout. Love lines up in the shotgun. Slot left, single man right. That's Watson. Love looks over the Kansas City defense. Takes the snap. Handoff. Taylor running right across the 50. 45-40. Outside the numbers 35. And down to about the 32. Brian Cook with the tackle. All kinds of room for Patrick Taylor, who rips off a run of 23.
Phenomenal vision by Taylor. I think he's their best running back style player at the position. Really hit the hole with speed, gliding out and wisely getting down in bounds, forcing the Chiefs to call their first timeout.
Yeah, Kansas City spends a timeout with 28 seconds on the game clock as the Packers have moved into scoring position. And Ryan, we hear about play callers getting into a rhythm. Boy, it sure seems like Matt LaFleur is in a rhythm right now. We'll talk about it when we come back. 28 seconds to go in the first half. 14-6 Green Bay. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, host of You Better You Bet on the BetQL Network, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern.
What is the BetQL Network?
The BetQL Network is where the smartest sports betting talk meets the most entertaining sports betting talk. We call it Wagertainment.
Not bury the lead here. Folks, Jenks is 7-0 this week.
I love ugly football. This is so degenerate. Is this a live betting game?
Listen to the BetQL Network anywhere and anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app, or watch us on twitch.tv/BetQL, presented by the King of Sportsbooks.
For the ones who keep stadiums buzzing and shop floors running, there's Grainger. Keep your operations humming with professional-grade maintenance, safety, and industrial products from Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, Grainger can help you stay on top of your game. Not sure exactly what you need? Huddle up with Grainger's product specialists. They'll tackle your toughest questions to help you move your team forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
There are good gifts, and then there are great gifts. I just shopped at Kohl's, and let me tell you, I found some really great gifts. And all for less, like 50% off Cuddle Duds bedding, a Ninja Blast portable blender for under $60, and 30% off toys. Then I got 20% off some of my finds, and I earned Kohl's Cash. Don't just take it from me. Hurry to Kohl's to get the best gifts for everyone on your list. Select styles, toys, coupons do not apply. Some exclusions apply. Offers end December 6th. 20% off valid through December 10th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. And great shaves start with Barbasol Shaving Cream. For whatever your day brings, start it off right with the American original, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Barbasol. Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A reminder to stay with us for the Sunday Night Football halftime report with Scott Graham. Scott will check all the scores and highlights from Week 13 of the NFL season coming up at the half. They put 4 seconds back on the clock, so 32 seconds to go before the break. Packers lead the Chiefs 14-6. They've got it 1st and 10 at the Kansas City 32, still with a timeout. And before we were so rudely interrupted by that break, Ryan, we were talking about Matt LaFleur really finding a rhythm as a play caller tonight.
And it starts with sticking with the run. All these offensive coordinators in the NFL want to show how smart they are with pass plays, but you force defenses to be physical and keep their attention somewhere else when you run the ball as much as the Packers have tonight.
2 receivers left and right. Love is in the gun. He'll bring Watson in motion from the right. So trips now to the left. Love looks over that Kansas City defense. Leans forward, goes to the hard count. Flag flies. Yeah, the Packers jumped.
Looks like a wide receiver. Might even be Watson.
False start. Offense, number 11. 5-yard penalty. First down.
It's actually going to be Jaden Reed that flinched on the outside. So Love has yet to get the Chiefs to jump. At that time, he got his own man. And that penalty right there takes the Packers back to at least the edge, if not out of field goal range.
And it's always something that frustrates coaches when they watch the play and the receiver gets the offsides because they're watching the football. They can't even hear the snap count.
Trips left, single man right, 1st and 15 now from the Kansas City 37. Love gets the snap, back to pass, rush coming. Love in trouble, throws right side, incomplete. Just had to get rid of that one. Only the second time tonight he's been under pressure. This time it came from the All-Pro Chris Jones. And with 29 seconds to go, it'll be 2nd down and 15.
And Chris Jones won right off the snap against John Runyon. Jordan Love saw it, wisely got rid of the football before giving up the sack.
Well, just the second incompletion for Jordan Love. The Packers have not had a single negative play yet in the first half. They've had 2 plays of 0 yards, but have yet to have a negative play.
Excellent production.
2 receivers to the left, 2 receivers right, 2nd down, 15. Love is in the gun with Taylor to his right side. Here's the snap. Love back to pass. Looking, pressured again. Rolling to his right, looking down the field, and he throws it away. Incomplete. So again, Jordan Love nowhere to go with the football, just gets rid of it. Willie Gay providing the heat that time. 22 seconds to go. 3rd and 15. Now if you're Matt LaFleur, Ryan, are you thinking about just trying to get maybe 6-7 yards to get an easier field goal for Carlson? Or are you still looking for the first down?
I'm looking for the first down and the end zone, Ryan. Look, you got to score touchdowns against the Chiefs. You can't trust any first half score. And more than anything, you got to let your players know that you are anticipating winning this game by being aggressive all game long.
It'd be about a 55-yarder from here. Carlson's season long is 52. Love will line up in the gun. He's got 3 receivers left, 2 to the right, including Robinson. Here's the snap. They're going to pitch it inside to Robinson running left, and that's going nowhere, and there's a negative play. Kansas City calls timeout. Jack Cochran on the stop. 18 seconds to go. They tried a little shovel pass inside to Robinson, and the Chiefs were all over it. It loses 2 yards. And now you wonder if the Packers are going to just try to heave something to the end zone, if they would think about punting. Carlson is out there, but again, I mean, now we're talking about a field goal that is much longer than his season long.
Now, I think you punt it here if you're the Packers. You do not want to miss the field goal. Give the Chiefs, even with, call it 16 seconds and a timeout, you don't want to give them that field position. So I'd punt it if I was the Packers.
Yeah, and here comes Daniel Whelan now to punt.
I love when they listen to our broadcast in the game, Ryan.
Well, you know, I think it's nice that Matt LaFleur has you in his ear and is taking your advice.
He knows how intelligent we are up here at Westwood 1.
But for the Chiefs, I mean, this is a lift, Ryan. The way the Packers have moved the ball to keep Green Bay from scoring again before the half, that's a positive for them to take into the locker room.
And the only positive for the defense so far tonight.
So Whelan on to punt. Richie James waiting at the 10. Whelan's got it, drops the nose of the football, hits an end-over-end punt. James will let it go over his head. It's going to bounce inside the 10, and the Packers corral it around the 2. And they down it there with 9 seconds to go. So well executed by Green Bay. As that ball bounced at about the 9-yard line. Looks like they'll down it to 3. So that'll be a punt of 36 yards and no return. Just announced this week, don't miss the Saturday Showdown triple header in Week 15 on NFL Network. Vikings-Bengals, followed by Steelers-Colts, and Broncos-Lions in primetime. Coverage begins at 1 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, December 16th. Of course, you can hear our broadcast of all 3 of those games on many of these same stations, on the NFL app or online at westwood1sports.com. So 9 seconds to go for Kansas City. You taking a knee and going to the locker room here. Chiefs will have the ball to start the second half.
Well, and it's very dangerous. Anytime you line up in the end zone, everybody's panic meter is high in the huddle. So I anticipate either a kneel down or a quick run to make sure it's quick hitting and out of that end zone. Might even have Patrick Mahomes start under center to make sure that ball doesn't go too far backwards.
Well, the Chiefs are lining up in that formation where they are just going to take a knee. Mahomes a quick snap, drops to his knee. Both teams will head to the locker room, and the Packers with a 14-6 lead and offense-dominated half for both teams. Green Bay an 8-point edge going to the locker room.
A phenomenal way for Green Bay to start the game, and the message, if you're Matt LaFleur, when you get in that locker room, is do not take your foot off the gas. Continue to dominate offensively and defensively. And if you're the Chiefs, you got to find some answers and let the players know right away you have the solution to the current problem of losing the game.
That's the end of the first half with the score: the Packers 14 and the Chiefs 6. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our studios with the halftime report. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps?
Done.
And drop off these packages?
Sure thing, honey.
Ooh, and get the tracking info.
Got it.
But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. We've reached halftime of Sunday Night Football at Lambeau Field. The Green Bay Packers, an efficient offensive first half. A couple of big drives lead the Kansas City Chiefs 14-6. Let's check the NFL scoreboard for Week 13, sponsored by Prilosec OTC. Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production that can cause heartburn. One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief. Well, they've been waiting for this game for a while in the NFC after the championship game last year in which the Eagles knocked out Brock Purdy and then blew out the San Francisco 49ers. Today, Philly playing at home against the Niners ran out to a 6-0 lead, and that's when the running stopped for the home team. Just getting started for the visitors. San Francisco scored on 6 straight possessions. Touchdowns, all of them. They blow out Philadelphia today, 42-19 in Philly. Brock Purdy, 314 yards and 4 touchdowns. Deebo Samuel, as you might expect, played a big part in this game. 116 yards receiving, 138 total yards, and 3 total touchdowns. You know, he was a guy doing a lot of chirping during the course of the week this week, but he says, come on.
Oh, I ain't gonna lie, I was in that zone like all week long. For us, like, you know, they beat us in the NFC Championship, and, you know, at the end of the day, like, talking trash, I mean, this is part of the game. Hopefully nobody took it to heart, because it's just all fun and games at the end of the day.
Deebo, I live in Philly. They took it to heart. San Francisco now 9-3 on the year. Philly falls to 10-2. Jalen Hurts, a touchdown pass and a touchdown run today with the Eagles held to 46 yards on the ground. Detroit on the road today in New Orleans taking on the Saints. They ran out to a 21-0 lead in this game before New Orleans came back. And Detroit had to find another gear late.
Goff fakes the give, goes end around. Now they flip it on the second back coming around. That is Jameson Williams inside the 15, inside the 10, dives into the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. A little razzle-dazzle to number 9 who did a swan dive into the end zone, and the Lions have extended their lead.
Dan Miller and Lomas Brown, the Detroit Lions radio network. Detroit wins at 33-28. Jared Goff, a couple of touchdown passes in this ball game. Amon-Ra St. Brown, just 2 catches for 49 yards, but one of them went for a touchdown. Detroit's now 9-3 for the first time since 1962. They're still in play for the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. Derek Carr left this game with an injury, threw for 226 while he was in at a touchdown. New Orleans falls to 5-7. Guess what? The Rams are still in the mix for this thing, at least for the playoff race. Matthew Stafford had a big game today, threw for 279 yards and 3 touchdowns against the Cleveland defense as the Rams win by a score of 36-19. Puka Nacua, 4 catches for 105 yards and a 70-yard touchdown. He now has the most receiving yards in a season by a Rams rookie as L.A. improves to 6-6. Joe Flacco became the oldest Brown ever to throw a touchdown pass. Got the start today, played pretty well, but Cleveland falls to 7-5. It was ugly today in the Meadowlands, but the Atlanta Falcons beat the New York Jets 13-8 the final. Desmond Ridder back in the starting role, threw for just 121 yards on the day, but a touchdown. That turned out to be enough because the Jets couldn't manage a touchdown on the day. Tim Boyle played half the game, or a little bit more than that, benched in the fourth quarter. Trevor Siemian came on to finish up, but the Jets, 10 offensive touchdowns now through 12 games. It's the fewest by any team in the last 30 seasons. Atlanta's 6-6. The Jets are 4-8. And Tampa Bay had been in a free fall, but they got themselves right today because the 1-10 Carolina Panthers came to town. Tampa wins 21-18 at home as Baker Mayfield throws for a score, and Mike Evans goes for 162 yards receiving and that touchdown. Tampa Bay now 5-7. That halts a string of 6 out of 7 losses for the home team. The other side, the Panthers got rid of Frank Reich as their head coach this week. Not a whole lot changed for them. Bryce Young throws for 178 yards, no touchdowns. Carolina's now 1-11 on the season. Our halftime score, Green Bay 14, Kansas City 6. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hey, this is Howard Bender from the Fantasy Alarm Show. Catch me and the GM Jim Bowden weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern. All week long, we bring you the best in fantasy insights around. We're all the fantasy football deliciousness you need to help you crush your fantasy football leagues this season. Plus, we share our favorite picks for DFS and betting. Oh, and don't forget about Jukebox Monday, the Wheel of Randomness, and all your favorites. That's the Fantasy Alarm Show weeknights from 5 to 7 p.m. Eastern, Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87.
Ring in the holidays with the perfect gift for the golfer in your life with Golf Now gift cards. Personalize your message and choose when you want it delivered. Perfect for last-minute gifting. Your favorite golfer can pick from 11,000 courses to celebrate their next round. This is the easiest way to make their holidays merry and bright. Buy a Golf Now gift card instantly on golfnow.com or in the Golf Now app.
Don't miss the all-new Rise and Shine, a SiriusXM podcast.
This is Adam Shine. Every Wednesday morning, we're going to make you remember why you love sports. The crack of the bats, the smell of the grass, the thrill of a buzzer beater, the heroes, the underdogs, the moments you remember forever. Join me, Bob Stu, and the most interesting guests in sports for the all-new Rise and Shine.
Download Rise and Shine right now on the SXM app. Available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. That's SCHEIN.
Hey, what's going on? This is your boy Kevin Hart, and guess what? I've got my own channel on Sirius XM, Kevin Hart's Laugh Out Loud Radio, Channel 96. We play the best stand-up comedy from some of my favorite comedians, and I got my own show. It's called Straight from the Heart, and I host it with a bunch of unattractive friends of mine. They call the Plastic Cup Boys. Every Tuesday and Thursday, real, raw, authentic conversation, 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Laugh Out Loud Radio right here on Sirius XM, Channel 96. Don't miss it.
Back at the Sunday Night Football halftime show, 8-point lead for Green Bay here at the break. Earlier today in D.C., Miami, a team that has all kinds of offense going up against Washington, a team that does not have a strong defense. You pretty much knew how this was going to go, and that's pretty much how it went. Miami led 31-7 at halftime. They win 45-15 today. Tua Tagovailoa throws for 280 and 2 scores to Tyreek Hill. How good is this guy? 5 catches, 157 yards, and 2 big touchdowns on the day as Miami improves to 9-3. Once again, if Kansas City were to lose tonight, Miami would go into Week 14 as the number 1 seed in the AFC. Washington falls to 4-9. Houston and Denver had quite a duel today between teams right on the outside edge of the AFC playoff race, and Houston hangs on to a 22-17 win at home over the Denver Broncos, who had won 5 in a row coming in. C.J. Stroud threw for 274. Kiddo, how did it feel to win the game?
It shows our resilience again. We're going to fight to the end, and it's not always going to be perfect. No game is ever perfect. We definitely got to clean some things up, but I think we're taking steps in certain areas that we needed to, and y'all just keep it going. It's hard to win after Thanksgiving, man. It's playoff football. It's already started. The tournament's already started, so we got to just keep it going and stack these wins.
Bad news for Houston. Tank Dell, the wonderful rookie, left the game with a leg injury. Reports say it's a fractured fibula, and he could very well be out for the season. Houston 7-5, Denver is 6-6. Arizona went into Pittsburgh today and beat the Steelers 24-10. Cardinals haven't won a game in Pittsburgh since they were the St. Louis Cardinals in 1969. Kyler Murray throws for a touchdown. James Conner, the former Steeler, runs for 2. Arizona improves to 3-10. The bad news for Pittsburgh, aside from their 7-5 record, Kenny Pickett left with an ankle injury, might miss multiple games. Came down to overtime today at Nissan Stadium in Nashville between Indy and Tennessee.
Minshew out of the gun. Shotgun snap. Looks to his right. In the end zone throws Michael Pittman. Touchdown! Touchdown, Michael Pittman! Ball game! I-N-D-Y! Michael Pittman into the end zone from Gardner Minshew. And the Colts win 31-28 in Nashville. Yes, sir!
Matt Taylor and Rick Venturi, the fan, at 97.1 Hank FM in Indianapolis. 31-28 the final as Indy improves to 7-5, very much in the playoff race. Good day for Derrick Henry. While he was in the ball game, he had a couple of touchdowns, but Tennessee falls to 4-8. And there's not much to say about what happened at Gillette Stadium today because if you're a fan of offense, not much happened. Chargers got a pair of field goals in the second quarter. That's it. 6-0 the final score as L.A. wins this ball game and improves to 5-7 on the year. And you've got a team right now, the Patriots, first team to lose 3 straight games despite allowing 10 or fewer points in each of those games since the 1938 Chicago Cardinals. New England, it just gets worse and worse. They are now 2-10 on the year. Our halftime score, Green Bay 14, Kansas City 6. When we return, Ryan Radke and Ryan Harris will have the second half kickoff. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults. Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Ryan Radke, Ryan Harris back in Green Bay. Halftime, Packers on top of the Chiefs by a score of 14-6. Let's check the halftime stats, sponsored by Indeed. You don't need a job platform, you need a hiring partner. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Well, the Packers outgained the Chiefs in that first half. 193 yards for Green Bay, 138 for Kansas City. Jordan Love was 13 of 16 for 121 yards and a couple of touchdowns. Patrick Mahomes, 9 of 11 for 83 yards, but 3 Packers sacks held the Chiefs to 2 Harrison Butker field goals each from 34 yards out. So 14-6, Kansas City will get the ball to start the second half. Both offenses great in that first half. Ryan, what do you look for in the second half to decide this thing?
I think the Chiefs are going to go more to their tight ends. I expect some passes to Noah Gray and Travis Kelce. 2 tight end sets always hurt a defense. And then for the Packers, continue to run the ball and score touchdowns. You're going to have to continue to score touchdowns to win this game against the Chiefs.
Richie James back deep to return the kickoff from Anders Carlson. 30 minutes remaining here at Lambeau Field. Packers trying to get to 6-6. Chiefs trying to go to 9-3. Carlson will kick it away from our right to our left. James standing with his heels at the goal line. Carlson lifts his right hand on the approach to the football. And an end-over-end kick. James waiting for it. He will take this one. No, he won't. He was right at the goal line. Let it go over his head. It bounced about 2 yards deep in the end zone. And the Chiefs will start 1st and 10 at the 25. Well, Patrick Mahomes was Patrick Mahomes in that first half. Again, 9 of 11, 83 yards. Isaiah Pacheco is averaging almost 8 yards per carry. Not much for Andy Reid to complain about other than not being able to find the end zone when they got inside the 20.
And red zone production always goes back to what worked best in the drive, and the Chiefs just choosing not to run the football enough in the red zone, in my opinion.
First down and 10. Mahomes in the gun, takes the snap, play fake, back to pass, looking, throws left side, wide open at the 40 as Kelce cuts right to the 45, and he's out to about the 46. That's the second time tonight that Kelce has just been all alone in the secondary. Gain of 21.
And Kelce asking to be relieved as he's limping slowly back to the sideline. Excellent play fake. Two offensive players in the backfield. Mahomes puts it to his belly and finds the wide open Kelsey for the first down.
Boy, and those are those plays. You just wonder, how do you leave that guy all alone?
Unacceptable.
Two receivers to the right, 1st and 10. Shotgun snap to Mahomes, back to pass, looking left, looking right, now rolling to his right, being chased. Flag is down. Mahomes throws. That pass is caught. Pacheco makes the catch. He's across the Green Bay 45 and goes sliding out of bounds at about the 43.
Holding. Offense, number 74. 10-yard penalty. First down.
But that's against Juwan Taylor, who you mentioned earlier, Ryan, the most penalized player in the National Football League, the 15th accepted penalty against Taylor this year.
And an obvious holding call as Patrick Mahomes broke the pocket. Taylor held the right shoulder of Rashawn Gary, who then put up his left hand to show the refs, got the call before the play even over. Juwan Taylor trying to argue with the ref, but a hold all day. I could see it from up here in the booth, Ryan.
I'll tell you what, those defensive ends are getting really good, like NBA players, showing the referees, look, I'm being held.
Acting classes pay off.
Two receivers to the right. Here's the snap. Mahomes is going to hand it off. Kadarius Toney sweeping to the left, takes it outside the numbers. He's out across the Kansas City 45 to the 46. There are multiple flags on the field, one on each side of the line of scrimmage.
I think you're going to get the offense not set. And this is what happens in the NFL. You got to pay attention.
Illegal shift. Offense. Not all 11 plays were set prior to the snap. 5-yard penalty. First down.
And that's self-inflicted for the Chiefs. You, as Patrick Mahomes, have to give just even a heartbeat for your players to get set. So a little lackadaisical in the details for the Chiefs here early in the third quarter.
So that'll move it back to the 31 of Kansas City and make it first down and 25. Mahomes will line up in the gun. He's got two receivers to the right. One left. Kelsey back in the ball game. Motions from left to right. Mahomes lifts his right leg, takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Pacheco, running between the hash marks. And Pacheco lost the football. And it's recovered by Kansas City back at the 31. Pacheco was near the 34.
Was down by contact.
He got bent over backwards, and he is down and hurt.
So they'll say that Pacheco was down by contact before he lost the ball. It's a gain of 3. It'll bring up 2nd and 22. Pacheco is able to hop up, and he is walking off to the far sideline. Trainers on either side. We will step out for a quick break. With 13:26 to go in the third quarter, Packers 14, Chiefs 6. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Don't miss a new episode this week of Forward Progress, a conversation on race and sports in America with Jason Jackson and Kirk Morrison.
We have a lot of staffing on the basketball side that involves women, but the head coaching job, that's going to be the holy grail. The first person to move into that spot as a woman. And I think that it will happen in our time as we observe the NBA.
Check out Forward Progress. New episodes each Wednesday on the Sirius XM app, included with all of our trials and popular plans. Just search Forward Progress.
High speed, high tech, and filled with high flyers. Formula One is the world's most elite motorsports league. I'm Sarah Eisen, and my new CNBC documentary, Inside Track, The Business of Formula One, takes a detailed look at what's fueling F1's popularity and who's profiting. You'll hear from the biggest names in the sport, including executives, drivers, and sponsors. Follow the Squawk on the Street podcast and listen to Inside Track, The Business of Formula One, now.
This is Brandon Marshall, a.k.a. The Beast from I Am Athlete.
And this is Ashley Nicole Moss. Every weekday, hear us talking sports, culture, and more with Paper Route on the I Am Athlete podcast feed. There isn't anybody who has a chemistry quite like myself and Brandon Marshall.
That's what makes all of these shows great is the personalities. Check us out every weekday on YouTube or download Paper Route as part of the I Am Athlete podcast feed on the SXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Christopher Mad Dog Russo here. Familiar? You should be. Well, now you can catch Mad Dog's Daily Bite each day as a podcast, where you'll hear my thoughts and opinions on the biggest topics around the world of sports. NFL, baseball, golf, NBA, even the hockey. That you know you can count on. That's Mad Dog's Daily Bite. Drops daily anywhere you get your podcasts. And you can also hear me weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern on Mad Dog Unleashed, Sirius XM Channel 82, or anytime on the SXM app.
Ryan Radke, Ryan Harris here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Lambeau Field. Huddle up with Grainger to get more done. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by one of over 250 branch locations. Isaiah Pacheco looks like he's okay. In fact, he tried to re-enter the game, but he has to stay out for at least one play. Chiefs have a second down at 22. They've got it to the Packer 34, trailing 14-6 early here in the third quarter. Two receivers left, single man right. Mahomes in the gun with backs on either side. Takes the snap, back to pass, swings it out left side. Caught by Rashee Rice. Rice to the 35, and he's able to lean forward out to about the 38 with a Packer defender hanging on his leg. Devondre Campbell gets credit for the tackle. Gain of 4. It'll bring up third and long, 3rd and 18 for Kansas City. And Wanye Morris is back in on the offensive line now for the Chiefs.
Yeah, the starting left tackle, Donovan Smith, out, and you would love your starting left tackle on 3rd and 16.
Kansas City 4 of 6 on third down tonight. This is 3rd and 18. Three receivers right, including Rice, who goes in motion to the left, now back out to the right. Mahomes takes the shotgun snap, back to pass against the three-man rush, has time, pulls it down, runs left, now flips it downfield. Kelsey wide open, makes the catch, and slides down at the Green Bay 35. Jonathan Owens with the tackle, and the Chiefs convert on 3rd and 18. They pick up 27.
How does he do it? Patrick Mahomes standing with all day in the pocket, excellent protection by the offensive line, starts going up, and a toe drag pass as he keeps his feet behind the line of scrimmage to find a wide open Kelsey. What a play.
First out and 10 for Kansas City. They'll go with two receivers right, two to the left. Noah Gray will go in motion to the right, so trips to that side. Pacheco is the running back off to Mahomes' left. Here's the snap. Handoff Pacheco. Starts right, cuts back left across the 30-yard line. Running hard, spinning out of tackles inside the 25 and all the way down to the 24. An 11-yard run for Pacheco. Enagbari with the tackle. But my goodness, Isaiah Pacheco, a violent run to gain 11 and move the sticks.
Well, started slow, jumped to his left, and just accelerated right through the Packers defenders to get that first down. What a run by Isaiah Pacheco, and the finish.
Packers try to substitute here as the Chiefs line up. Two receivers right, one left. Kelsey is a wing to the left, goes in motion to the right, now back out to the left. First out of 10, Mahomes has the snap, quick throw right side, caught by Rice outside the numbers to the 15, and Rice is knocked out of bounds around the 10. Boy, an easy pitch and catch there. Rashee Rice all the way to the 11-yard line for a gain of 13. Doesn't get much easier than that for Kansas City.
Well, the problem hasn't been getting to the red zone. It's been finishing in the red zone for the Chiefs tonight, who have been able to only kick field goals their last two trips. So another battle of wills here on the 11-yard line as it starts with first down.
And as we talked about in the first half, the key for the Packers was getting sacks in the red zone. Something they have not done much this year, but 3 sacks tonight. First and 10 from the 11. Here's the snap. Handoff Pacheco. Runs right along the numbers. And Pacheco again dragging tacklers. And he's down to about the 5. Enagbari with the stop. Gain of 6. That'll bring up second down and 4 with 10:35 to go in the third quarter. 14-6 Green Bay. But Kansas City is threatening.
Well, we talked about it to come out of that halftime, starting the third quarter, said the Chiefs have to run the football in the red zone, and they're on first down. Andy Reid calling the run to force the issue against the Packers defense.
Kelsey will line up in the backfield now to Mahomes' right, Pacheco to his left. Kelsey motions to the left end of the line. Mahomes waits in the shotgun. Rice in motion from right to left. Mahomes lifts his right leg, takes the snap, quick throw, left side, caught by Rice, turns it up, driving forward, down to the 1.
Balls out.
He lost the football. They're going to say he's down. They're saying he's down. The Packers are saying it's our ball, but the official emphatically saying that Rice was down.
By contact. The result of the play is a first down.
He looked down to me from up here in the booth, but as I watched the replay, yes, he was down. His right elbow came down. Ground cannot cause the fumble.
Yeah, no doubt. Quick snap, handoff Pacheco, running left, walks into the end zone, touchdown Kansas City. There's 3 different penalty flags on the field.
The Chiefs had a penalty their last time in the red zone. We'll see who this goes against, and the Packers are celebrating.
Officials are huddling up. Meanwhile, Pacheco just tried to do a Lambeau leap and got shoved back down for his troubles.
For the defense, illegal substitution, 12 players. Offside defense. Those penalties are declined. The result of the play is a touchdown.
So Isaiah Pacheco's 1-yard touchdown run has brought Kansas City to within 2, and they're going to try to tie the game right here.
Well, the Chiefs went up tempo, caught us by surprise here up in the booth because 3 defenders for the Packers were leaving the field. They snapped the ball, get the penalty, doesn't matter. As Pacheco runs across the goal line. He needs a little help, though, on that Lambeau leap, Brian. He got stonewalled by the wall there in the Lambeau leap. But here go the Chiefs on a 2-point conversion.
Packers had 13 on the field at the snap. And still Pacheco went in untouched. Kansas City now will line up in the I. Blake Bell, the third tight end, is the fullback. They've got receivers left and right. Kelsey is a wing to the right side. Mahomes under center. The ball is on the left hash. Bell motions out to the left end of the line. Pacheco now is the single back. Here's the snap. They're going to hand it off. Pacheco running left, trying to turn the corner. Can't do it. He's stacked up around the 4. And the 2-point conversion is no good. And the Packers maintain the lead with 9:39 to go in the third quarter. It's the Packers 14 and the Chiefs 12.
I would have liked them to kick the field goal there. Yes, you couldn't have tied it up, but you converted on a 3rd and 18 on that drive. Give the reward to your players, and now you feel like you came up short as you jog back to the sideline.
9:39 to go in the third. Green Bay 14, Kansas City 12. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Football is a game of inches, and while we've advanced the ball down the field, our efforts to achieve equality are still far from the goal. But we are in it for the long haul. For years, P&G has used its voice to shine a light on inequalities and bias, and through sustained and meaningful actions, change is being made. P&G is dedicated to improving the future of boys and men of color, supporting the success of black women entrepreneurs, expanding efforts that will improve the child care industry in the U.S., and much more. So we invite you to join us and take action to ensure the home field advantage is everyone's advantage. Go to pg.com/takeonrace to learn more. Read, watch, donate, and engage in the quest for a more equitable world for everyone.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Lowe's knows how to save pros time and money. Right now, get up to 40% off vanities. And there's more. Get up to 50% off select tools and accessories from trusted top brands like DeWalt and Craftsman. Visit us in-store or online for more deals you can't beat. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. About 11/30 through 12/6. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
You gotta love sports. Listen to Shine on Sports with me, Adam Shine, every weekday from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Time to check the schedule of games coming up on Westwood One, sponsored by Hulu Plus Live TV. Tomorrow night, the Bengals in Jacksonville to take on the Jags. Then on Thursday night, the Patriots will visit the Steelers. Next Sunday night, we'll be in Dallas as the Cowboys host the Philadelphia Eagles. Hulu has live sports. Watch football games all season long with over 90 live channels. Get Hulu Plus Live TV today. Live TV plan required. Restrictions apply. Access content from each service separately and select ESPN Plus content via Hulu. Learn more at hulu.com. 2-point game, 14-12 Green Bay. Chiefs with a 9-play, 75-yard scoring drive capped off by the Pacheco 1-yard run. 11 for 75 for Pacheco tonight and a touchdown. As Harrison Butker, it's an end-over-end kick. Nixon moving to his right. He's got it a yard deep, and he's coming out across the 5 to the 10. Cuts left to the 15, all the way across to the near side, 20, 25. Stutter step move across the 30. Then he's run out of bounds up at about the 32. So the NFL's leader in kickoff return yardage, Keyshawn Nixon, caught that ball stumbling backwards, ran all the way across the field from right to left, and all the way out to the 33 where the Packers will start 1st and 10.
And that's one of those where the next-gen stats shows you he ran 80 yards to make that short game, but really incredible speed, turning that corner, getting upfield, and helping your team. Even 5-6 yards makes a huge difference for the offense to start off the drive.
A.J. Dillon will start as the running back. Love goes under center. 2 receivers left, single man to the right. Sims, the tight end, who has a touchdown catch tonight, motions from left to right. Love takes the snap. He's back on a play fake. Sets his feet. Has time. Surveys the field. Looking. Swings it out left side. Dillon makes the catch. Cuts inside across the 35. Back outside to the 40. Spins his way across the 45. And he's upended there at the 47. Brian Cook made the tackle, but he took the worst of it, and he is in some pain.
This would be the second player that A.J. Dillon has put out of the game for the Chiefs defense. Unbelievable. And watching the film, one of the things people don't expect from A.J. Dillon, he's one of the best pass-catching running backs in the NFL. Unbelievable hands, really worked on it in the offseason. And it's been helping the Packers all year long.
It's a 14-yard gain. We'll step aside as they check on Cook. 9:17 to go third quarter, 14-12 Green Bay. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Need to hire? Indeed has some top talent on speed dial. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. The moment you post a sponsored job, you'll get instantly matched with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your job description. And you can then conveniently schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from Indeed's hiring platform. Get $75 in credit towards your first sponsored job at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps?
Done.
And drop off these packages?
Sure thing, honey.
Ooh, and get the tracking info.
Got it.
But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
We all love to follow the pros. And when it comes to selling online, the pros trust Shopify. New Era, Allbirds, Untuckit, Skims, even Mattel. They all sell with Shopify because Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. And it's not just the big brands. Millions of businesses are boosting their sales with the same legendary Shopify checkout. Start selling like the pros and sell with Shopify. Start your $1-a-month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon and other Apple gifts. Save on your shopping.
For a limited time, trade in any iPhone in any condition for a great deal on the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium and iPad and Apple Watch SE with unlimited Ultimate. Additional terms and conditions apply. Go to your local Verizon store now.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
9:17 to go third quarter here at Lambeau Field. It's the Packers 14 and the Chiefs 12. They have brought the cart out on the field. Brian Cook is still down by the Packers sideline. It looks like they've got him in a seated position. They appear to be checking his lower leg.
Patrick Mahomes coming off from the sideline to check it out as well. And I just can't describe to listeners how unreal it is as a player. You go through this wormhole because you're literally in a play, and then the next second your teammates back away from you. They load you onto a cart and you drive away from your team. It's just an unreal experience and one you never wish on anybody in the NFL.
And obviously the Chiefs players are concerned, but Packers players as well. Cook is right on the Packers sideline, so there are plenty of Green Bay players. A.J. Dillon, who made contact with Cook on that catch and run, is standing over there as well. You know, he's concerned. Andy Reid is coming over, standing over Brian Cook.
Tremendous amount of class by A.J. Dillon to stand there and wait. And what he's waiting for is to go over and shake Cook's hand once he does eventually get out. As a player, you always want to be physical. You never want to hurt an opponent. So hats off to A.J. Dillon and his class for sticking around to give a handshake to the player that just went out after their last play.
They've got Cook up. He cannot put any weight on his left leg. They are going to load him onto the cart here and drive him off, and now his teammates will come over and give him a pat on the back, some encouragement. As you said, Ryan, A.J. Dillon is kind of letting the Chiefs have their moment, and then he's going to want to step in there and dap up Brian Cook and give him some good words before he leaves the field.
Tremendous amount of class by A.J. Dillon. Tremendous.
And there is Dillon, who just walks over and kind of gives him a pat on the leg.
Cook is writhing in pain right now. Just feel for them. Feel for him. I've unfortunately been on that cart, and Ryan, they even keep that cart away from players before the game. Players don't want to see that cart anywhere near them as they get on the field.
So Cook will be driven off to the tunnel, and I'm sure taken to a medical facility quickly for further testing. And he is obviously emotional as he heads out. Drew Tranquill has already been ruled out the rest of the night with a concussion. Donovan Smith is dealing with a neck situation. He's been in and out of the game. Well, this is a rough night for Kansas City defensively, Ryan. They lose their leading tackler in Tranquill. Now Cook, one of their starting safeties. It's a tough night.
And the next man up. That's what the NFL is all about. So a couple players going to have to play above their station to help the Chiefs come back and win.
Packers from their own 47, 1st and 10. Love under center with receivers left and right. Dillon is the single back. Here's the snap. Toss play. Dillon running right outside the numbers, looking for a lane. Gets out near midfield, then is shoved backwards. Not much that time for A.J. Dillon. Good job by the Kansas City defense to string that play out. They'll give him progress to the 49, so it's a game of two. Cochran and Edwards together on the tackle. Tune in to watch all the excitement of the NFL next Sunday on Fox. Check your local listings for games and times in your area. Catch the NFL on Fox. 2nd down and 8 for the Packers. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Love is in the gun. He's got Dillon to his left side. Clock moving, 8:25 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Kraft in motion from the right. Here's the snap. Love back on a play fake. Has time. Bouncing in the pocket. Checks it down left side to Jaden Reed. Hit immediately by Snead and thrown down for a loss. L'Jarius Snead was all over that one, coming up to make the hit on Jaden Reed. It's a loss of a yard back to the 48, and that'll bring up 3rd and 9.
Phenomenal technique by Snead. He was playing kind of that deep quarters. No one was threatening his area, so he stopped his feet and then absolutely drove on Reed to make the tackle for loss.
Packers get up on the ball, slot right, single man left. Packers 4 of 5 on 3rd down tonight. This is 3rd and 9. Love in the shotgun, Dillon to his left side. Love left foot in front of right, play clock down to 7. Pointing at the Kansas City defense, play clock down to 4. Here's the snap, blitz coming up the middle. It's picked up, Love throws right side, caught by Reed. He's going to be tackled shy of the 1st down. Taken down at the Kansas City 45. That's 2 yards shy of the 1st. Trent McDuffie made the tackle. Gain of 7, 4th and 2, and right now the Packer offense is staying on the field.
I do not agree with this. I understand that Kansas City just marched down the field, but you got to punt this ball away, in my opinion. But if you're a player in that huddle and you're the Packers, you are excited and thrilled. And for the Chiefs, you're thinking, I'm going to give our offense some great field position with the play I'm about to make.
Packers 10 of 19 on 4th down this year. This is 4th and 2. Love in the gun with 2 receivers left, single man to the right. Love goes to the hard count. Chiefs don't jump. Play clock at 5, receiver in motion from the right. Here's the snap. Love back to pass, pressure coming, loads up, going deep down the field, and Romeo Doubs made the catch, tumbling down at the 11. Doubs had no idea that ball was in the air, and at the last second, he located it. It dropped into his breadbasket. 1st and 10 for Green Bay.
What a throw by Jordan Love. He's under pressure, throws the rainbow off his back foot. And you said it. Doubs had no idea where the ball was, Ryan. Found it off the glare in the lights, hit him in the chest. He fell down for the 1st down. Wow!
That's a 45-yard gain on 4th and 2. Love goes under center, 2 receivers stack right. Dillon is the single back. Here's the snap. Love back, handoff A.J. Dillon, hit in the backfield, and he'll be dropped for a loss. Jack Cochran, Leo Chanel come through to make the stop. Loss of a yard back to the 12. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 11. My goodness.
I can't believe we've seen now 2 completions to receivers who were on the ground. What a throw by Jordan Love.
I mean, when Jordan Love let that ball go, Christian Watson was veering outside the numbers. He was nowhere near it. And Doubs, you could tell, he was not looking at the ball. And literally at the last second, he found it as it dropped into his chest.
Between 3 defenders, nonetheless.
2nd down and 11, 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. Love in the gun with a play clock down to 5. Now at 4. Love clapping his hands. Play clock at 1. Here's the snap. Back to pass. Love looking, going deep. Right side of the end zone. Jump ball caught by Watson. Touchdown Green Bay. Christian Watson climbing the ladder as his 2nd touchdown catch of the night. And the Packers extend the lead.
Jordan Love with an absolute laser as he's facing an unblocked defender coming towards him. A penalty was called on the defense. They're going to decline it because that throw and catch were awesome. At the top of the jump, Watson catching the ball, coming down with a sense of pride, Ryan.
Christian Watson with his 2nd touchdown catch of the night. And the Packers lead 20-12 as they line up for the extra point.
Jordan Love made 2 throws as good as you're going to see all year in the NFL on that drive.
Here's the snap, ball down, kick from Carlson is on the way, and it is good.
What a huge response for the Packers after the Chiefs scored.
5:23 to go in the 3rd quarter. Packers 21, Chiefs 12. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Screeching brakes? Safer stops? Start with Duralast. New Duralast brake pads and rotors provide longer life and more stopping power when replaced together. Duralast brake pads have reduced noise and corrosion resistance with a limited lifetime warranty. Duralast rotors are designed for quiet, safe stops and meet or exceed the performance of the original rotors on your vehicle. Find Duralast only at America's #1 brake destination, AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Jim Rome here. Dell's Cyber Monday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-sharp monitors and top brand accessories. It's the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. Shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping on everything. Once again, Dell.com/deals.
Football is back and NFL Plus has you covered. Get NFL Plus and you'll never miss a moment of live football action this season with live local and primetime games on mobile, NFL Network, NFL Red Zone, live game audio, and more all in one place. That's right. This season, get NFL Red Zone and NFL Plus Premium so you never miss a touchdown. That's every touchdown from every game, every Sunday during the regular season across devices. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by AutoZone. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging. That's right, get your battery tested and charged for free. Make AutoZone your end zone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Important in the winter, people. Make sure that battery's checked. From a Minnesotan here.
I'll tell you, I think Christian Watson's battery is just fine. You know, the Packers spent a second-round pick on Watson last year, Ryan, hoping he was going to be a big play wide receiver. And we mentioned it earlier, both in the last 2 years, slow starts, drops, injuries that have kept him off the field. And then for whatever reason, they get to the second half of the season, and he just seems to come on and find his stride.
Well, he has to understand, in which he does now, he's the #1 receiver on this team. And much like in the NBA, guys can score 30 points in a game, but do they want to do it every week? That's where Christian Watson is. And on that last play, that was all him and Jordan Love's experience. He stopped his route, jumped high to get it, knowing and expecting the football.
Anders Carlson with an end-over-end kick, taken by James at the 4 to the 10, angles left across the 15 to the 20, outside 25, lane to the 30, and Richie James out of bounds all the way up around the 35-yard line. Well, Christian Watson, 3 touchdown catches all year coming in. He's got 4 catches for 49 yards and 2 touchdowns tonight. That last one was terrific. I mean, that is where the receiver has to win one-on-one, and he just went up above the defender to snatch that one down, capping off a 7-play, 67-yard drive. Jordan Love 5 of 5 on that drive for Green Bay, and the Packers back up 9. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Chiefs will start 1st and 10 at their own 34. Mahomes in the gun, gets the snap. He'll hand it off to Pacheco, runs outside the left hash, and Lucas Van Ness gets him around the ankles, brings him down at the 39. That'll be a gain of 5. Bring up 2nd down and 5 for Kansas City. Now, Ryan, plenty of time left in this game, but you mentioned after the last touchdown, you did not like the decision to go for 2. You said I would have kicked to get to within 1. Chiefs did not do that, and now down by 9 points instead of still within a single possession.
And they forced a 2-score game on themselves, and really a risk that you didn't have to take that early in the third quarter if you're Andy Reid.
Receivers left and right, 2nd down and 5. Here's the snap. Mahomes will hand it off to Pacheco, running left, cuts back, finds a lane, picks up the 1st down across the 45, and he's out to the Kansas City 46. Quay Walker, the leading tackler for the Packers, on the stop, and a 1st down run for Isaiah Pacheco as he gains 7.
I cannot describe the speed that Isaiah Pacheco runs with. This is a guy who ran a 4.22 40 at the combine and just glides through every single defender that he faces until he gets tackled. What an incredible player and fine for the Chiefs.
Pacheco has just 2 career 100-yard games. He's at 87 yards tonight. 1st and 10, Kansas City from their own 46. Shotgun snap to Mahomes. He's back to pass. He throws short right side. Got James wide open to the 50. James into Packer territory to the 45. Spinning out of a tackle. And he's all the way down to the 42. That'll be a 1st down. Carrington Valentine got taken for a ride. Keyshawn Nixon eventually helped him out, but a gain of 12 and a first down for the Chiefs.
And Richie James showing what they call a stop route, threatening downfield, stopping on a dime, turning around, gets dotted with the football, and then gets across the line with his yards after the catch.
Well, we've seen a couple contested catches tonight, like the one that Watson made, but we've also seen a lot of just wide open receivers.
And Patrick Mahomes is going to find that guy if you leave him open.
Mahomes under center, 1st and 10. Here's the snap. Mahomes back on a play fake. Sidearms to throw right side, caught by Kelsey, avoids an ankle tackle, and he goes down at the 40. There's a penalty flag down. It looked like the Packers were in the neutral zone at the snap.
Yeah, the defender tried to move sideways, but I don't think it worked.
Surprise, that's where Mahomes usually takes a shot downfield.
Outside. Defense number 95 moved into the neutral zone prior to the snap. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Devontae Wyatt, the second-year man out of Georgia, probably in a bad mood today as his Bulldogs got left out of the college football playoff.
I don't get it. To be the man, you got to beat the man, Ric Flair said. I don't get Georgia being out.
Yeah, well, guess what? You also have to play somebody in the non-conference.
That's true.
1st and 5 from the 37. Mahomes under center, takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Pacheco, runs outside the right hash, and he slipped and fell as he went to make a cut. Took it to the 36, so a gain of about a yard. Keyshawn Nixon will get credit for the tackle. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 4 as we tick down inside 3 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Something to note right now, a lot of pushing and shoving after the end of the play that could develop into a penalty, demoralizing one team's chance of coming out with a victory.
2nd down and 4, Mahomes in the gun. He's got Pacheco to his right. 2 receivers right, 2 left. Kelsey is in that left slot. Pacheco now races out wide to the left outside the numbers. Mahomes in the gun. Matt LaFleur is screaming for a timeout, and he's going to get it. So they did not like their defensive alignment against that formation, and the Packers will take their first time out of the second half.
They had 10 players.
2:31 remaining.
10 players on the field on that one. Heads-up play by Matt LaFleur.
So we'll step aside. 2:31 to go in the third. Packers 21, Chiefs 12. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm Personal Price Plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this voicemail from Leah.
Jake from State Farm. Listen, so sometimes I like to nibble on licorice and pretend I'm a teeny mouse, chewing through wires.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm Personal Price Plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
We all love to follow the pros. And when it comes to selling online, the pros trust Shopify. New Era, Allbirds, Untuckit, Skims, even Mattel. They all sell with Shopify because Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. And it's not just the big brands. Millions of businesses are boosting their sales with the same legendary Shopify checkout. Start selling like the pros and sell with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
A reminder to join us this Saturday for Westwood One's exclusive coverage of the Army-Navy game presented by USAA. John Sadak, Ross Tucker, and Tina Servasio bring you all the tradition, pageantry, and excitement from Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts. It's the 124th Army-Navy game presented by USAA, beginning at 2 p.m. Eastern right here on most of these same Westwood One stations. For more information or to listen to the live stream for free, log on to westwoodonesports.com. 2nd down and 4. Chiefs have it at the Packer 36, trailing 21-12. Here's the snap. Quick throw right side. Caught by Rashee Rice. Finds a lane inside the 30, and he hops out of bounds with a first down. See where they're going to mark him out. Looks like at the 28-yard line. Jonathan Owens ran him out. I'll tell you what, that quick throw to Rashee Rice is netting some big results. That's 8 yards, Ryan, and it's just easy for Kansas City.
Well, and Rashee Rice, no doubt, has some packages for the offense. And I know Andy Reid, and when he feels like he needs something new, he'll go to a new player and their package of plays. And I like calling the number of Rashee Rice, one of the fastest adapting players on this offense.
From the Packer 28, 1st and 10, they hand it off to Kadarius Toney. Starts left, spins back right, runs to the 25, and then gets wrapped up and tossed down by Quay Walker at about the 23. That'll be a 5-yard run. They handed that to Toney, who started left, but it was always designed for him to spin back to the right. And a 5-yard gain makes it 2nd down and 5.
And they had Pacheco in the quarterback option in that Wildcat offense. And then as soon as he handed the ball off, both players spun back to the right. Unbelievable play. That takes some practice and coordination.
From the 22-yard line, 2nd down, they call it 4. Mahomes in the gun, 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Mahomes lifts his right leg, takes the snap, handoff Pacheco straight ahead along the right hash. Big hole across the 15, and he's down to the 14-yard line. Isaiah Pacheco, another gaping chasm to run through. He picks up 8. Quay Walker on the tackle. The Chiefs right now are just pounding it at Green Bay.
Phenomenal block by the right guard, Trey Smith, who secured the double team, went up to the second level, allowing for Pacheco to find the open seam right between the hashes.
1st down and 10, 2 receivers left. Kelsey to the right. Pacheco in the backfield to Mahomes' right side. Ball to Green Bay 14 on the near side right hash. Rice in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. Handoff Pacheco. Runs left along the hash. He's inside the 10. He's backing his way forward. Still pushing. Down near the 5. Still going to the 4. Down to the 3. To the 2. They finally blow it dead.
Unreal.
What a run by Pacheco. Just kept driving. Got a shove from behind. It'll be 1st and goal. A run of 13.
Pacheco forced 3 defenders to try and make the stop, and then Joe Thuney coming up and pushing his running back to the 1. Unbelievable.
1st down and goal. Mahomes in the gun. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Here's the snap. Hand off Pacheco off the left side. Gets wrapped up and dropped this time. Couldn't find any room to run, and he lost yardage there. Back to the 2. So a loss of a yard on the play, and that will bring us to the end of the 3rd quarter. With the score, the Packers 21, the Chiefs 12. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Hulu has live sports. Watch your favorite football teams with over 90 live channels, including ABC, CBS, ESPN, Fox, NBC, and more. Plus, get access to Hulu's entire streaming library, filled with top shows, movies, and originals. With Hulu Plus Live TV, get access to Disney Plus and ESPN Plus, all in one plan. Say goodbye to extra cable fees and get all the sports and entertainment you need with Hulu Plus Live TV today. Live TV plan required. Restrictions apply. Access content from each service separately and select ESPN Plus content via Hulu. Learn more at hulu.com.
Hey, it's Amanda, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A nugget trays is that they're so easy for the holidays. They're warm and flavorful. It's always the crowd pleaser. When I put down a nugget tray, everyone is happy.
Hey, this is Brian, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A nugget trays is the joy that it brings to me and everybody around me during the holidays. They're warm, juicy, and delicious.
Cater the holidays with Chick-fil-A today. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Save big every day during our 25 days of deals at Lowe's. Right now, get the lowest prices of the year on select major appliances. Get up to 45% off and save an extra $100 on every $800 you spend on select major appliances. And buy now, pay later with Lowe's Pay. Because Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid to 12/6. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Subject to credit approval.
Welcome back to Lambeau Field along with Ryan Harris. I'm Ryan Radke. Our score is the Packers 21 and the Chiefs 12. The start of the 4th quarter is sponsored by Lowe's. Save big every day during Lowe's 25 Days of Deals event. Shop daily deals for the whole home. Chiefs on the doorstep. 2nd down and goal. They've got it to the Packer 2. 10th play of this drive coming up for Kansas City. Down by 9. They've trailed the entire way. Chiefs have settled for a couple of field goals down deep. Trying to find the end zone now. They did it last time they had the ball. Pacheco with a 1-yard touchdown run. Mahomes will line up in the gun. He's got Rice in the backfield to his right. Here's the snap. Mahomes rolling right, flips it back inside. Ball batted, incomplete. Mahomes rolled to his right. He tried an underhand shovel inside to Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And I think it was TJ Slayton that got his hand on that, deflected the ball in the air, and then it fell down to the Lambeau turf. It was indeed Slayton who swatted that ball away. Rashawn Gary had a chance to catch it but couldn't come up with it. It'll be 3rd and goal.
And just a risky play call if you're Andy Reid. He loves that shovel pass in the end zone, but you're running so well on with the football, I'd have called a regular run play there.
3 receivers left, single man right. Mahomes in the gun, Edwards-Helaire to his left. Here's the snap, back to pass, throws left side, wide open, Noah Gray, touchdown Kansas City. Noah Gray just inside the end zone, maybe 2 yards deep. Made that catch, went down to his backside, and the 2-yard touchdown pass from Patrick Mahomes has pulled the Chiefs back within 3, 21-18 Green Bay early in the 4th.
The Chiefs using Travis Kelce as a decoy, pulling defenders away from the middle of the field where Mahomes went with the football to Gray. And Mahomes has said of Gray, I need to find him more, especially in the red zone. Mission accomplished on that one.
So Harrison Butker is on for the extra point try to make this a 21-19 game. Butker perfect on field goals, perfect on PATs this year. He gets it lined up. James Winchester to snap. Tommy Townsend, the punter, to hold. Snap is on the way. Townsend gets it down. Kick from Butker is up, and it is good. So with 14:51 to go in the game, it's now the Packers 21, the Chiefs 19. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
The Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council present the story of Tom and Levi.
Tom is the smartest man I know. He's been a professor at 2 major universities, been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, he told me that he was having problems in his classes. I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. And he was telling them that he was doing it as a favor to them, but I think in reality he just wanted to get out of there. I was really starting to worry because I saw something was wrong.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me, and my love for him was just immense.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
What up, homies? It's Chris Sims, former NFL quarterback, current NBC analyst, and co-host of the Chris Sims Unbuttoned podcast, along with my buddy Ahmed Fareed.
Chris, you have spent your whole life around the NFL. This podcast now in its 5th season. We're going to give picks. We're going to recap games. We're going to lock you in the film room and go deep dive.
That's right. So if you want to tell all your friends what the F happened in the NFL each week, tune in to Chris Sims Unbuttoned. Listen wherever you get your podcast and on Sirius XM NBC Sports Audio Channel 85.
This is Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and host of the Sirius XM original podcast, Black Diamonds. Hear stories about the legends of the Negro Leagues and conversations with the all-time greats they've influenced, like 2-time Super Bowl MVP Patrick Mahomes.
When it comes to having fun and enjoying myself on the field, I'm going to do that. It comes from the history. I learned it from my dad, who learned it from guys in the Negro League.
Hear over 70 episodes of the award-winning Black Diamonds podcast, available now on the Sirius XM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Catch it all this season with NFL Plus. NFL Plus brings you live games on mobile, NFL Red Zone, NFL Network, game replays, and more, all in one place. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Terms and conditions apply. 11 plays, 66 yards, 2-yard touchdown pass from Patrick Mahomes to Noah Gray. And it's now a 21-19 Packer lead with 14:51 to go.
No lead is safe against the Chiefs. And how about being the Packers? You score 21 points, you're having all this great production, and the pressure's still on to score another touchdown.
And remember, the Packers squandered a scoring opportunity late in the first half. They got a penalty that moved them out of field goal range and then a negative play. Harrison Butker will kick it away. Looks left, looks right. On the approach, drives a kickoff deep. Keyshawn Nixon will let it sail over his head. Packers will start 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. The copyright of tonight's broadcast of Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1 is owned by the NFL on behalf of its member clubs. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or any other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the National Football League is strictly prohibited. Packers with a win tonight would join the Vikings, the Rams, and the Seahawks at 6 and 6. Battling it out for those final 2 playoff spots in the NFC. Chiefs with a win would go to 9 and 3. They'd be the 1 seed right now. Love will line up in the gun. 2 receivers left, single man right. Here's the snap, handoff on 1st down. Dillon running right side, gets across the line of scrimmage, and he falls forward out to the 27. Gain of 2 on the play. That'll bring up 2nd down and 8.
I love what the Packers have done in the run game tonight. Up the gut runs, pitching to the edge, jet sweeps. They've really pulled every single run play in their playbook out for tonight, and it's had a great effect for the offense.
Should know 2 things. We talk about these teams and where they're at and what's coming up. After tonight, the Chiefs have the easiest remaining strength of schedule in the AFC. Packers have the 3rd easiest in the NFL. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Love under center on 2nd down and 8. Ball is at the 27-yard line. Dillon is the single back. Wicks in motion from right to left. Love takes the snap, back on a play fake. Sets his feet, rush coming. Love in trouble, running away from Jones. Runs left outside the numbers, 30 up to the 35. Extends the ball and should have the 1st down. Now, Chris Jones was closing in, but then Jordan Love kicked it into high gear and ran away from the All-Pro. Picks up 8 and moves the sticks.
Well, phenomenal decision not to throw the ball as well as he was coming out to the left. A.J. Dillon was open about 5 yards downfield, but Love saw the defender closing on A.J. Dillon, decided to run. Dillon turned around and blocked for the 1st down. Excellent decision by Jordan Love.
First run of the night for Love. He's 18 of 21 throwing for 187 yards and 3 TDs. 1st and 10, Packers at their own 35. 2 receivers stacked left, 2 receivers wide right. Love in the gun with Dillon to his right side. Takes the snap, back to pass, blitz coming, throws, caught by Watson at the 40s, wrapped up and tackled by Justin Reed immediately. Gain of 5 on that pass to Christian Watson. 2nd down and 5 coming up, 13-17 remaining in the game. Packers lead by 2, 21-19.
If I'm the Packers, I'm going to get a run, I'm going to get another 1st down, but then I'm taking a shot deep downfield to make sure the linebackers aren't blitzing as a couple of them were on that last play. But an excellent job by Jordan Love deciding where the ball was going to go based on the blitz and found the wide-open Watson for the short gain.
Well, the Packers taking a long time in the huddle. Finally get to the line of scrimmage with 9 on the clock. Receivers left and right, 2nd down and 5 from their own 40. Watson in motion from right to left. Love gets the snap, fakes the handoff to Dillon, back to pass, throws left side for Watson, makes the catch, ridden out of bounds, 1st down. Boy, that was a long throw for Jordan Love, and the coverage was not bad by Justin Reed, but Love fits it in. Watson out of bounds across the 46. It'll be a gain of about 6.5 and a 1st down for Green Bay.
And a full route from Watson, motioning all the way from the right numbers across to the left numbers and then bending that route back to the 1st down marker at the end to get it. What an excellent route by Watson.
Call it a gain of 7 from the Chiefs' 47 now, 1st and 10. Slot right, single man left, Kraft the tight end in motion from right to left, now back out to the right. Love in the gun, he's got Taylor to his left side. Play clock is down to 3, now at 2, now at 1. Love clapping his hands, wants the snap, he's got it, handoff Taylor, they're going to blow it dead. Packers took too much time.
Cannot happen, 2 plays in a row, unacceptable.
The snap, delay a game, offense, 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
Ryan, these are things that have hurt the Packers all year. They're down near the bottom of the league in terms of penalties called against them, and you just have to wonder how that happens. Get to the line of scrimmage, you got to get the snap off.
Well, and that's on Jordan Love as well. I mean, I played with Ben Roethlisberger and Peyton Manning. If that play wasn't in enough time, they were calling a play of their own. That was a penalty the coaches had to face, and that's just on Jordan Love 100%.
1st down and 15, back at the 42. Receivers left and right. Kraft crouched down on the right side of the line. Pearson, the fullback, also on the right side of the line. Now motions left, heads back out to the right. Love takes the shotgun snap. Blitz coming off the corner. Love throws deep down the left side, incomplete. Dobbs just continued down the sideline. He was covered by L'Jarius Sneed. Willie Gay was the free blitzer. Forced Love to get rid of it. It'll be 2nd down and 15.
They were taking that shot I was looking for, and Love found a man-to-man coverage, but forgot that he had a wide open and streaking Taylor to his right. Unfortunate miss there by Jordan Love, and now 2nd and long for the Packers.
Love will line up in the shotgun. Green Bay will go with 3 receivers to the right. Watson single man to the left. Second down 15. Packers at their own 42. 11:57 remaining in the game. 21-19 Green Bay. Love gets the snap. Back to pass. Looking. Pressure coming. Love rolling to his right. Looks. Throws right sideline. Incomplete. Wicks coming back to the ball. Tried to make a diving catch just across midfield. Couldn't come up with it. And now it'll be 3rd down and 15.
And Jordan Love befuddling why he didn't take the opportunity to run. No one was to the right side within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. He needs to make a better decision there and a better throw as well, as he did have Watson open.
So a 3rd and 15 for the Packers now. Mentioned they've been good on 3rd down this year, 7th best in the league. They're 4 of 6 tonight. 3 receivers right, single man left. Love in the gun with Taylor to his left. Chiefs showing blitz. Love looks over the defense. Play clock down to 4. Here's the snap. They back out of the blitz. Love is rolling to his right. Picks up a block on the edge. Now throws a wobbler downfield, incomplete. Over the head of Jaden Reed. Jalen Watson was in coverage. And for just the 2nd time tonight, the Packers will punt.
Jordan Love thought Reed was going to continue upfield, and Reed stopped his route. So a little miscommunication on the scramble drill there. And that's one of the things that makes the Chiefs so good. They actually practice the scramble drill in practice with Patrick Mahomes. And there, Reed just stopping instead of continuing downfield. Would have been a touchdown had he continued going downfield.
So Daniel Whelan comes on to punt. He had the punt at the end of the first half. Whelan, a guy that spent the spring in the XFL, where he was an all-league punter. Waits on the snap. He's got it. Whelan gets away a high twisting kick. Not very deep, though. It's going to bounce at the 20 and take a left-hand turn out of bounds right around the 20 or the 19. And they are going to spot it, it looks like, at the 19-yard line. And that's where the Chiefs will take over. A 39-yard punt, no return. Kansas City has a chance to take the lead when we come back. 11:36 to go. Green Bay 21, Kansas City 19. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Jim Rome here. Dell's Cyber Monday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra sharp monitors and top brand accessories. It's the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. Shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping on everything. Once again, Dell.com/deals.
Selling online is a lot like football. You need guts. You need stamina. You need conversions. Touchdown! And Shopify is the best converting checkout on the planet. Now, we're not just talking 2-point conversions. Shopify's checkout converts up to 36% better than other leading e-commerce platforms. So whether you're just starting out or scaling up, score more sales with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
Scott Graham from our Westwood 1 studios. Look at the Week 13 scoreboard. San Francisco goes into Philly. They blow out the Eagles today, 42-19. Detroit gets a win on the road, beating New Orleans 33-28. It was the Rams knocking off Cleveland 36-19 in L.A. Atlanta, in a low-scoring game, knocks off the Jets, MetLife Stadium 13-8. Tampa Bay, a winner over Carolina 21-18. Miami blows out Washington at FedEx Field today, 45-15. Terrific game today between Houston and Denver. The Texans win it 22-17 to improve to 7-5. Cardinals get the upset in Pittsburgh today over the Steelers 24-10. Took overtime for Indy to beat Tennessee today 31-28 in Nashville. And in a game that saw 2 total field goals for all the points on the day, the Chargers win in Foxborough, beating New England 6-0. We'll have all the details, highlights, and post-game reaction coming up when this one is done. Right now, though, back to Lambeau and Ryan Radke and Ryan Harris.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. 11:36 to go. Packers 21, Chiefs 19. Kansas City will take over at its own 19-yard line, 1st and 10. The Chiefs have not led in this game, Ryan, but they have the ball. They really have not been stopped here in the second half.
Well, especially the last 2 times in the red zone, coming away with touchdowns. This is exactly where the Chiefs want the game at this point.
1st down and 10. Mahomes in the gun. 2 receivers left. Single man to the right. Now Kelsey will go in motion to the left. Mahomes wants the snap. He's got it. Handoff Pacheco. Starts left, cuts back right. He's across the 20 to the 21. Gain of 2. Darnell Savage with the tackle. It'll bring up second down and 8. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on NBC next Sunday night when the Philadelphia Eagles meet the Dallas Cowboys. Of course, you can also hear Sunday Night Football each week right here beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same stations, on the NFL app or online at westwood1sports.com. Second down 8 from the 21. Mahomes in the gun. 2 receivers stacked left. 2 receivers wide right. Pacheco in the backfield. Here's the snap. Mahomes back to pass. Looking to his left. Taking a shot. Deep left side. Valdez-Scantling incomplete. Threw it over his head. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, the former Packer, was open running down the numbers. The pass, though, was behind him. It'll bring up 3rd and 8.
Well, Valdez-Scantling also was drifting inside, and on that particular go route, when you're in the slot, you have to maintain your positioning, staying on the numbers. Had he stayed on the numbers, the throw was on target. Patrick Mahomes with the "what are you doing" look on his face as they show the replay.
3rd down and 8. Mahomes in the gun. 3 receivers left. Single man right. Chiefs are 6 of 8 on 3rd down tonight.
Cover Travis Kelce.
Play clock down to 4. Here's the snap. Mahomes back. Looking left. Steps up. Jumps. Throws incomplete. Trying to find Richie James. He went down. He was looking for a flag. He's not going to get it. Keyshawn Nixon was in coverage, and the Chiefs go 3 and out.
What a huge stop for the Packers, and a total missed opportunity for the Chiefs at the exact same time. I think he may have been right, though, Ryan. There was a lot of contact at the end of that play that resulted in Richie James falling to the ground.
Tommy Townsend on to punt. Nixon back deep to return. Nixon was in coverage against James. Townsend's first punt of the night is a high spiral. Nixon backing up, will take it just inside his 25. Makes the first man miss. Running left, trying to get outside. Can't do it. Wrapped up and brought down. I think that was Shamari Connor, the 4th round pick, who got down there to make an excellent special teams tackle, and it was. Great job by Connor. The Packers will start at the 23, a 55-yard punt. -1 on the return. Ryan Radke, Ryan Harris here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Lambeau Field. Tackle your to-do list with Grainger. From locker rooms to plant floors, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. First down and 10, Packers at their own 23, 10:41 to go. They lead 21-19. Love under center with 2 receivers to the right, 1 left. Handoff A.J. Dillon, runs along the left hash, and he's across the 25 to the 27-yard line. That'll be a gain of 4. Justin Reed on the stop. Second down and 6 coming up for Green Bay. A.J. Dillon averaging right around 4 yards per carry tonight.
And the Packers have to continue to run the ball. On their last drive, they got a penalty on the first play to start it, and then they never really went back to the run on that drive. You want to take as much time off this clock as possible, and with the touchdown, put all the pressure on the Chiefs.
13 carries, 46 yards for Dillon. Second down and 6. Packers at their own 27. Pistol look this time. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Love waits on the snap. He's got it. He's back to pass. He looks right, looks middle, spins out to his left. Backpedaling, looking down the field. Flag flies. Throw goes into the Kansas City bench. The flag is in the area of holding. Let's see if that's what it is, and it is going to be against Green Bay.
I think it's going to be on Rasheed Walker, number 63. Jordan Love really didn't have to escape the pocket either, so he created that penalty.
Holding. Offense, number 63. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
It feels like to me, Ryan, the last 2 drives, we're seeing Jordan Love bail out of the pocket when he really doesn't need to.
Well, that's the effect of Chris Jones and George Karlaftis, the defensive tackle, and respectfully for Kansas City. They've really been winning early in the passing down, forcing Jordan Love to be a little bit skittish in the pocket.
So move it back to the 17, second down 16. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Love waits in the shotgun. Tugs at those wristbands on either wrist. Looks over the KC defense. Chiefs showing blitz. They back out. 4-man rush. Back to passes Love. Throws deep left side. Dobbs wide open. He's got it across the 40 and down at the 44. Justin Reed on the tackle. Romeo Dobbs running free and makes the catch for a gain of 27.
What a perfect throw by Jordan Love. Quick little play fake. Lets the play develop. Stands on 2 feet. Delivers the ball to Dobbs, who was wide open for the catch.
First down and 10, Packers now at their own 44. Clock rolling, 9:24 remaining in the game. Jordan Love over 200 yards passing in the ball game now for Romeo Dobbs. 3 catches, 65 yards. Two receivers stacked left, single man right. Patrick Taylor is the single back. They're going to hand it off on a jet sweep. Now a flip to Watson on a reverse. Racing left, picks up a block, cuts back inside across the 50, out to the sideline 45, and he's wrapped up and dragged out of bounds. So they went to the reverse. Christian Watson racing around the left end. Mike Dana finally threw him out, but only after a gain of 13 yards.
Excellent use of what you've already done in the game. They send Heath across in motion left to right, hand it off like it's a jet sweep, and then back to Watson across the field. A little fun footwork to get upfield and dodge a defender. What a play call by Matt LaFleur.
From the Kansas City 43 now, 1st and 10. Two receivers stacked left, single man goes right. Love under center with Dillon the single back. They'll bring a receiver in motion from the left. That's Pearson. Here's the snap. Love back on a play fake, bouncing in the pocket. Looks, fires down the middle of the field, and it's dropped. It was dropped by Malik Heath, who was open inside the 30. It was a perfect throw by Love, and Heath could not hang on. Cochran and Snead were in coverage. 2nd down and 10.
Well, Cochran almost came away with an interception, and that's why I believe Heath dropped it. He got right in the vision of Heath as the ball was getting there. But again, such an accurate throw from Jordan Love. He is incredible tonight for the Packers. Hit him right on the hands.
Well, drops have been a story for both these teams at times this year. That's really the first one we've seen tonight from either side. Two receivers left, one right on 2nd down and 10 from the Kansas City 43. Watson in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. Handoff. Dillon starts left, cuts back right. Big hole inside the 35. And A.J. Dillon is down to the 33. Joshua Williams with the tackle. It's a gain of 10 and a 1st down run for the Packers.
Option to the right, a fake to the left, and then there goes the ball cutting back right off the handoff. Incredible play calling, use of motion and formation by the Packers on this drive.
Inside 8 minutes to go in the game now. 1st and 10 Green Bay. They've got it at the Kansas City 33-yard line, a 21-19 lead. A.J. Dillon, 14 carries, 56 yards. He remains in as the single back. Love will go under center. Two receivers right, single man to the left. Watson is that single receiver. Love wants the snap. He's got it. Back on a play fake. Bouncing in the pocket again. Throws down the middle of the field. Incomplete. And that was a dangerous throw. He was trying to get it to Watson around the 15-yard line. Trent McDuffie was in coverage. And that ball could have been intercepted. Mike Edwards was there as well. And the pass just off the hands of Watson on a high throw.
Cochran almost had the first interception, then behind a second one. And watching the film, Jordan Love will do that sometimes. He picks where he's going to go with the football before the play. Literally everybody else wide open on that play, except for where he threw the ball.
Two receivers stack right, single man left, 2nd down and 10 from the Kansas City 33. Wicks in motion from right to left. Here's the snap. Love fakes the handoff, throws left. He's got Heath at the 25, makes a man miss, cuts outside of the 20, and he'll be ridden out of bounds around the 17. Justin Reed with the tackle. Heath had to drop a moment ago, makes up for it right there, and puts Green Bay in the red zone, a catch and run of 16.
Excellent play call. They fake the wide receiver screen, and then all of a sudden Heath sets up, jolts to the left as you described, Ryan. And how about that? You make a mistake, and then you come back and make a huge play. That's not just football, that's life. And right now, Heath winning.
Clock moving, 7:06 to go in the game. 21-19 Green Bay, 1st and 10 at the Chiefs' 18. Trips right, single man left. Love lines up in the shotgun. They'll bring Reed in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. Love back, trying to set up the screen. Throws, and it's off the hands of Kraft, incomplete. They faked right, tried to come back to Kraft on the tight end screen, but the pressure was in the face of Love, had to get rid of it. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
And had the offensive line continued to go to the right, there would have been no pressure, and it would have been a touchdown. The perfect play. It's called Y screen left. But the Kansas City Chiefs bring in the pressure, forcing Jordan Love to throw that football early. Tough to lose on that play.
Well, it was Matt Dickerson who came right up the middle, untouched, forcing Love to get rid of that ball. Two receivers left and right. Taylor is the back off to the right of Love. 2nd down and 10. Ball at the Kansas City 18 on the far side left hash. Love clapping his hands. Gets the snap. Back to pass. Scanning the field. Rolling to his right. Spins back to his left. Throws short left, and it's incomplete. Threw that one into the ground down near the feet. I think that was Sims, the tight end, who was out there. Maybe it was Kraft. Either way, it's probably a good thing the ball was not caught, because it would have been a loss on the play. It was Kraft, and now it'll be 3rd down and 10.
Well, what I don't like is the offense is out, looking like they're going to go for it on 4th down. Not one single run on those last 3 plays after getting into this situation by running the football.
It's 3rd down and 10 for Green Bay.
3rd down, apologies.
Yeah, this will be the 10th play of the drive coming up for the Packers. Dobbs splits single man to the left. 3 receivers in a triangle to the right. Love is in the gun with Taylor to his left. Play clock down to 5. Now at 4. Love leans forward again. Motions out to his right. Takes the shotgun snap. Back to pass. Looking. Steps up in the pocket. Love ducks under one pressure and then is sacked. First sack of the night for Kansas City. They got him back at the 22-yard line. Mike Dana gets home for a loss of 4, and that'll bring out Carlson in the field goal team.
A head-scratching play calls. The Packers had no offensive players available to the right half of the field. All 3 receivers to the left hash and beyond. Terrible play call at this point in the game. You want to threaten each part of the field, forcing Jordan Love to go down with the sack.
So a 40-yard try for Carlson. Trying to extend this out to a 5-point lead. Here's the snap, ball down. Kick is on the way. It is right down the middle, and it is good. So with 6:03 to go, the Packers have extended the lead to 5, now up 24-19. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol. 6:03 to go. Packers 24, Chiefs 19. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
It's time to save big every day during our 25 days of deals at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 50% off select artificial Christmas trees, holiday lights, and more. Plus, get 40% off and free local truck delivery on select vanities to elevate your bathroom. Find these savings in-store and online today, because Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps?
Done.
And drop off these packages?
Sure thing, honey.
Ooh, and get the tracking info.
Got it.
But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
Well, back in Green Bay, where much has been made of the stability at quarterback, just 2 full-time starters over the past 3 decades before this season. And at 5-6, Jordan Love is not far off the start of his 2 Hall of Fame predecessors, which brings us to our Shopify fact of the game. In Brett Favre's first season in Green Bay, he started the final 14 games. The Packers finished 9-7, narrowly missed the playoffs. After 16 seasons of Favre, Aaron Rodgers took over in 2008. He was 6-10 in his first year as the starter. It's our Shopify fact of the game. Want to sell smarter? Get Shopify. Shopify's commerce platform helps you sell more with the best converting checkout on the internet. Get a $1 per month trial at shopify.com/touchdown.
My favorite part of the broadcast. Nailed it again.
Jordan Love, 22 of 32, 241 yards, 3 touchdowns tonight. Packers lead 24-19 as Anders Carlson gets set to kick it away to Richie James. Waiting at the goal line. It's a line drive kick that James will let sail over his head. And the Chiefs will start 1st and 10 at their own 25. Well, Ryan, we've seen Green Bay punt twice tonight. We've seen Kansas City punt once. That was the last time they had the ball. The Packers are hoping they can force Kansas City off the field again and get it back with a 5-point lead.
And it's Rashawn Gary time in the defensive line for the Packers. They have to get back to getting some sacks on Patrick Mahomes to get away with this victory. And Matt LaFleur has to keep calling the run on offense.
3 sacks in the first half for Green Bay. Really haven't been near Mahomes in the second half. Here's the snap. Mahomes back on a play fake. Looking, under pressure here. Flips it right side. Caught by Rice at the 35. He actually ran backwards a little bit. He might be short of the first down. Let's see. They are going to mark him just short. Patrick Mahomes stepped up into pressure, just flipped that ball down the field. Rice had it at the 35 and then sort of veered backward. They're going to spot him just shy of the 35. So officially it'll be a gain of 9.
Fantastic job by Rice adjusting to the football and coming back to it and making sure that it's a big gain on first down.
Two receivers out to the left. Mahomes in the gun with Pacheco to his right on second in the nose of the ball. Mahomes lifts his right leg, gets the snap, back to pass, looks left, throws left, deep down the sideline for Rice, and it's incomplete, and there's a flag. Rice said he got held, and the back judge agrees. Corey Ballantyne was in coverage. They're going to talk about it.
Yeah, because
the official on the sideline over here did not throw a flag. The back judge did. They're going to meet and talk.
I would be shocked if this stood a penalty. I mean, it was right in front of the side ref, and there was minimal contact at best. Little glove on the arm.
See what Brad Allen has to say.
Pass interference. Defense number 35. By rule, the ball is placed on the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
So that gives the Chiefs a nice chunk of yardage there as Corey Ballantyne is called for pass interference. The hold would have been 5 yards, but because the ball was in the air, it's pass interference. It moves it to the Green Bay 49.
Well, part of the problem is Ballantyne was slow to look back, and he really did not need to make contact as well with Rice. So we talked about penalties being an issue to start this game, and it's coming into play here now on this drive.
17-yard penalty, 1st and 10 for the Chiefs at the Green Bay 49. Two receivers right, one left. Shotgun snap. Mahomes back, looks, throws right side, and it's intercepted by Nixon. Patrick Mahomes floating that ball for Sky Moore. It went over his head, and Nixon picked it off. And the Packers take over at their own 37 with 5:14 to go.
I can't believe Nixon made that play. His back was to the quarterback, Patrick Mahomes. He looked like a receiver on that play running an out route. What a play for Nixon at this point.
Just the second career pick for Keyshawn Nixon. And the Packers take over with a 5-point lead. Breaking the action with 5:14 to go. Green Bay 24, Kansas City 19. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
One of my headlights went out.
We've got the right bulbs right here.
Get in the zone.
Wait, what kind should I get?
How about Sylvania Silverstar Ultra? They have the farthest down road vision, and you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy two.
Get in the zone.
Why get the pair?
Replacing both bulbs will give you the best visibility.
Ah, I see.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer valid for AutoZone Rewards members.
Need to hire? Don't let the transfer market send you into overtime. Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps employers source, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. When you post a sponsored job, you get access to a large pool of quality candidates who have uploaded a resume to Indeed. You can then review their profiles to make sure they meet your must-have requirements. Make the hiring process work for you. Log in and get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
Jim Rome here. Dell's Cyber Monday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-sharp monitors and top brand accessories. It's the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. Shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping on everything. Once again, Dell.com/deals.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon and other Apple gifts. Save on your shopping.
For a limited time, trade in any iPhone in any condition for a great deal on the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium and iPad and Apple Watch SE with unlimited Ultimate. Additional terms and conditions apply. Act now. Visit Verizon.com.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood 1, your home for Sunday Night Football.
Tune to SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 all year long to hear expert opinions and analysis from former players, coaches, and executives.
Packers 1st and 10 at their own 35. Quick pass right side cut by Romeo Doubs. Turns it up across the 40 out to the sideline. And he's pulled out of bounds around the 42, maybe the 43-yard line. So a quick throw to Doubs on first down. They'll mark him at the 42. So it's a gain of 7. That'll bring up 2nd down and 3. Back to the interception, Ryan. A fantastic play by Keyshawn Nixon.
That might be the interception of the year. I mean, he literally had his back to Patrick Mahomes, got hit in the face mask as the ball hit his hands, came down with it, and that's such a huge part in the game. And now the Packers have to run the ball, Ryan. Run it.
Two receivers right, one left on 2nd down and 3. Love is in the gun with Dillon to his left. Chiefs creeping up toward the line of scrimmage. Watson in motion from right to left. Here's the snap. Handoff. Dillon running right across the 45 for a first down out to the 47 and falls forward to the 48. So A.J. Dillon, another powerful run, gains 6. Justin Reed, Mike Edwards combine on the tackle. 1st and 10, Green Bay.
And now Green Bay enters into what they call the 4-minute offense. Typically, if you get 2 first downs, you're going to be able to kneel the ball and win. So a huge opportunity here for the Packers offensively to end the game on their terms.
Chiefs do have all 3 timeouts. Why is that interception significant? When Patrick Mahomes does not throw a pick this year, the Chiefs are 4-0. When he throws 1 pick, they're 4-3.
And this isn't looking good right now, but never count the Chiefs out.
1st down and 10. Packers have it at the 49. Their own 49. Love back on a play fake. Looking, throws down the right side, incomplete. Kraft had broken away from the linebacker. He's saying he got held. There's no flag on the field.
He absolutely did.
Leo Chanel was in coverage, and Kraft is saying he grabbed me as I was trying to get away. That's the booing you hear from the Green Bay faithful. 2nd down and 10.
Well, and boo your coach at the same time. Matt LaFleur, hello. It's 3 minutes and 50 seconds. You throw a pass, it's incomplete. The clock stops. Run the football and keep that clock rolling.
I don't know how much of a grab there was there. Now, I'm sure the Packers are going to say, well, there wasn't much of a grab when Kansas City had the ball. I think I'm good with that no call. 2nd down and 10, 2 receivers left, 2 tight ends right. Love under center, back on a play fake. Quick throw, left side, that's caught just inside the numbers by Wicks. Runs along the numbers across the 45, and he dives close to a first down. He's down to the Kansas City 43. He'll be a yard shy. Willie Gay on the tackle, gain of 9. That'll bring up 3rd and 1. Now, that's not a traditional run, but kind of that long handoff there, Ryan.
Yeah, and a huge block by the left tackle, Rasheed Walker.
Packers get up to the line quickly. Quarterback sneak. Love driving forward. Should have the first down. As he gets down to the 41, it will be good enough for a first down, and it looks like Andy Reid wants a timeout. He's screaming for it, and he's finally going to get it.
Andy Reid doesn't move fast, but he moved as fast as he could to call that timeout after that. And for the Packers, you got the first of 2 first downs you need here to close out the game. And, of course, always better to end a drive with a touchdown to put this game out of reach.
They're going to put more time on the clock. It shows 3:16, but Andy Reid was begging for that timeout. They're going to put 5 seconds back on the clock. So 3:21 to go. Packers up 24-19 with the ball at the Kansas City 41. Stay up to date with Westwood One Sports by following us on X, the app formerly known as Twitter. In-game highlights, direct links to listen to live games, behind-the-scenes photos, and more. Follow Westwood One Sports on X, where you can see a picture of Ryan Harris' custom shoes that he is wearing tonight.
Yeah, and the turf field that they put on the inside. It's kind of ticklish here, Ryan, to end the game.
Yeah, artificial turf inside the shoe. I got to say that's a first.
Totally awesome. Shout out to Coda Customs, and what an opportunity to show our causes here as NFL players.
1st down and 10. Love is in the gun. He's got Dillon to his right, 2 receivers right. Here's the snap. Handoff. Dillon runs left outside the hash, finds a lane inside the 35, down to the 34. Timeout, Kansas City, with 3:16 to go. But A.J. Dillon rips off a run of about 7. Mike Edwards, Mike Dana together on the tackle. Chiefs have 1 timeout to go. It'll be 2nd down and 3.
An excellent block by the center, Josh Myers. Really forced that opening and the space for Dillon to cut it back, put his left foot in the ground right up the left hash, hurdled 1 defender and got the big gain.
So the Chiefs have 1 more timeout. Of course, also have the 2-minute warning. Packers also inching themselves towards field goal range. If they kicked a field goal here, it would be an 8-point game. Packers looking for another win in December. They have won 15 straight December games. Longest active streak in the NFL. In fact, it's the 2nd longest in NFL history. Only the Chargers from 06 to 09 won more.
They have a saying in the NFL, December is the difference, and the Packers here looking like they're getting a W to start the month.
Love in the gun, 2nd down and 3, takes the snap, little pitch to Watson, racing left, turns the corner, 1st down, 30, down to the 25, and goes down to a knee right there. I think he might be hurt.
I think he's grabbing at his right, the back of his leg.
Well, that's the last thing the Packers want to see. Watson's had a great night. I thought initially that he was just going down inbounds, but he is reaching for the back of his right leg.
Hamstring injuries are possible there, and either way, it's tough to stop that speed when you're Watkins rushing around. Excellent play call, quick little pitch in front, and then just such a tough thing to see at the end of the play for us as we watch the replay. But it looks like as Watson slowed down, his right leg didn't give him the support he thought he had.
He was grabbing at his right hamstring, and that is an area where Watson has had issues throughout his career. So a break in the action with 3:08 to go. Packers 24, Chiefs 19. You are listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your fit. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
At CDW, we get you can't lock up your devices. Your workforce needs the freedom to roam.
Final boarding call, flight 555 to New York.
And wherever they go, productivity is key. But with Microsoft Surface devices pre-configured and deployed by CDW experts, you'll get multi-layered security and seamless experiences to help productivity really take off. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/surface.
NFLshop.com is your one-stop shop for officially licensed NFL gear to rep your favorite team. Check out the latest arrivals of jerseys, t-shirts, and much more. You'll find everything you need for a winning season with the best selection of NFL gear you'll find anywhere. Assemble your fan uniform for cheering on your team everywhere from the stadium to your couch. Shop an unbeatable selection of gear to showcase your team pride and style. To shop now, go to NFLshop.com.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Do you have a game plan for COVID-19? Prescription oral treatments must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, even if mild. If you have a high risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Each week on NFL Sunday, Scott Graham gets you up to speed on everything that happened around the league. Hear all the scores and all the key highlights. That's NFL Sunday every Sunday night at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Find an affiliate near you or listen live at westwood1sports.com. Watson has been taken into the tent. Trainers were helping him get there. Packers have the ball at the Chiefs' 25, 1st and 10. Kansas City did spend a final timeout. 3:08 remaining in the game. Love in the shotgun with Dillon to his right. They'll bring a receiver in motion from the left. Here's the snap. Handoff. Dillon starts left, cuts back right along the hash marks. Dillon gets across the 25 to the 24, maybe the 23. Shamari Connor on the tackle. Chiefs cannot stop the clock. It'll stop again at the 2-minute warning. That's it. 2-yard gain to the 23. Clock moving with 2:50 to go. Play clock is at 27.
On the Packers, I'm doing a pitch run to one of the edges as the ball's in the middle of the field. Really create that long developing play and then get to that 2-minute warning, hopefully with the first down.
Packers back in the huddle. Play clock down to 12. Now 11 as they head to the line of scrimmage. Love lines up in the gun with Dillon to his left. 3 receivers left. Kraft, the tight end, on the right end of the line. Play clock down to 3. Now at 2. Now at 1. Love takes the snap. Handoff. Dillon running right. Dillon down towards the 20. Gets upended. They'll give him progress to the 21. Justin Reed made the tackle. And now the clock will tick down to the 2-minute warning. The Packers will let it go down as A.J. Dillon picks up a couple of more yards. They gave him progress to the 20. So it will be officially 3rd down and about 5 to go as we have reached the 2-minute warning. With the score, the Packers 24, the Chiefs 19. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm personal price plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this voicemail from Leah.
Jake from State Farm. Listen, so sometimes I like to nibble on licorice and pretend I'm a teeny mouse, chewing through wires.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm personal price plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
2 minutes to go in Green Bay. 24-19 Packers. They've got a 3rd down and 5. The ball is at the Kansas City 20. So, Ryan, let's talk about what you do here if you're Green Bay. You run the ball, you know you can run time.
Absolutely.
You throw it, look for a first down, the clock would stop. What do you like here if you're Matt LaFleur?
I like a quarterback run on the option to the backside. They've kind of ran it a couple times, and Love has been wide open. I'd take this opportunity to run a play that you haven't ran before, fool the defense with everyone else but your quarterback. Hopefully he gets upfield.
3rd down and 5 for Green Bay. A first down. The Packers could kneel out the clock. They'll come out of the huddle with 3 receivers left. Dobbs is outside the numbers. Then it's Jaden Reed. Then it's Dontavian Wicks. Love in the gun. He's got Taylor to his left. Kraft, the tight end, on the right end of the line. Love goes to the hard count. Here's the snap. He's going to throw it. Back to pass. Looking left. Under pressure. He goes down back at the 30-yard line. Chris Jones gets the sack. Now it's going to be about a 48-yard field goal. The clock will continue to run. The Packers lose 10, so the clock does not stop. But this now has become a very challenging field goal for Green Bay.
Unbelievable job by Chris Jones, beating a double team, just pushing back the offensive line for the Packers right into the lap of Jordan Love, who wisely secures the football. But that sack was the last thing you wanted to have happen if you were the Packers. Should have ran it, Ryan.
Packers are going to let this run all the way down. And Matt LaFleur will call timeout with 1 minute and 14 seconds remaining in the game. A reminder to stay with us for the Sunday Night Football postgame report. We'll recap the highlights and stats from tonight's game. Plus, you'll hear from a member of the winning team, and Scott Graham will once again have scores and highlights from around the league. That's all coming up after the game. So this is going to be a 48-yard attempt for Anders Carlson. He has 16 of 20 on the year. 6th round pick. He is 3 of 7 from 40 yards plus this year. Actually make it 4 of 8 after he made from 40 earlier in the game. But this is not a chip shot by any means for the rookie.
The good news for the Packers, there's no wind, but this rookie's about to make the biggest kick of his season.
Even if he makes it, the game is not over. Carlson lines up. Orzik will snap it. Whelan will hold. Snap is perfect. Ball down. Kick is on the way. End over end. It is good. Carlson knocks it through, and with 1:09 to go, the lead is 8. Packers 27, Chiefs 19. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. So an 11-play scoring drive. Carlson hits from 48 yards out. Now it is an 8-point game, so Kansas City will get it back. They need a touchdown, a 2-point conversion to tie with no timeouts. But Ryan, let's go back to the 3rd down call. I thought if the Packers threw it, maybe again we'd see just one of those long handoffs, a wide receiver screen, something like that. They were all out trying to get the first down and end the game. Love takes the sack. They have to settle for the field goal.
Well, and thankfully it went in. Otherwise, that play call would have came into extreme focus. It befuddles me why offensive coordinators continue to call the pass, use the clock to your advantage, give your kicker the best shot. Doesn't matter. But now I'll tell you what does matter. On that last drive, Watson going out, if the Chiefs are able to score and convert a 2-point conversion, you are hurting offensively if you're the Packers with Watson out.
So now Carlson will kick it away. And if you're Carlson, you'd love to drive this ball deep and not give Richie James a chance to return. Here's the approach and the kickoff from Carlson, end over end. James is going to signal for a fair catch as he comes up and takes it at the 5. So it works out the same way. Chiefs will start at the 25. First down and 10. There is a flag back at the 35-yard line with the Packers offside.
This would be the second penalty now in the 4th quarter if it's against the Packers. That would cause some damage here and free yards for the Chiefs.
It looks like it's against Green Bay.
Offside. Kicking team number 44. Because there was a valid fair catch, the ball will be dead at the 25-yard line where we administer the foul. 1st and 10, Kansas City.
So the Chiefs will get 5 extra yards and start at the 30. Patrick Mahomes, in his career, has 13 fourth-quarter comebacks. He has 15 game-winning drives. They need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion here with 1:09 to go and no timeouts.
Time for the Packers defensive line to prove their salaries right on this drive. And a little miscommunication here for the Chiefs as they get lined up for their first play.
Yeah, ball on the left hash. They flip the formation, send 2 receivers right, 2 receivers stacked short side left. Mahomes in the gun. He's got Pacheco to his left. Play clock at 17. Here's the snap. Mahomes back to pass. Looking, throws left side. Incomplete off the hands of Pacheco. It'll be 2nd and 10 with 1:05 to go. Throw was a little bit behind him, but a ball Pacheco probably should have caught, although had he caught it, he might have just gone down in bounds.
And the good news, if you're a Packers fan, they were double covering Travis Kelce, what they call bracket coverage. They're not going to let him beat them.
2nd down and 10, 27-19 Green Bay. Packers trying to win for the 4th time in their last 5 games. Mahomes in the gun. 2 receivers left, 3 right. Here's the snap. It's low. Handled by Mahomes. Back to pass. Under pressure. Rolling right. Looking down the field. He's going to run across the 35 to the sideline. 40. Oh, big collision. Knocked out of bounds. Right at the sticks, and a flag is down.
Unreal.
A flag is down. Carrington Valentine hit him. I thought Mahomes was in bounds, but the official disagrees.
I can't believe that they're throwing a penalty here. Patrick Mahomes was inbounds, continuing to try to go to the first down marker. Contact was made inbounds as I watched the replay. No chance that's a flag.
After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, deep, number 34, 15 yards, automatic first down.
Oh, my goodness.
If that's for the hit, that is an absolutely horrendous call.
Absolutely bad. And you know what? I'll credit the defender Owens, Jonathan Owens, making contact. Not a single part or cleat of Patrick Mahomes was out of bounds. This hit was shoulder to shoulder. Fantastic play by Owens. Unbelievable call.
That is absolutely terrible by this officiating crew.
They better run out of here, Ryan.
From the Packers 45, 1st and 10, 57 seconds to go. 2 receivers left. Here's the snap. Mahomes back to pass. Looking, throws short left. Juggled, caught by Rice. Turns back inside across the 40. And he's dragged out 35. Lost the ball. Picked up by Green Bay. Packers running back down the near side. Down to the 30. Down to the 20. 15. 10-5. Touchdown Green Bay. Corey Ballantyne scooped it up and takes it in. And the Packers are going to seal it with a defensive touchdown. There's a penalty flag that is down.
That's going to be for Isaiah Pacheco punching a member of the Packers. He's going to be ejected, Ryan.
Quay Walker was ripping at the football.
I'm watching the replay now. I do think this will be down by contact, as Rice was down before the ball came out, but Isaiah Pacheco will be ejected for throwing a punch.
The officials all huddled up and talking about it. I would agree with you. It does look like Rice was down before that ball came out. So the officials have to talk about this. Now they'll get help from upstairs as to where the ball should be spotted. They'll also then talk about the penalty.
Well, Isaiah Pacheco, the number one thing they say when there's a turnover is get the guy the ball was intended for. So Pacheco was right there, and the Packers were going after him. As he stood up, he punched the Packers defender in the helmet right in front of the referee. That's an ejection by the letter of the law. But I don't know. Things are out with this refereeing crew right now.
Meanwhile, the Chiefs are huddled up, but so are the officials. Brad Allen's going to sort this out for us.
It's illegal to throw a punch in the NFL. So this will be an interesting thing to hear.
The ruling of the field of not down by contact is under further review.
All right, so they're going to review this, and then we'll find out about the flag. This Close Shave Instant Replay review is sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol Shaving Cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Now the referees have to figure out whether or not it was an actual turnover. I believe they'll call it down by contact. Rice had both of his legs on the ground, and hats off as well to the defender who made the interception, Keyshawn Nixon. Nixon was the one who went after Isaiah Pacheco after the ball came out, and that's who Pacheco punched.
Yeah, and they have to determine whether or not it was a fumble first. That way they decide who has the ball. Then you can administer the penalty, if in fact it is going to be against Pacheco, and if in fact Pacheco has been ejected from the game. We already saw an ejection earlier today. Drake Greenlaw, the 49ers, got kicked out after he got into it with a member of the Eagles sideline staff.
Burns as well with the Panthers today through a punch.
You're right.
But I'll tell you, the interesting thing as well is going to be what's the clock going to be once the yardage is figured out, the penalties administered, and again, whether or not Isaiah Pacheco is in. And it's notable because if you get ejected in the second half, you're ejected for the first half of the following game as well.
Here's the other thing. Did Keyshawn Nixon retaliate and also throw a punch in the estimation of the officials?
Hey, if you lose Nixon and Pacheco, that's a win for the Packers.
After reviewing the play, the runner was down by contact at the 35-yard line. It would be first down at that point. However, there was a personal foul with disqualification. Offense number 10. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced. It will be 1st and 10 Kansas City from the 50-yard line. Number 10 is disqualified.
So there you go, Ryan. You had it right. Pacheco is out. Now, he is not suspended, not in the NFL. He's out for the rest of this game.
Yes. I didn't mean to use the word suspended.
But they'll move it back to the 50-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10. The clock shows 40 seconds.
Just a left hook from Isaiah Pacheco is what they threw the flag on. Right call to make if you're the referees.
And remember, normally in this situation, this is when Jerick McKinnon would be in the game for Kansas City. He's out with a groin injury. So now it's Clyde Edwards-Helaire that is in there. They put the clock back to 50 seconds, so they added 10 seconds on the clock.
And Isaiah Pacheco will be available in the next game.
Here's the snap. Mahomes is back to pass. Mahomes looking, loads up, going deep, down the field. Valdez-Scantling, incomplete, no flag. And now the Chiefs can't believe it. They think there should be a flag for pass interference at the 5. Savage and Valentine were in coverage. The Chiefs' sideline is beside themselves.
I will say this one does look like a lot of contact. Valentine closing in on Marquez Valdez-Scantling all over his back. This referee crew is not going to get an excellent grade.
They are having a rough last minute or so of this game. That was clearly pass interference. Valentine was on his back. So they'll reset the play clock. 43 on the game clock. 2nd down and 10 from midfield. Mahomes is in the gun. 2 receivers right, single man left. Mahomes takes the snap. Back to pass. Rush coming. Mahomes looking, moving left, throws over the middle, caught by Edwards-Helaire inside the 45, stood up by Walker and dropped it about the 42. Clock continues to move down to 32 seconds to go. It'll be 3rd down and about 2. Mahomes in the gun, trips right, single man left. At 25, here's the snap. Mahomes back, throws left side, caught by Valdez-Scantling. He's trying to get out of bounds, and he did.
Wow.
On the near side, they're going to say he got out of bounds at the 33. Matt LaFleur is absolutely losing his mind. Gain of 9, clock stop, 19 seconds to go.
What a catch by Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and stretching out to get out of bounds. Just absolutely incredible effort by Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Remember, the rule is if forward progress is stopped inbounds, they keep the clock running. But Sarah Thomas ruled that Valdez-Scantling got out of bounds. 19 seconds to go, 1st and 10 from the 33. Shotgun snap to Mahomes. Back to pass, taking a shot deep down the middle of the end zone, incomplete. Threw it into triple coverage. Valdez-Scantling was the intended receiver. It'll be 2nd and 10 with 14 seconds to go.
Benefit to the Chiefs. That incompletion now stops the clock. The receivers get to catch their breath, the offensive line as well. But the Packers get to rotate in some new defenders to increase that pass rush.
Kadarius Toney coming in for the Chiefs. 2nd down and 10. Ball at the Packers 33. Chiefs need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to tie. It's 27-19 Green Bay. 3 receivers left, single man right. Mahomes in the gun, takes the snap. Back to pass, and now we've got whistles before the snap. And the Packers used their last timeout. So the Packers take time. They'll put the game clock back at 14 seconds. And everybody can take a deep breath here. Chiefs have time, you would think, for at least 2 more plays. two critical calls that will be talked about in this game. One, the sideline hit on Mahomes, which, Ryan, I agree with you. He was inbounds.
Not a single part of him out of bounds. And there was no contact to the head and neck area.
No, it was to the shoulder.
Yes.
Now, the second one is the pass interference where Valentine seemed to be just climbing the back of Valdez-Scantling well before the ball got there, and there was no flag there. Both those calls will be heavily dissected by these respective fan bases.
And both calls were wrong. The wrong calls to make, but the Chiefs still with an opportunity here to get to the end zone and then have to convert a two-point conversion.
Here's the snap. Mahomes back to pass. 2nd down and 10. Steps up in the pocket. Looks. Throws left side. Incomplete. Nobody open. He just got rid of it. 8 seconds remain. So that play took 6 seconds. 3rd and 10. Now, obviously, the Chiefs cannot complete a pass inbound. So is this time to just throw it to the end zone?
Absolutely time for the Hail Mary right here. And if you're the Packers, you're rushing 3. I'm going to use Rashawn Gary, Kenny Clark, and probably Devontae Wyatt. The last 2 defensive tackles who have really made an impact on the pass game.
8 seconds remain. Mahomes will line up in the gun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 receivers left. Kelsey is closest to the line on the right side. Here's the snap. Mahomes quick pass left side, just sails it over the head of Valdez-Scantling out of bounds. So 5 seconds left, and now it's 4th down.
One of the things I know from playing with Andy Reid, he likes that hook and ladder play, and Travis Kelsey was coming across to catch the ball and then pitch it, but right away Patrick Mahomes saw the defense was perfect against that call, so he threw it out of bounds to get him another chance.
So this game comes down to this. Anything but a touchdown, and it's over. The Packers dropping everybody back towards the goal line. They will rush just 3. Mahomes in the gun, gets the snap. Back to pass. Mahomes looking, steps up in the pocket, twirling, moving to his left, flips his hips, throws it into the end zone. It is incomplete. Knocked away. Zeros on the clock, and the ball game is over. The Green Bay Packers knock off the Kansas City Chiefs. 27-19 the final. The Packers get back to 500. They are 6-6. Kansas City falls to 8-4. A pass to the end zone. It was deflected in the air, hung there for a moment, and fell to the turf. And the Green Bay Packers with a home win, 27-19 over Kansas City.
What an incredible effort by the Packers all game long, offensively and defensively. Just a gutsy win in December. And for the Chiefs, you came up with some wasted opportunities, and really what hurt the Chiefs was going for 2 field goals in the red zone in the first half. That was the difference in this game.
16th consecutive win in the month of December for the Packers. 2 shy of the all-time NFL record held by the LA Chargers from 2006 until 2009. And the Packers get back to 500 after a 4-game losing streak for this Green Bay team. They have now won 4 of their last 5. They go to 6-6 on the year. They have the 3rd easiest remaining schedule in the NFL. And this team that a couple of weeks ago looked like they might be dead in the water is now very much in the playoff conversation in the NFC.
Congrats to them for earning this victory against the defending champion Chiefs, who lost a couple of players defensively as well as their left tackle throughout the game. So the Chiefs needing health and help to continue to try and get that first round bye in the playoffs in the AFC. But the Packers got to be the most confident team in the NFC North right now.
Jordan Love, 25 of 36, 267 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. It's his 4th game this year with 3 touchdowns and no INTs. It's tied with Brock Purdy for the most in the NFL. In the last 4 games now, Love has thrown 10 touchdowns and just 2 picks, as the Packers have been able to turn things around, and they get back to the 500 mark with this home victory over the Kansas City Chiefs, who fall from that #1 seed for the moment. Remember, the Chiefs have the easiest remaining strength of schedule among AFC teams. They already have a win against Miami. They're going to see Baltimore a little bit later in the year, so there's still a lot on the table for Kansas City. But this turned out to be an absolute heck of a ball game tonight. And the Packers hang on and win it by 8 points. 27-19. Patrick Mahomes finishes 21 of 33, 210 yards, a touchdown and a pick. We told you when Patrick Mahomes throws at least one pick in a game, the Chiefs are a 500 team, 4-4, and that pick was a huge play tonight by Keyshawn Nixon.
A huge play and very costly for the Chiefs at that point in the game. They had the Packers where they wanted them with the ability to drive down the field. Just a rare errant throw from Patrick Mahomes going over Sky Moore into the hands of Nixon. And hats off to Nixon for making a play with his back to the quarterback, catching the out route that was supposed to be ran by Sky Moore.
Isaiah Pacheco, 18 carries for 110 yards and a touchdown, third 100-yard game of his career. He's played twice on Sunday Night Football this year, and he's gone over 100 yards both times. He had 115 back in Week 4 against the Jets. He goes for 110 tonight. Meanwhile, A.J. Dillon, 18 carries, 73 yards. Romeo Doubs had 4 catches for 72 yards in the game tonight for Green Bay. And that Packer defense, Ryan, I mean, you referenced it. A couple of really key sacks there in the first half that kept Kansas City out of the end zone, and that turns out to be a massive difference in this game.
Well, it also changed the routes that Kansas City was calling, far more short and comeback routes throughout the game because of that pressure from the defensive line. But hats off to the secondary as well. You cannot beat the Kansas City Chiefs without making plays on the back end. And tonight, the Packers' back end was phenomenal, led by Keyshawn Nixon and Jonathan Owens.
Yeah, the Packers still playing without Jair Alexander, who's out with that shoulder injury. They do have some guys up front that have made a difference, including the veteran Kenny Clark, who joins us downstairs. Kenny, Ryan Radke, Ryan Harris upstairs. Congratulations on a heck of a win tonight. Tell us how you guys were able to slow down this potent Kansas City offense.
It all starts up front. You know what I'm saying? So, the big guys did a great job up front. And then our back end, they did a great job plastering. Patrick did it. He was getting out the pocket all day, running around, scrambling around. And, we stayed alive at the end of the day. And a lot of guys, we just told each other we got to just keep finishing plays. And that's what we did today.
Well, now, Kenny, you had an opportunity here to end the game as you did defensively on that final drive. What was the conversation between the defensive line as you jogged onto the field?
This is on us. You know what I'm saying? And it's a couple games that we didn't have this year that didn't go our way in the last drive. And happy that that it went our way this game.
Now you're still in the thick of it for the playoff race with this win. What's the mantra in the locker room to get to where you want to go this season?
Just keep going 1-0. You know what I'm saying? That's the mindset. And we did that today. We played a great team in the Lions last week. Played a great team with the Chiefs this week. We got the Giants next week, and that's all we focus on is the next one.
Kenny, no team has gotten more contributions from rookies than you guys have this year. How are you seeing some of these young guys develop as the season goes on?
It's just credit to our coaches, credit to how those guys are preparing, credit to the leaders in our room, and how we've been pushing them, holding them accountable, and that's just what it is.
Kenny, congratulations on the win. Thanks for a few minutes. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Kenny Clark, Packers defensive lineman. He had half a sack here tonight. Green Bay with a couple of big sacks in this game. And we talk about production from the young guys like Jaden Reed, who's been so big, and Dontavian Wicks had a couple catches tonight. Heck, Kraft was big early. He had 3 catches early on in this game. It's a young team. They've had their struggles, but they're back to 6-6. They've got a schedule in front of them that sets up very well. Still a lot of work to do for Green Bay, but they are in a much better spot than they were just a couple of weeks ago.
And thanks to the play of Jordan Love. He's making all those young receivers look good. But again, the big issue for the Packers, if you're a Packers fan, what's the extent of the injury to Watson? He pulled up after going down inbounds. That's going to be something that will affect the rest of the season for the Packers.
The final score, the Packers 27, the Chiefs 19. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our studios with the postgame report. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150-milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Need to hire? Don't let the transfer market send you into overtime. Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps employers source, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. When you post a sponsored job, you get access to a large pool of quality candidates who have uploaded a resume to Indeed. You can then review their profiles to make sure they meet your must-have requirements. Make the hiring process work for you. Log in and get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
Immerse yourself in premium nationwide coverage, contract-free plans, and always free activation with Consumer Cellular, now at your local Target. While you're there, check out our newest phone, the Iris Flip. It's all the phone and camera you need, plus it features a user-friendly design, making it the perfect flip phone. From now to December 16th, you can score $10 off when you buy the Consumer Cellular Iris Flip at Target, making it only $39.99. Visit your nearest Target for the full scoop.
Scott Graham in our Westwood One studios following Sunday Night Football tonight at Lambeau Field in Green Bay between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Green Bay Packers. Packers, a team, obviously has turned a corner coming into this game. Kansas City coming off their best offensive half of the year last time out, trying to find that offensive rhythm again that's eluded them for much of the year this year. How is this one going to play out on a chilly night at Lambeau? Well, Packers got the first opportunity. They had the ball first in this game, and they gave us a little bit of an idea of how this was going to go. A nearly perfect first drive from Green Bay. 13 plays, 75 yards. They took up more than half of the first quarter in doing it, mixing up their plays, getting down to the 1-yard line, and paying it off with an early touchdown.
Love squats down, takes a look at the defense, takes the snap, back on a play fake, rolling right, tosses to the end zone, caught, touchdown Green Bay, and it's Ben Sims, the rookie out of Baylor, with his third NFL catch, his first NFL touchdown, and the Packers lead 6-0 in the first quarter.
Extra point from Anders Carlson was good, so a 7-0 lead. Now, Kansas City took the ball, and they marched right down the field, but their drive stalled after 13 plays and 7 minutes of time. Harrison Butker on the final play of the first quarter hit a 34-yard field goal, so the first quarter featured one possession from both teams. And we had ourselves a 7-3 game going to the second. But Green Bay showed no signs of relenting as they began the second quarter. On their second drive, they looked a little bit like the first drive, except this one was a little quicker, a little bit more efficient, and had a similar ending.
Play clock at 6. Love again changing something, down to 4, 3, 2, 1. Here's the snap. Love back, looking left, looking middle, steps up in the pocket, throws in the end zone, caught, touchdown Green Bay. And it's Christian Watson. He came from left to right, and Jordan Love finds him wide open in the middle of the end zone. A 9-yard touchdown strike. And with 10:39 to go in the second quarter, it's Green Bay 13, Kansas City 3, and the extra point try coming up. The Packers are rolling early at Lambeau.
Christian Watson was dragging by himself in the back of the end zone. Jordan Love put it right there. The extra point was good. It was a 14-3 ball game. Kansas City did get a field goal at the end of, get this, an 8-minute and 20-second drive late in the second quarter. Harrison Butker hitting on a second field goal of the game to make it 14-6. That's where we stood at halftime. Beginning of the third quarter, though, it looked as though with the Chiefs' opening drive, we were beginning to see what Kansas City was capable of doing. Ended up marching 9 plays and 75 yards, and you get the feeling that a team is starting to get there even when they convert when they shouldn't.
Kansas City 4 of 6 on third down tonight. This is 3rd and 18. 3 receivers right, including Rice, who goes in motion to the left, now back out to the right. Mahomes takes the shotgun snap, back to pass against the 3-man rush, has time, pulls it down, runs left, now flips it downfield. Kelsey wide open, makes the catch, and slides down at the Green Bay 35. Jonathan Owens with the tackle, and the Chiefs convert on 3rd and 18. They pick up 27.
After that 27-yard gain, the Chiefs found a way in with Isaiah Pacheco getting in from 1 yard out. So that first drive of the third quarter
Turned out to be a big one for them. They were within 2. They went for the 2-point conversion, though, and Pacheco was bottled up trying to run it on the left side. It stayed a 14-12 game. That becomes important because Green Bay then got their first opportunity of the third quarter, and a team that has been showing a lot of resiliency offensively showed it again on this drive, including on a 4th and 2 play where Jordan Love, basically, you play cornhole? That's basically what the pass looked like that Romeo Doubs brought in for a big gain on 4th and 2 that got him close. And then their other playmakers made a big-time play to get him in. It's time for the Wrangler Jeans highlight of the game.
Love in the gun with a play clock down to 5. Now at 4. Love clapping his hands. Play clock at 1. Here's the snap. Back to pass. Love looking, going deep. Right side of the end zone. Jump ball caught by Watson. Touchdown Green Bay. Christian Watson climbing the ladder as his second touchdown catch of the night. And the Packers extend the lead.
That is the highlight of the game, sponsored by Wrangler. 75 years of history and still blazing trails. Check out Wrangler.com today to discover new styles and all the latest denim trends. Wrangler for the ride of life. Super catch in the back of the end zone for Watson. The extra point made it a 9-point game at the 5:23 mark of the third quarter. Kansas City, of course, still had life, and when they got the football back, it didn't take them long to get it back down the field again. This time they got it close to the end zone, thanks very much to Isaiah Pacheco with a brotherly shove play that gained 5-6 extra yards inside the 10, all the way down to the 2-yard line. And early in the fourth quarter, Patrick Mahomes got his team close.
3 receivers left, single man right, Mahomes in the gun, Edwards-Helaire to his left. Here's the snap, back to pass, throws left side, wide open, Noah Gray, touchdown Kansas City. Noah Gray just inside the end zone, maybe 2 yards deep. Made that catch, went down to his backside, and the 2-yard touchdown pass from Patrick Mahomes has pulled the Chiefs back within 3, 21-18 Green Bay early in the fourth.
The Butker extra point was good, so we had nearly a full quarter to go, and we had ourselves a 2-point ball game, but Green Bay was not going to allow Kansas City to get back into this one. Ultimately, at the end of a long drive, we got a 40-yard field goal from Anders Carlson with 6:03 left to go in the game to stretch the lead to 5. Well, this is Patrick Mahomes. He's got plenty of time. All he needs is a touchdown to take the lead. Problem for Mahomes in the next drive for Kansas City was the mistakes that have been hounding him all year long.
1st and 10 for the Chiefs at the Green Bay 49. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Shotgun snap. Mahomes back, looks, throws right side, and it's intercepted by Mixon. Patrick Mahomes floating that ball for Sky Moore and went over his head, and Mixon picked it off. And the Packers take over at their own 37 with 5:14 to go.
They had the opportunity to run out the remainder of the clock as they got the ball into Kansas City territory. They did not run out the clock, though, and had to settle for a field goal attempt. Carlson hitting from 48 yards out with 1:09 left to go. Chiefs had used all their timeouts, though, at this point, so when they got the football back at their own 30-yard line, they were going to have to drive the length of the field, get a touchdown, and a 2-point conversion just to get this game to overtime. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, a lot happened on that drive. In fact, I'd probably be talking to you 15 minutes earlier than I am right now had these things not happened on that drive. An unnecessary roughness call as Mahomes was running out of bounds, questionable at best, taking a look at the replay. Then Rashee Rice caught a pass in Green Bay territory, went down to the ground. The ball was stripped free. To the naked eye, it looked like a fumble, which was brought all the way back to the other end for a touchdown. As it turned out, it was not a fumble. He was down by contact. And oh, by the way, after the non-fumble, Isaiah Pacheco ended up getting involved in a skirmish and threw a punch. He got ejected from the game. They settled all of that down, and then Patrick Mahomes went back to throw, and a deep ball downfield to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. He was clearly interfered with. There was no whistle. There was no flag. There was no call. I just summed up about 15 minutes for you in about 45 seconds. What it came down to was one last shot for the Chiefs to get into the end zone to see if they could get the game tied.
So this game comes down to this. Anything but a touchdown, and it's over. The Packers dropping everybody back towards the goal line. They will rush just 3. Mahomes in the gun, gets the snap. Back to pass. Mahomes looking, steps up in the pocket, twirling, moving to his left, flips his hips, throws it into the end zone. It is incomplete. Knocked away. Zeros on the clock, and the ball game is over. The Green Bay Packers knock off the Kansas City Chiefs. 27-19 the final. The Packers get back to 500. They are 6-6. Kansas City falls to 8-4.
Long road to get there, but Green Bay does get the victory to get themselves back to 500. And as the guys have been pointing out all night, the third easiest strength of schedule the rest of the way. The Packers are going to be a factor. Kansas City Chiefs fall out of the top overall seed in the AFC as they're now 8-4. Scott Graham in our studios. More on tonight's game. Let's go back to Lambeau Field. Rejoin Ryan Radke and Ryan Harris. Guys?
You know, there's one thing that Scott Graham is brilliant at. It's taking 15 minutes down to 45 seconds, and he did a beautiful job on that. Just a crazy end to what was really a terrific football game here tonight. Down the stretch, the call on Mahomes on the sideline, we've seen it a couple times. It's hard to justify it. He's a quarterback, yes, but he's got both feet in bounds. He's at the marker, takes a hit to the shoulder, which is a 15-yard penalty. Then what looked like just a blatant pass interference call that was missed. At the end, the Packers come out on top, and they win by a score of 27-19. You know, I mentioned with Patrick Mahomes, when he throws an interception, the Chiefs are now 4-4. They average exactly 19 points per game when he throws a pick, and they had 19 tonight. Meanwhile, Jordan Love just continues to get better, Ryan. He was very, very good for Green Bay tonight. A guy that does seem like the more he plays, the more comfortable he gets, and finding his rhythm as the season goes along.
He threw the ball to 8 different receivers in the night, was able to understand situations, and short of a couple of delay of game penalties, I thought he played a perfect game. And this is going to be huge for his development. As you said, Ryan, he's continuing to grow, and that's what coaches want you to do. They want you to be consistent, which doesn't mean do the same thing, but consistently get better, and Jordan Love is becoming one of the better quarterbacks in the NFC, and he proved it tonight in front of the nation.
Let's check the final stats, sponsored by the United States Postal Service. This holiday season, send more joy from the comfort of home. Print shipping labels, schedule free package pickup, and turn on delivery notifications from the United States Postal Service. Now, the Packers end up tonight with 382 yards to 337 for Kansas City. Time of possession was just about even. Both teams really good on third down. Packers 5 of 10. Kansas City was 7 of 11. Jordan Love 25 of 36, 267 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Mentioned it's the 4th game this year he's had at least 3 touchdowns and no picks, tied with Brock Purdy for the most in the league this year. Christian Watson 7 catches, 71 yards, and 2 TDs. A.J. Dillon 18 carries and 73 yards tonight. And Ryan, we should not overlook what Dillon did for this team. I mean, the numbers are not flashy, they don't jump off the page, but for a team that's playing without Aaron Jones and doesn't have a lot behind A.J. Dillon, he just did a really good job tonight of getting those 4, 5, 6-yard runs that helped the Packers keep possession of the ball and move the chains.
Converting on third down and huge blocks in the passing game. One of them set up the first touchdown to Christian Watson. A.J. Dillon becoming a pro himself here in this game as well.
Patrick Mahomes, 21 of 33, 210 yards, a touchdown and a pick. Isaiah Pacheco, 18 carries for 110 and a touchdown. Rashee Rice, 8 catches, 64 yards. Travis Kelce had 4 catches for 81 yards in the game. Noah Gray caught the 1 touchdown from Mahomes. All right, time to select our State Farm drive of the game.
Well, that's going to be the third quarter drive. It was 14-12 Packers right after the Chiefs scored the touchdown. They had a 7-play, 67-yard, 4-minute and 16-second scoring drive that ended with a 12-yard touchdown pass to Watson in the end zone. But the play on that drive was 4th and 2 from the 44, a 33-yard throw by Jordan Love to Romeo Doubs. Unbelievable play that kept that drive alive, and that drive was the difference in the game.
When Jordan Love let that ball go, it seemed like it was going nowhere, and at the last instant, Romeo Doubs just found it. It fell right into his breadbasket and set the Packers up. It's our drive of the game, sponsored by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there for the help you need, whether it's online, on the phone, or on the State Farm mobile app. All right, so we talked about the Packers, back to 500, in playoff position now in that 7th spot, and a fairly easy schedule remaining. Meanwhile, for the Chiefs, they lose this game tonight. They're 8-4. They've got a date with Buffalo next week. But then here is their remaining schedule: at New England, home against the Raiders, home against the Bengals, at the Chargers to close things out. By the numbers, it's the easiest remaining strength of schedule of any AFC team. By the way, Baltimore has the toughest schedule left among AFC contenders. And Kansas City, they still see the Raiders and the Chargers, as I mentioned. They're 45-7 against the AFC West since 2015. So, tough loss for Kansas City tonight, to be sure. They fall out of that number 1 seed position. But with what's ahead of them, they still have a very good chance to climb back up and be in that spot by the time all is said and done.
Yeah, and they have to win out. Look, they have to win out no matter what. You can't depend on the tough schedule for the Ravens. And listen, it really does matter. Players are focused on who's going to get that first round bye. Not only do you get a break to heal up, but you also get to see what other teams are going to do in the playoffs. The Chiefs want that greatly. They're on their way to the playoffs regardless. Honestly, I don't care. If you're the Chiefs, I don't think they care one way or another where they play, but you do want that extra time to get healthy. But they have to win out to make sure they can secure that first round bye.
Heck of a game tonight, Ryan. Great to be with you as always. Look forward to doing it again soon.
Yeah, fun as always, Ryan, and a fun one for the fans to listen to and for those here in attendance.
27-19. Packers come out on top. Let's send it back to the great Scott Graham in our Westwood One studios.
You were too kind. Thank you, guys. When we return, we're going to run down all the scores and highlights from today's NFL action. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Throughout the 2023 season,
Throws to the end zone. Touchdown!
each NFL team channel on the SiriusXM app will feature the team's pre- and post-game shows before and after every game. Get instant reaction, live interviews, and press conference audio.
Really fun night for us just to watch those young guys compete.
Your favorite team's broadcast includes their pre- and post-game shows all season long on the SiriusXM app. All 32 team channels are also available in vehicles equipped with SiriusXM 360L radios.
Hey, it's Fantasy Football Happy Hour with me, Matthew Barrett, and we're your go-to source for fantasy news, analysis, and advice. Looking for waiver wire insight? Unsure about line decisions? Your search ends here. Not only are we going to have Roto-World player news every single weekday, but you also find out about my weekly love-hate list, my rankings, and much more. So tune in noon at Peacock, listen on SiriusXM, NBC Sports Audio Channel 85, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wednesday, December 6th, it's the News Nation Republican primary debate, moderated by SiriusXM's Megan Kelly.
One of the candidates standing on stage could be our next commander-in-chief.
Along with News Nation's Elizabeth Vargas and the Washington Free Beacon's Ileana Johnson.
After I co-moderate this debate, stick around for my special Megan Kelly Show episode live. I'll see you there.
Wednesday, December 6th, 8 p.m. Eastern on Triumph Channel 111 and News Nation. To find News Nation, go to joinnn.com.
Don't miss the all-new Rise and Shine, a SiriusXM podcast.
This is Adam Shine. Every Wednesday morning, we're going to make you remember why you love sports. The crack of the bat, the smell of the grants, the thrill of a buzzer beater, the heroes, the underdogs, the moments you remember forever. Join me, Bob Stu, and the most interesting guests in sports for the all-new Rise and Shine.
Download Rise and Shine right now on the SXM app. Available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. That's SCHEIN.
Back at the Sunday Night Football post-game show following Green Bay's win over Kansas City. How'd the rest of the day go in the National Football League? Well, the NFC, we've been waiting for this one for a while. That's because last year the Philadelphia Eagles beat the San Francisco 49ers in the NFC Championship game 31-7 in Philly. Remember, Brock Purdy was injured on his third pass attempt on the first drive of the game. Niners basically ended that game without any quarterbacks, and Philly blew them away. Philly lost in the Super Bowl. The last NFC team to lose the Super Bowl and return to the following season, got to go all the way back to the Vikings in 1974. But Eagles coming in at 10-1 on the year, San Francisco at 8-3. Purdy was healthy this time, and it was very clear after Philly jumped out to a 6-0 lead on two long drives that only got them field goals that San Francisco came to Philly meaning business today.
First and 10 Niners in the Philly 48. Purdy looks left, now middle, throws, caught. Broken tackle by Deebo Samuel, runs for a first down, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
What an absolute beast, Deebo Samuel.
Greg Pop and Tim Ryan, the 49ers radio flagship, KNBR 680 in San Francisco. Niners took the lead 14-6 at halftime, and then they put up 14 points in the third and the fourth. San Francisco scored a touchdown on 6 consecutive drives. They blow out Philadelphia today, 42-19. Brock Purdy, 314 yards and 4 touchdowns on the day. He was asked after the game, was he thinking about last season?
Yeah, man, I got hurt here. That was late in January. But was it going to be the revenge game or anything like that? No. For me, it was week 13. It's a new year. hostile environment. We needed this game. We need this game. Obviously, we have some really important games coming up too, so that's where I was at with that. I didn't want to get distracted by, I got to go back and show everybody what could have happened or what could have been. Got a new team. This is 2023, and that's where my mind was at.
Deebo Samuel certainly played like it was a revenge game. He had 116 receiving yards, 3 total touchdowns, and Christian McCaffrey had a rushing touchdown, his 50th of his career. He's now the 3rd player ever with 50 rushing touchdowns and 25 receiving touchdowns, joining Marshall Faulk and Lenny Moore. San Francisco now 9-3, and yeah, it's possible they can get back to that number 1 overall seed before all is said and done within a game of Philadelphia, who falls to 10-2. Jalen Hurts had a touchdown pass and a touchdown run in this one. He left briefly in the 4th quarter with the concussion protocol. They were checking to see if he was going in. He came back into the ball game, but Philly came up short. Nick Sirianni, the head coach of the Eagles, said they just weren't good enough.
We didn't coach good enough. We didn't play good enough. It's as simple as that. And then, well, you got to give credit to them too. That's a really good football team, and you don't come out and play your best game against the guys that they have and the coaches that they have, it's going to look like that. And so we got to coach better, we got to play better, and we got a lot to clean up.
And they've got to do that before Sunday Night Football next week, the return engagement with the Dallas Cowboys here on Westwood One. Just one piece of advice. I've lived in the Philadelphia area for better than 40 years. If you're planning to make a trip to Philly this week, tread lightly. The Detroit Lions go to Caesars Superdome today to take on the New Orleans Saints. Detroit with an 8-3 record, their best through 11 games since 1962. But coming off that ugly loss to the Packers on Thanksgiving Day, they got back out on the road today, and they not only ran, they flew.
Goff fakes the give, goes end around. Now they flip it on the second back coming around. That is Jameson Williams inside the 15, inside the 10, dives into the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. A little razzle-dazzle to number 9, who did a swan dive into the end zone, and the Lions have extended their lead.
Dan Miller and Lomas Brown, the Detroit Lions radio network. 33-28 the final. Detroit ran out to a 21-0 lead in the blink of an eye, and they never turned back. Jared Goff, couple of touchdown passes in this ball game, and Detroit improves to 9-3 now on the year. Yeah, they're in the conversation for the top overall seed in the NFC. Derek Carr threw for a touchdown and an interception before leaving the game with an injury in the 4th quarter. New Orleans falls to 5-7. What to make of the Rams? 4-1 against teams in their division, but 1-5 against everybody else, and that high-flying defense of the Cleveland Browns coming to town. Matthew Stafford had been struggling of late, but against this Cleveland defense, a defense I might add that allows only 142 passing yards per game, Matthew Stafford looked like his old self today.
3rd and goal from the 3 cup in motion to the right side of the formation. Stafford has it, shoots it right side. It is caught! It's a touchdown! Cooper Kupp! Touchdown! LA! With 3:48 remaining in regulation, a 3-yard touchdown, 9 and dime paying dividends in week 13.
That's J.B. Long on 710 ESPN Los Angeles. Rams win 36-19. And for Matthew Stafford, who was under 250 yards in each of his last 6 games, today he threw for 279, including 3 touchdowns. Puka Nacua caught one of them. He now has the most receiving yards in a season by a Rams rookie. And Kyron Williams at 88 yards and another score. Rams are 6-6. They are in the playoff mix in the NFC. On the other side, due to quarterback injury, Joe Flacco, playing for 3 different teams over the course of his 16-year career at 38 years old, got the start today for the Browns. What that means is the Browns are trying to become just the 8th team since 1950 to make the playoffs with 4 different starting quarterbacks. Flacco threw 2 touchdown passes today. That makes him the oldest Brown ever to throw a touchdown pass. But Cleveland drops the ball game. They fall to 7-5 on the year. It was ugly. You thought it might be at MetLife Stadium. When the Jets play, it often is. That's what it was. The Atlanta Falcons coming to town today, but last time the Falcons lost a game at the New York Jets was 1998. Dan Reeves was coaching against Bill Parcells. You get my drift. This one was a 1-touchdown game. The Falcons ended up scoring it in the 2nd quarter. Jets got themselves a safety for their first points of the game, and from then on in, it was all field goals and field position. Atlanta wins today by a score of 13-8. They hang on to the top spot now in the NFC South. Desmond Ridder throws for 121 yards and that 1 touchdown on the day. It was to Michael Pruitt So now Atlanta at 6-6 on the season. On the other side for New York, Tim Boyle started the game. He got benched in the fourth quarter. Trevor Siemian came on, went 5 for 13 for 66 yards. Just not a lot there. Jets have 10 offensive touchdowns through 12 games. That's the fewest in the NFL in the last 30 seasons. And they are now 4-8. And Tampa Bay finally figured out a way to get a victory today at home. It was because Carolina Panthers came to town. They win 21-18. That breaks a string of losing 6 of their last 7 coming in. And by the way, now at 5-7, they're still very much right there in the NFC South. They're only a game out. Baker Mayfield with a touchdown pass on the day. Chris Godwin ran for one. And Mike Evans, 162 yards and a 75-yard touchdown. 10th 1,000-yard receiving season to begin his career, the most consecutive to start a career, and tied for the second most ever with Randy Moss. The other side, the Panthers, who made their coaching change this week, didn't fare a whole lot better. Bryce Young threw for 178 and an interception on the day. Chuba Hubbard, 25 carries for 104 yards and 2 scores. Carolina, though, now 1-11. Still to come, more scores, highlights, and post-game reaction. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Lowe's knows how to save pros time and money. Right now, get up to 40% off vanities. And there's more. Get up to 50% off select tools and accessories from trusted top brands like DeWalt and Craftsman. Visit us in-store or online for more deals you can't beat. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. About 11/30 through 12/6. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
We all love to follow the pros. And when it comes to selling online, the pros trust Shopify. New Era, Allbirds, Untuckit, Skims, even Mattel. They all sell with Shopify because Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. And it's not just the big brands. Millions of businesses are boosting their sales with the same legendary Shopify checkout. Start selling like the pros and sell with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/touchdown.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
Whether your team is at home or on the road, hear every game with your hometown announcers on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your team and click the favorite star.
Back at the Sunday Night Football postgame show. Green Bay an 8-point winner over Kansas City tonight. Let's continue our tour around the league here in Week 13. Miami Dolphins, 30.8 points per game, not leading the NFL in scoring for the first time since Week 3, but still, they average about 31 points per game. Now, the Washington Commanders, they allow 29 points per game and 378 yards per game, and they've given up 28 passing touchdowns. That's why they let their defensive coordinator, Jack Del Rio, go earlier this week. Funny week to do it when you're taking on an offense like this one. And this offense is capable of scoring from anywhere at any time, which they proved repeatedly in D.C. today.
Hill in motion, goes to the right, looking for him. Deep down the field, and he got him! What a movement by Hill to catch that football! He was turned inside, Joe. The ball was hit, thrown to the outside, and he weaved his way back. Another bomb. Tua to Hill, touchdown.
Well, he saw that matchup with his fastest player, and he put it right on the money. Tyreek made the adjustment to the ball. What a throw and catch, man. Those two are dialed in with each other. Tua to Tyreek again.
Jimmy Cefalo, Joe Rose, the WBGG, WINZ, Miami Dolphins radio network. Miami wins this one 45-15 today. Now, Tyreek Hill only had 5 catches. Of course, they went for 157 yards and 2 touchdowns on the day. He was asked afterwards, is this your best season?
Yes, I believe I am having my best season. Even if I didn't have the numbers, you know what I'm saying, I feel like I'm doing a great job of, being in the right spot for the quarterback and making sure I'm doing a great job blocking. And obviously, like, the stats look good last year, but there was a lot of room for improvement, for myself. And I was like, you know what, I'm not going to settle for that. I feel like I can be a whole lot better. So that's just me just believing in myself.
Dude, it's your best season. Right now, he is zeroing in on 1,500 yards receiving and 12 receiving touchdowns. They've only played 12 games. Tua threw for 2 touchdown passes today. Devon Achane came back and played. 17 carries, 73 yards, and 2 scores. Raheem Mostert got in. They got an interception return for a touchdown. Most importantly, Miami right now, with the loss by the Chiefs tonight, is the number 1 seed in the AFC. Now, they still have to play Dallas. They still have a game with Baltimore in Week 17 that could be huge for that top overall seed. But they are sitting pretty right now. Sam Howell threw for 127 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception. He ran in twice. Washington is 4-9. What a fun game today in Houston at NRG Stadium. 2 teams right at the outside edge of the AFC playoff picture. And Houston and Denver both with an opportunity to play their way in. Broncos have been doing that because they'd won 5 straight games coming in after starting the season at 1-5. Houston's winning because, well, they've got C.J. Stroud. This one came right down to the end. Russell Wilson, who's been making a habit of throwing fourth-quarter touchdown passes, was down 5 late, looking for the end zone and another Denver win.
3rd and goal from the 8. Wilson in the gun. 1 back. P-Ryan. Wilson gets the snap. Wilson chased. Wilson escapes the sack. Throws left side of the end zone.
Yes!
It's intercepted. The Texans have it. Jimmy Ward. Houston's going to win. 9 seconds to go.
Welcome back, Jimmy Ward.
The Texans turn back Denver. Point blank range. And they say no.
Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware, Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610 in Houston. They were having a lot of fun. D'Amico Ryan's the rookie head coach, pumping his arms on the sideline, and Houston improves to 7-5 on the year with a 22-17 win. C.J. Stroud threw for 1 touchdown today. Big day for Nico Collins, 9 catches for $191 and a score, but the bad news in this one was on a block. He was just blocking on a play near the goal line. Tank Dell got rolled up on, and according to reports, he's got a fractured leg. It sounds like he's out for the season. The kind of year that Tank Dell, the rookie, was having, that's bad news for somebody like C.J. Stroud.
It's tough. It's cold. It's not easy. Man, I'm hurt. I can't sugarcoat it. I can't come up here and lie and say, like, oh, we'll be all right. Nah, it's not, And I love him to death. I told him that. And 7-3 will be a great duo for the next couple years, man. Right when he gets back, I love my brother to death, and I'm praying for him, and I'm here for him no matter what.
Denver falls to 6-6 with the loss. Russell Wilson 3 interceptions on the day today as their 5-game win streak comes to an end. Pittsburgh Steelers home today. They had the Cardinals coming in 5-0 against teams with a losing record, and they found their offense last week, so everything was going to be right in the Steel City. It wasn't at all. Arizona, tied at 3 in the second quarter, wouldn't let the Steelers in the end zone again until the fourth quarter, and that was a lot longer than you think, because there were 2 delays for weather with lightning in the area around Acrisure Stadium that held things up by almost 90 minutes. And, oh, by the way, you know who Arizona had running the ball today? James Conner.
They hand it off. Conner to the left. First down. Conner dives for the end zone. Touchdown! James Conner with 2 scores in the welcome back party in Pittsburgh. The Cardinals extend their lead to 23-3 with 8:28 to play.
That's Dave Pasch on the Arizona Cardinals radio network. Remember, James Conner from 2017 to 2020 ran for 2,300 yards in a Steelers uniform and 22 touchdowns. Today, he ran for 105 on that field and 2 scores, and Arizona beats Pittsburgh by a score of 24-10. Cardinals win a game in Pittsburgh for the first time since 1969, when they were the St. Louis Cardinals, and they improved to 3-10 on the year. News gets worse for the Steelers. Kenny Pickett left this game with an ankle injury and might miss multiple games. The offense just went south today, and Pittsburgh falls to 7-5. Great ending to the ball game today, and a wacky game at that at Nissan Stadium between the Tennessee Titans and the Indianapolis Colts. This one saw a blocked punt for a touchdown, and then as you're going for a 2-point conversion, that gets intercepted and brought back the other way for a 2-point conversion the other direction. Crazy game. A missed extra point that helped set us up for the overtime period. In the extra period, Tennessee got a field goal. Indy went one better.
Minshew out of the gun. Shotgun snap. Looks to his right. In the end zone throws Michael Pittman. Touchdown! Touchdown, Michael Pittman! Ball game! I-N-D-Y! Michael Pittman into the end zone from Gardner Minshew, and the Colts win 31-28 in
in Nashville. Yes, sir.
Matt Taylor and Rick Venturi, who clearly saw the receiver open on the Fan and 97.1 Hank FM in Indianapolis. Indy improves to 7-5 on the year. Gardner Minshew, no interceptions today. The game-winning touchdown pass. He threw for 312 and 2 scores and said, felt good to come through.
No, it means a lot, man. I think, anytime you're playing in the quarterback position, the team's putting a lot of trust in you, to kind of lead the way. And you know what? Today we had an opportunity to go win a game for our team, and just couldn't be more happy and more proud of our group, and grateful for the opportunity I was given.
Tennessee falls to 4-8 on the year. Will Levis loses at home for the first time. He threw for 224 and a touchdown. Derrick Henry had a 100-yard game. Those have been few and far between of late. He went for 102 yards and 2 scores, but not enough as Tennessee takes the loss at Nissan Stadium. And I've come up with ways to try to describe this to you. At Gillette Stadium today, they played in rough conditions, and it was the Chargers going up against the Patriots. Now, their last win for the Chargers over the Patriots was Week 6 of 2008. That was 5,530 days ago. This was a long time coming, and they did it today by a 6-0 score. Chargers' high-powered offense unable to get anything done against the New England defense today, save a pair of field goals in the second quarter. But that was good enough against a team that's the worst-scoring team in the National Football League right now, the worst ever under Bill Belichick, averaging 13.5 points per game. Here are their last 3-game point totals: 6, 7, and 0. Bailey Zappi started today, threw for 141 yards. Ramondre Stevenson, who had been a bright spot for them, ended up leaving this game with an ankle injury. And the Patriots lose it by a 6-0 score. They become the first team to lose 3 straight games despite allowing 10 or fewer points since the 1938 Chicago Cardinals. New England is now 2-10. We're going to leave it right there. On the other side, Justin Herbert threw for 212 on the day. Keenan Allen held down to 58 yards, but most important for the Chargers was getting a win in this game at 5-7, trying to stay alive in the AFC playoff race. We're going to wrap things up when we return. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hey, this is Clay Harbor.
This is Love the Tupu.
It's Bob Popple along with Super Bowl champion Carl Banks.
Hey, NFL fans. This is Solomon Wilcox, former NFL safety and host of the Believe in Bengals podcast. Catch my show and all 32 Believe NFL podcasts on the SiriusXM app. Search Believe, that's BLEAV, plus your team's name on the SiriusXM app and Apple Podcasts. Believe is included with all SiriusXM trials and SiriusXM plans.
The Premier League is built on hope. The hope of discovering a new star.
It doesn't take long for Darwin Nunez to make an impression.
The hope of rewriting history. And the hope of continuing a dynasty.
Unstoppable week after week.
This is the Premier League on NBC, USA, and Peacock.
Hey, what's going on? This is your boy Kevin Hart, and guess what? I've got my own channel on Sirius XM, Kevin Hart's Laugh Out Loud Radio, channel 96. We play the best stand-up comedy from some of my favorite comedians, and I got my own show. It's called Straight from the Heart, and I host it with a bunch of unattractive friends of mine. They call the Plastic Cup Boys. Every Tuesday and Thursday, real, raw, authentic conversation, 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Laugh Out Loud Radio right here on Sirius XM, channel 96. Don't miss it.
Hey, this is Howard Bender from the Fantasy Alarm Show. Catch me and the GM Jim Bowden weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern. All week long, we bring you the best in fantasy insights around. We're all the fantasy football deliciousness you need to help you crush your fantasy football leagues this season. Plus, we share our favorite picks for DFS and betting. Oh, and don't forget about Jukebox Monday, the Wheel of Randomness, and all your favorites. That's the Fantasy Alarm Show weeknights from 5 to 7 p.m. Eastern, Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87.
The final score, Green Bay 27, Kansas City 19. You've been listening to Westwood One's coverage of Sunday Night Football. Tonight's broadcast has been sponsored by Bounty Paper Towels, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by AutoZone, by NFL.com, and by BetMGM, the official odds provider for Westwood One. Please gamble responsibly. I want to thank our crew for this evening. Studio coordinator Art Martinez. Production assistance provided by Lance Davis, John James, and Drew Casey. Our statistician John Stangler. Our spotter Jeff Salmon. Our engineer, Dan Robotham. Producer Aaron Cummins, production supervisor Brian Finkelstein, coordinating producer Mike Eby, and the executive producer of Westwood One Sports is Howard Deneroff. Join us again tomorrow night for Monday Night Football. It's the AFC South leading Jacksonville Jaguars hosting the Cincinnati Bengals. Kevin Harlan and Hall of Famer Kurt Warner have all the action. Pre-game coverage with NFL Network's Rich Eisen kicks off at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Then later this week, it's Thursday Night Football, New England at Pittsburgh. And finally, next Sunday night, an NFC East showdown in Texas as the Philadelphia Eagles visit the Dallas Cowboys. Catch all those games right here on many of these same stations on the NFL app or stream live for free on our website, westwoodonesports.com. Once again, the final from Lambeau, Green Bay 27, Kansas City 19. For Ryan Rackey and Ryan Harris, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Thanks for listening to the National Football League on Sirius XM. Now, let's join the NFL Radio postgame show.